Whoa, that's not mine. Hello? Good grief. Listen up, because I have an important announcement. Because many of our series aren't hitting their numbers, we can't release the next parts. And for many of the series, you guys want new chapters for really fast. We just haven't been able to. We've found a solution. Introducing Blade Tunes. That's right. We now have our own dedicated translation team. So please, head over there, check it out, find the series you like, save them, and give Blade Chin a little support, will ya? Alright, that's enough of that. Announcement's over. Now then, my good friends, follow me. Long ago, a world-shaking war rocked the entire globe. A battle between the Knight of Light on one side and the Undying King on the other. Fighting alongside the Knight, a group of friends confronted the Undying King and his horde of minions. Every single blow carried the weight of an uncertain destiny. The battle was so immense that the very ground trembled. As the Knight of Light charged forward with his weapon to deliver the final blow, we realize it was all a lie. Turns out, it's just our main character playing a game. Just look at this guy, sprawled out on the sofa, looking as comfortable as can be. But suddenly, a knock on the door shatters the silence. The man introduces himself as an employee from the Ability Management Bureau, and he's looking for someone named Hanong. Our main character groggily says, "That person is right here. It's him." The main character receives some very clear instructions. He must report any abilities that manifest to the Bureau. With that, the man leaves, once again wishing him a good day. Closing the door, our MC mumbles that this was his first human interaction in 6 months, and thank God, it was over pretty quickly. Grabbing a cookie, he says he won't have to open the door for another 6 months now. Our main character says with a sigh that it's been 2 years since he's left the house, and to make matters worse, he's even eating an expired cookie. Because he's been cooped up inside for so long, some people call him weak, or even pathetic, and that's not even mentioning the insults. But while he's pondering all of that, some breaking news appears on the TV. The report shows firefighters in action. They're battling a blaze at a shopping center. The culprit was an awakened, who, after committing the crime, was transported to another world. Hearing the words awakened, memories flood our main character's mind. And you're probably asking, what's an awakened? But hold on, my friend. I'll explain. One day, humanity began to change. Mysterious powers, known as abilities, started appearing among the populace, like a gift. The moment a person awakened an ability, their fate was sealed. Within 24 hours, that person would be sent to another world, and unless they fulfilled the requirements, they could never return. Of those who left, very few ever came back. Surviving in the world beyond was a trial that crushed almost everyone. Pondering this, Hansong remembers a certain man, a man who had committed countless crimes and violations before being sent to the other world. It was that very man who marked a dark day in our main character's life. On that tragic day, everything fell apart for him. His family was lost because of those crimes. And that happened exactly 2 years ago. Trying to get back on his feet now seems like a complete waste of time. Despite training relentlessly, nothing changed. He himself didn't understand why he kept pushing when the results never came. It's clear our MC feels pathetic about all of this. A true failure. His weakness has imprisoned him, and he knows it. But honestly, would having more courage even make a difference? Maybe the solution is to run away. Anywhere seems better than this suffocating void. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts through everything. A notification appears before his eyes. Spatial inflection point has been connected. Connecting to the system. Aresh. Fear. His heart pounds in his chest. He doesn't understand why he's awakened a unique ability. But why? Why now? And why in such an unexpected way? Our MC immediately flies into a rage when he discovers his ability, the clone skill. Looking at the screen, a countdown begins to tick. Only 24 hours left until his forced teleportation. In disbelief, he shakes his head, thinking this has to be a joke. But before he can do anything, the system immediately informs him that if he doesn't enter the transfer zone on time, he will be dragged there by force. Our MC starts running in a panic, though for the life of me, I have no idea where he's going. What the hell is this guy planning to do? There's no way out. If he hides, he'll just get dragged away anyway. We find out that our main character is running to grab as many items as possible. That's because in the other world, time flows 10 times slower, requiring 10 years of survival to return to Earth. Even our main character wonders if he can endure 10 years in such a different and dangerous place. But can he really do it? Honestly, I don't think so. Looking again, the countdown shows only 3 minutes remaining, even though just a moment ago it was 24 hours. Though he's gasping for breath, our MC steps into the transfer zone, fully equipped and determined. Maybe he has a chance. He takes a deep breath, planting his feet firmly in the designated spot. But just as quickly, Despair hits him again. How could he possibly survive in another world with no powers? He was starting to get desperate since he didn't have any useful skills, making survival in the other world seem impossible. But then, he had an idea. That's right, his avatar skill. It was still there, waiting to be used. So, he shouted Avatar to activate his magic, and sure enough, a surge of energy began to form right in front of him. He was astonished to see two versions of himself. They both stared at each other as if they were reflections, except they were alive. Our protagonist began to observe it, wondering if that was really him. Is this really me? How can it look so real? As he was focused, a pain shot through his head. Something strange was causing a discomfort that was growing stronger and stronger. Then, he realized the cause. He opened his eyes wide and could see everything from both the avatar's perspective and his own. He realized this dual vision was the source of his discomfort. He thought this was impossible, that it was too much to handle, but he finally understood. This had to be it. He finally realized he was sharing his vision with the avatar, but clearly, his curiosity was greater, so he tried to activate it again. But things weren't going so well. Trying to move both bodies at the same time was just insane. Controlling both bodies simultaneously was impossible. The effort was so overwhelming it made him dizzy, almost nauseous. But the system interrupted his experiment, announcing that he had only 1 minute left before being pulled to the other world if he didn't stand inside the circle. Our MC lamented his fate. He even looked at the avatar and wondered why his skill was so useless. He thought it would be perfect if someone could go in his place. Yes, that would solve everything. A simple and practical replacement, right? But wait, why not the avatar? As if to confirm this possibility, the system reacted. Someone had stepped into the circle, and the translocation process began. And it was clear the avatar didn't step in willingly. The main character had pushed it in, and of course, even he didn't know if it would actually work. Well, all signs pointed to it being okay, but there was no other choice. All he could do was wait. And surprisingly, it actually worked. Even he couldn't believe this crazy idea had turned out so well. The system confirmed it. The translocation zone had accepted the main character's avatar. A few seconds later, the transport to the outer dimension was complete. Arriving in this new landscape, he saw a forest. But our main character didn't understand what was happening. He had sent his avatar. So why was he times the one who got transported? Damn it, this isn't fair. It was supposed to work. I already sent the avatar. This makes no sense. The system sent another message, stating that he could return to Earth using the return option in the karma shop. The system also mentioned that he had to accumulate karma throughout his adventure. Checking his status, the main character saw the obvious. His karma points were at 0. He felt annoyed by this, but then again, what did he expect? That he'd arrive in this world with 10,000, 100,000, or maybe 1,000,000 karma? No way. Our MC realized the truth. It wasn't exactly times him, times who was there. It was still his avatar. He was on the other side, on his sofa, but now he could control both, but he couldn't control it very well. This was causing a splitting headache. So, he canceled the summoning, and his mind returned completely to his room. But this left him extremely dizzy, and he felt nauseous. He couldn't take it anymore, and ran to the bathroom to throw up. After vomiting and feeling relieved, he finally recovered. And, of course, he was thrilled. He had just escaped a deadly crisis. Afterwards, he decided to summon his avatar once more. And then his clone began to materialize right in front of him. Even though it had worked, our main character was still deep in thought. What the hell was he going to do with such a useless skill? The system appeared again, congratulating the main character for returning without using the karma shop. As a reward, he received a dimensional gate, allowing him to travel between that world and the world of the travelers. He was surprised to receive a notification. His karma points had increased by a lot. On top of that, he was now the fastest returning traveler in history. A moment later, the main character checked his total karma, and he was impressed with the score he now had. He simply had almost 2 million karma points. My God, that's a huge number. This guy hadn't done anything and already had 2 million points. Han reflected that it would cost 1,000,000 karma points to return to Earth, not to mention the 10 years it would take to accumulate that million. The story then explains to us that karma comes from good and bad deeds in the other world, and it can be used to enhance skills or to return to Earth. Our MC wondered if this was a system error. More importantly, would they demand it all back later? But in the end, he relaxed. He hadn't done anything intentionally, so whatever. The system couldn't blame him. He noticed there were a few options, but only the skill upgrade section was available. He was curious and wondered what this so-called stat upgrade was. The screen then showed that improving his stamina would increase his recovery power and would cost 10,000 karma points. The MC thought about this so-called recovery power. He even considered actually buying it and spending the 10,000 karma points. And so, confident in his choice, he confirmed it. But he felt something strange in his leg, a different kind of sensation. He started to feel it more clearly, and, unbelievably, his wound was slowly healing. He remembered that injured leg wasn't just a wound. It had practically meant the end of his life with his family. It was a true turning point, and the scar he received had imprisoned him in that isolated room for years. In fact, there's still a little bit left, isn't there? But now, at least he could travel between worlds. The system appeared once again, announcing that the main character had surpassed the standard recovery level and had received another skill, Super Recovery, which further enhanced his healing powers. But time passed, and night fell. The MC said he had used a bit of karma to heal his leg, and, astonishingly, it had become ridiculously strong. And the best part was, he only used a little bit. He still had a ton of karma left over, so he could use it multiple times to do a lot more. And of course, our protagonist didn't waste any time. He went straight into the system to check out some skills he could upgrade. The downside was that this time, it would cost 300 karma points. But he didn't hesitate for long. He had plenty of points, so he spent them instantly. He wondered, what will happen if I enhance this clone skill? A moment later, he was analyzing something. Facing his clone, he analyzed it and realized it looked pretty damn good. Even worse, the clone replied that this body was, indeed, amazing. The MC, being the smartass he is, said that it was all a process of dedication, a whole lot of effort. Our guy now realized that he could split his mind in two and control the characters freely. Obviously, this opened up a whole range of possibilities for him. The MC said he'd received a new skill that enhanced his old ones. He looked really confident now, and the skill the MC got was Mind Core, used to filter everything he does and focus only on what's important. And the good thing was, even if a clone got hurt, the main character wouldn't feel a thing. He was immune to all sorts of dimensional sicknesses or things like that. But then our MC started looking around and realized his house was a total mess. But other than that, he was really enjoying the idea of being able to explore another world while still being at home. Such a chill life. Controlling his clone was now just like playing a game for him. While he was relaxing on the sofa, he was also playing a game, quote-unquote, with his clone. But to everyone's surprise, the main character got another clone. Now they were a team of 3. Apparently, the MC was wondering the same thing I am. Are there going to be even more clones later on? But in the end, the problem was, he needed to name them all, or the system would glitch out. He'd better handle this right away. There was just one tiny detail. The main character is terrible at naming things, and so are his copies. They don't like it, and they don't know how to do it. But the MC noticed a bottle of tea and a bottle of ketchup on the table, but there's no way he'd use those for names. No, he wouldn't do that. Unbelievably, he actually did it. He named one of the clones Hans, and he has a mana affinity. That was his first clone. The other clone, of course, became Rhine, just like Hans, but focused on strength. This was the main character's second clone. The MC was a bit annoyed because his clones had weak stats. But hey, my man, you just summoned them and you already expect them to be overpowered? It doesn't work like that, right? But anyway, the MC said it was time to start the main quest. It seems like everything is ready. They're either gonna make it or break it, huh? But there was no other way. The whole group set out on the mission without a second thought, heading straight for their goal. Just one little thing. Rhine complained that everything was a total mess, and they were leaving that disaster behind for him to clean up. There was exactly a year's worth of trash piled up. It was disgustingly filthy. But while Rhine was cleaning, Hans was heading to the other world to start his adventure. Unfortunately, Rhine would have to stay on Earth to clean up the garbage. Well, everyone's got their own responsibilities, right? One gets to go out into another world, while the other is stuck slaving away in the real world. But in the meantime, Hans is heading out. And the good thing is, that's still the main character, isn't it? So he wasn't worried at all. He could calmly leave without being trapped in his room. An incredible display of composure. This meant that the mind core was working perfectly. The MC's main body was still in his room, but even as his clone went outside, he was able to stay perfectly calm. But the main character remembered that Hans had probably arrived in the other world already, so he'd better check on him. And sure enough, the MC was right. Hans was in the other world. He was just a little lost since he didn't know anything about this place. Hans realized it was nighttime, but he was a little surprised to have ended up in such a weird place. But surely nothing bad could happen, right? He was in a bush, in a very quiet forest. How could anything bad possibly happen here? Except, suddenly, a black panther appeared, making him jump out of his skin. The panther attacked with serious intent, and he quickly realized what was happening, pulling out his dagger to defend himself. He immediately held the dagger out in front of him to try and protect himself. But this panther was no joke. It lunged at him with all its might. Our main character found it a bit disgusting, the sight of all that drool. But even with the fierce battle, he felt fine, with no pain or fear. In fact, his control was working as well as ever. But to turn the tables, our MC pumped a stream of mana into his dagger. The dagger became incredibly fast, tearing through the wind at a terrifying speed. The Black Panther tumbled to the ground. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, it was already a goner, surrounded by a whole lot of red ketchup. Alright, bad pun, I know. That's the last one, I promise. Our MC then collapsed onto the ground, his body completely drained. He was just too tired. His little dagger was still covered in ketchup. See? It just goes to show how hard the guy worked, right? Our MC was completely exhausted. He even thought that if another monster appeared right now, it would be really hard to fight back. But as he looked ahead, he realized there was a safe place there. Maybe a light at the end of the tunnel. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, he was seeing a village in the distance, nestled between the cliffs. It was surrounded by mountains and forests, but it seemed pretty safe. An elderly man appeared to welcome the traveler and introduced himself as the village chief. The traveler, named Rio, was warmly welcomed. The chief expressed his admiration for our MC, since he had crossed the monster-filled forest all by himself at such a late hour. Our main character was injured, so he asked for permission to stay in the village for one night. The chief said he didn't mind, that our MC could stay there and rest for as long as he liked. The old man then noticed our hero's gear and clothes. To him, they looked quite different from what he usually saw. So, he asked if our MC had come from a faraway place. Our protagonist explained that his clothes were the result of his travels and adventures, but we know that's a lie, since he just arrived in this world. The village chief was very happy, as it had been a long time since he'd met a stranger. So, he invited our protagonist to the tavern for a drink. Time passed. Our MC even remarked that this village was very hospitable, and as he lay in bed, he thought about what an interesting day it had been. But what our protagonist didn't realize was that there was already a man there. So, what could this guy possibly want? But our MC's mind had already drifted to the other world. He was drinking, enjoying every moment he could. But anyway, our main character still felt a pang of guilt because of Ren, who was working hard while he was doing nothing. He said that Ren was training very hard, with the goal of improving his endurance. Our protagonist didn't know when he would need to use Ren, so it was better for him to be in good shape. So, since his clones were giving it their all, our MC said he would try to figure out what was happening in both this world and the other one. He decided he would take on the role of a perfect commander, or rather, the supreme commander. But something caught his attention and made him worry. He wondered what this strange feeling he was having could be. The system then issued a warning. Your avatar has been killed. All accumulated stats and data have been reset. Our MC wondered how Hans, who was in the village, could have died. He figured this situation could only have been caused by that old man. Could he have put something in his drink? Our MC realized he had been a complete fool for being so trusting in a completely strange place, with strange people. But Ren started to feel a bit strange, as if something was bothering him. He realized something was wrong. He realized he was reconnecting with the avatar. It seemed he was returning to the avatar's body. The scene then changes, and we see the old man complaining, saying he thought the traveler would be more useful, but in the end, he was just too bland. The old man's a little disappointed, isn't he? Because, our MC had crossed the forest alone, so the old man was clearly expecting his talent to be much greater than that. He had set his expectations too high for someone so worthless. Ouch, that one hits hard. Well, our MC didn't become anything great, just an old elite skeleton. So, in reality, the protagonist connected with Ren's body, even after he had died. The system announced that the character had transformed into an undead, and was also granted a skill called Heart of Decay. And it also showed that Ren, who in this case is the main character, was now an elite skeleton. Even our MC hadn't expected any of this. Another notification explained that our MC had indeed turned into an undead, but his mind hadn't been corrupted thanks to the Mind Hub skill. He was still completely lucid despite being a zombie. Our protagonist still didn't understand what was happening. He was lost and confused. He realized there were many people around him who had been turned into zombies and wondered who they were. The only ones responsible for all of this could only be those bastards. Could they have turned an entire village into the undead? Very suddenly, a guy entered the room, and he recognized our MC, remembering him from the tavern yesterday. But actually, This guy was really just thinking about how long he'd have to stay on that mountain. And he also wondered who the people he'd seen were. They looked like dark mages. But he looks at our main character. Something seems to be bothering him. He just doesn't know what it is exactly. While this guy is sizing up our MC, he can only wonder why he's staring at him. Music. Did he somehow realize the main character was moving? The stranger complains, because the main character is just standing there like a statue, instead of doing something. So, he orders the MC to get up and move immediately. Our protagonist nearly has a heart attack when he realizes that's all it was. He doesn't have much of a choice, does he? So he gets up and starts walking. The strange thing is, our MC feels something trying to pull him along, you know? But he's still able to ignore it and resist, making his own decisions. This mysterious man complains that the old man always makes him go check on things. He finds it so boring. The main character realizes that he's felt this sensation before. That power isn't unfamiliar. The man finally finds his way out of the room. Han once again wonders about the power flowing through his body. He thinks he's starting to understand how this power works. It's probably due to his connection with mana. He starts to think that maybe he can control other undead. And then a week passes, with our main character still in the same prison. Only this time he's sitting on a pile of barrels, apparently trying to control another skeleton. Or is that a zombie psychologist? I guess I just don't get it. It seems our main character is using some other kind of power, but suddenly, a powerful blue light erupts from his eyes. And as hard as it is to believe, the other skeleton was able to stand up. Now the fun really begins. The skeleton starts moving more and more, getting closer to our main character. The bad thing is that the main character feels overwhelmed, and, on top of that, the skeleton's movements are kind of clumsy. Our main character laments how difficult it is to control more than one undead at a time. He wonders if he's some kind of elite skeleton, but something else catches his attention. He finds himself surrounded by small rodents, also known as rats. And without a second thought, the main character grabs one. Our boy complains that these rats have been bothering him all week. The bony man even comments that the rat is indeed very fast, but its luck has run out. It's been caught. The skeleton sitting on a barrel wonders if a rat could replace a human. Well, it's at least worth a try, right? Suddenly, the rat lets out a small squeak. Something happened to it. What is this? Little rat appears with a bunch of wounds on our MC's hand. No. Forget everything I just said. Little rat is fine and has now turned into a samurai. Our main character is ecstatic. He declares that his experiment was a success. Afterwards, the main character names the rat Alfred. Those who are closer can call him Little Rat. But he orders the rat to advance, and the plan is to use it as a spy. Alfred is ready to set off on his mission. A moment later, the little mouse is in the distance. The main character, who is probably watching everything through the rat's vision, decides to wait and see what happens. That guy is always complaining anyway. The strange man then opens a door and wonders if on the other side is another undead storage. Our main character hesitates. Is it worth it to follow that man? But suddenly, a purple light appears. The protagonist asks himself, what the hell is going on? Han explains that even when he tries to neutralize his emotions, he can still feel something instinctively, you know? He feels that it's dangerous to get close. The scene then changes. It seems we've left that place. Now we see two background characters talking. One asks the other, when is this whole maturing thing going to end? I have to wonder if they're talking about waiting for a mango to ripen, because that's the only thing I can imagine. One of the background characters remarks that he feels exhausted every time he leaves that place. Another man finds it funny how many layers of protection they're putting up around that village. Besides, who would want to invade that place? It's nearly impossible. So why are they going to so much trouble to protect it? One of them says he saw a fragment of the undead king, so they're probably protecting that. The scene then cuts back to Alfred. It seems our main character wanted to learn more, but suddenly our little rat was attacked. That's right, folks. The rat is toast. It was torn open right across the chest. Oh well. The rat's attacker starts to approach. And it's none other than that damn old man from the village. He wonders what he saw, but realizes it's just a rat. The old man is surprised to notice that the rat is full of dark magic. He wonders if the dark magic transformed the rat. The old man, already being shrewd, knows there's only one place with that much dark magic. Elder Villington asks Jeff if he was the one watching the warehouse that day, and we finally get a name for this guy, since he's appeared so many times without us knowing what to call him. But the camera pans back to Alfred. He's just lying there, dead as a doornail, poor thing. The reason Alfred was mentioned is pretty simple. Our MC is seeing red and wants revenge for him. But then, the scene shifts again. I thought, for once, things would be peaceful. But nope, because that bastard Jeff showed up, kicking the door down. He started screaming at everyone, forcing them to line up. He walked over to a skeleton, cursing at it and ordering it to get in line. Then, he punched the skeleton straight in its dry face, telling it to stand up straight. I don't know, folks, but I'm guessing this guy just got dumped or something, because nobody gets this time stressed out. And after the punch, the bastard even mocked the skeleton. He grabbed what you could call the creature's hair to get a good look at who it really was. Jeff realized this was the same guy who had rebelled against him before. And even worse, before becoming a zombie, this guy had threatened Jeff, saying that if he ever touched his family, he wouldn't make it out alive. Jeff, with the eyes of a complete psycho, ordered the zombie to repeat what it had said in the past. But it can't do that now, can it? Because, to make things worse, Jeff had cut out its tongue. He then let the zombie go, causing it to fall flat on its face. Jeff started strolling around casually, his hands behind his head. He reminisced about how much fun it used to be to hunt down the scumbags in the village. But unfortunately, that reality was over. Now, they were all zombies. As Jeff walked, he kicked and insulted a female zombie who was there, then told the zombie he'd just beaten up that at least he had company now, because his wife was here too. What Jeff didn't see was that the zombie he had been torturing was on the move, getting ready to take a bite out of him. The moment he felt the bite, Jeff crashed to the ground, screaming, demanding to know why the zombie was biting him. He desperately screamed for the monster to stop, but the zombie just kept coming at him. Before he could react and cast his magic, the female zombie grabbed him from behind and covered his mouth. Jeff panicked. When he saw what was right in front of him, it wasn't just one anymore, it was all of them. All the zombies were rushing in, surrounding him and tearing him apart. Jeff was about to be ripped to shreds. Yup, folks, Jeff is officially history. But who was the one who set this all up? Could it be that cunning figure walking away in the background? Our protagonist says this is only the beginning of his revenge for the little rat. The scene changes completely. Now we see guards stopping our main character from entering the village. He even tries to plead with them, saying his brother is inside the village, but the guards just ignore him. They don't want to hear it. He's not getting in. One of the guards asks, "What makes you think a total stranger can just waltz in here?" The village chief notices the commotion and starts to approach, trying to get a better handle on the situation. He then starts sizing up our protagonist without really understanding much. He's a little curious. Our MC then greets the village chief, but the man hesitates. He's a bit confused because, how could that be possible? How was this boy here again, when he had killed him with his own 2 hands? Seeing the old man looking a bit flustered, our MC explains that he believes his twin brother, Hans, is in the village. But before the village chief can answer, the scene changes again. Our MC is now in his skeleton form, thinking to himself that having 2 bodies, well, actually 3 if you count, his main body is a huge advantage. But thanks to his other self, creating a distraction outside for the old man, getting in here was a piece of cake. Now he's standing in front of a crystal, which appears to be a fragment of the Necromancer King. Yep, our protagonist confirms it for us. It really is a fragment belonging to the Necromancer King. And he can even feel an incredibly powerful energy radiating from it. He realizes the crystal is absorbing the dark aura from the surrounding undead, as if it's trying to complete itself, you know? But it's not just absorbing. The crystal seems to be filling a void, accumulating power. But our protagonist notices something else, too. Everything here seems stronger. And that's because the previous place was just a dumping ground for those with potential, but who were ultimately nothing. But our MC doesn't overthink it. He walks up and places his hand directly on the crystal. He figures there's no need to be a picky eater. If this is what he's got, then this is what he'll absorb. Our MC decides to find out firsthand what this new meal is capable of. And then, the scene changes once again. We're back with Hans, who's trying to convince the village chief to let him in. He's talking non-stop, and the clear goal is to stall for as much time as possible. He explains that he's the other one's twin brother, which is why they look so much alike. He also tries to persuade the old man by saying there's a bond between him and his brother, and that's why he knows his brother is in the village. The old man even finds it interesting, but it's very hard to believe. Suddenly, the old man feels something strange, and starts shouting that something is wrong. He orders his subordinates to kill that fool, while he transforms and flies off to see what happened. The guards then get into position and rush to confront Ryan, but by the time they realize it, he's long gone, nowhere to be found. The scene then cuts back to our protagonist, now in his skeleton body, who is being bombarded by negative thoughts, despite trying to filter them out. The core of his mind was an intensity so absurd, he wondered if anyone could withstand it without going insane. Then, something snapped. A system notification popped up, stating that the entity had met the requirements for evolution. Now, we see our protagonist in a completely different form. Well, not entirely. He just became a more badass skeleton, right? But yes, he had changed. He was now a demi-lich. Weird name, huh? Demi-lich. Kinda like a demon-lich hybrid. I guess so. But anyway, he had become a demi-lich. The system also announced he'd received the special skill, Dark Hegemony, which granted him infinite knowledge and talent in dark magic. The scene then cuts to the outside. One of the henchmen says that Jeff is a real idiot. The reason being, Jeff didn't deal with that zombie rat, and now it's caused a whole mess. Then someone screams his name, calling him an idiot. Turns out, it's his master, chewing him out and screaming in his face. The old man orders him to shut up and find Jeff, telling them both to check the fragment with the utmost urgency. The man immediately confirms and starts calling for Jeff, demanding he check the fragment as fast as possible. He starts shouting, asking if Jeff can hear him, but then he starts to see something glowing over there. And my friends, I can assure you, that thing was not Jeff. Unaware of the danger, he keeps yelling, asking why Jeff isn't answering, but by the time he realizes, it's too late. Our protagonist then shows that even while attacking, one must be polite. So he asks, "Hey buddy, you doing okay?" With maximum sarcasm, he says to the side character, "Beautiful day, isn't it?" The guy is stunned, unable to believe what's happening. He doesn't understand how that creature can talk. He immediately starts activating his power, ordering the insects to return. Then, he hurls a magic orb towards our protagonist and the zombies, but it was completely useless. They had broken down the door. As soon as he stepped out, our MC sarcastically remarked that this guy was so uneducated. After all, he was just asking a question and wanted an answer. Our protagonist starts summoning some kind of magic in his hand. Truth is, he doesn't even know what it is. He wonders if it's thanks to Dark Hegemony, but just by looking at the magic, he can already understand how it works. Then, a massive explosion occurs that everyone in the village notices. Our protagonist declares, "Go forth, children of the night." And just like that, there are zombies and skeletons everywhere. They charge forward with all their might. Our protagonist shouts, ordering them not to let a single one escape. He says that every human here must die. The village falls into chaos. Well, it turns into an absolute nightmare. Zombies and skeletons are everywhere. A skeleton then falls at the protagonist's feet, and he wonders, "What the hell is this?" And the person there was none other than that old man. He immediately asks our protagonist what he did with the fragment of the Lich King. Also, his name is finally revealed. It's Marcos Gialli. Our protagonist replies that it's been a long time since he and the old man have seen each other, hasn't it? And obviously, the old man has to remember him. There's no way he could have forgotten. He calmly continues to explain, since it seems Marcos doesn't remember. Well, thanks to him, he lost his heart. But please, don't worry. He managed to get a new one in the mansion. The old man then flies into a rage at our protagonist, and not just because he took the fragment, but because he used it on such a trash body. Marcos then begins to summon his power, angrily saying that the protagonist will have to die. He then activates Finger of Death. Our protagonist faces that terrifying magic, feeling its imminent power. He even tries to dodge but still gets hit in the arm. Our protagonist sarcastically says, "My God, this old man must be kidding. Doesn't he have any manners? You're not supposed to attack while someone else is talking." The old man orders him to shut his mouth. He had invested a lot of resources into that fragment, wanting to make it mature, and then the protagonist came and took it. The old man says he was so close to achieving great power, he just never expected a skeleton could turn into a demi-lich. The old man then activates the skill, Shadow Spikes. Analyzing the skill, our protagonist thinks it's quite interesting. It's like a high-level enchantment power for beginners. Our protagonist asks the old man, what's the problem with him becoming a demi-lich? Because if he hadn't taken the fragment, the old man would have never been able to use it. The old man doesn't understand how the protagonist could resist the corruption, but he's going to destroy that body and use it as an experiment. Our protagonist asks the old man if he can please stop shouting out his skill names and just die already, calling him Alfred's enemy. The old man wonders who the hell Alfred is. Did the protagonist know someone in the village after all? But he senses an attack coming from behind and, in the nick of time, manages to put up a barrier to defend himself. And finally, the old man realizes that our protagonist is getting used to dark magic way too quickly. Unable to waste any more time, he activates Pact of Destruction. The scene then changes, and now we can see a few warriors defending against our MC's army, but it seems like one of the soldiers has had his soul ripped out. Actually, I think all of them have been affected by this power, and the one who did it was that old geezer, turning all of their souls into a crown. The old man then places the crown on his head. And I think things are about to get very complicated. Our MC realizes just how despicable that old man is, daring to boost his own power with the souls of his own subordinates. The old man is confident his next attack will be enough to finish our MC. But before he can even make a move, our MC blasts him in the chest with magic. He even jokes that he almost dozed off listening to the skill names. So, he moved in quickly to put an end to it. The old man doesn't even have time to attack, but hey, thanks to him, our boy was able to learn a whole lot of new magic. The old man utters his last words, saying he never imagined he'd die like this. Seriously, how pathetic. Our MC then looks up to the sky and wonders if Ratunildo saw all of this. He made sure to avenge his death. Rest in peace, man. We'll miss you. The spotlight now shifts to a large mansion. It's nighttime, and there we see a saintess praying. Something seems to have startled the saintess. I'm not quite sure what it is yet. She then stands up to find out what's going on, and it looks like she's spotted the bishop, who in turn asks if she's finished with her prayers. The saintess's name is Saint Riesta, and she asks the bishop to contact the others. The bishop is taken aback when the saintess reveals she has detected signs of the immortal king's revival. He then rushes off, saying he'll start the meeting immediately. The saintess recalls that the last time the immortal king was resurrected, he submerged the entire continent. So, she can't let that happen again. The scene then cuts back to our MC, and we see that he's taken some heavy losses. He comments that, even so, all he needs to do is replenish the troops he's lost. After all, that's the beauty of being a necromancer, using the corpses of others to bolster your army. But for now, it's probably best to deal with this arm. He then finds a skeleton lying nearby. While swiping the skeleton's arm, he even comments that this one looks pretty good. Then, by activating super regeneration, our MC fuses the skeleton's arm with his own body. Now, with his arm restored, it's time to rebuild his army. Summoning a skeleton, he orders it to become his subordinate. As the skeleton begins to glow, words echo through the air. Then, just like that, the fragment of the immortal king bestows its power, and as the domination process begins, the residual magic within the body becomes corrupted. Meanwhile, the fragments of memory are erased. Amidst this explosive surge of power, the skeleton subordinate simply shatters into pieces. Our MC is a bit surprised, but he realizes he hasn't quite gotten the hang of it yet. A short while later, however, he's standing before a whole horde of zombies. Yep, looks like our MC has mastered the technique. Looking at the corpse of the cunning old man, he thinks it's time for another customer. But should he turn the old man's body into a sentient undead to squeeze some information out of it? Well, after thinking for a moment, he figures it might be worth a shot. He realizes that the old man's soul is already gone. It seems his soul was artificially extracted by a magic circle. Our MC comments that this is probably the work of some secret organization. Yeah, that makes sense, right? With an operation this big, it's not a stretch to think they'd pull something like this. But no problem, our MC can still make use of the old man's body. So, it's settled. The old geezer will be turned into a top-tier undead with self-awareness and combat skills. And with that, our MC begins the separation process. While he erases the old man's thoughts, he implants a new ego. And thus, our death mage is born, rising to his feet and awaiting orders from his new master. Our MC is a little surprised by this new zombie. Not only is he self-aware, but he can also speak. Well then, I guess he deserves a name, doesn't he? From now on, he'll be called Malkin. It was Marcos. Now it's Malkin. Has a nice ring to it. Our MC then orders Malkin to respond, and he does, only to get a fist slammed right into his face. Our MC explains that Malkin may have no memory of his past, but that doesn't mean he won't pay for his crimes. So from now on, he's going to make Malkin's existence a living hell. Taking a closer look, our MC calls out to Malkin again. He notices that the staff he was holding looks pretty high quality. A moment later, our MC appears with the staff in hand. So long, old man stick. But as he glances over at the pile of zombies, our MC notices something else. Since our MC is a very curious person, he goes in for a closer look. He sees it's the zombie that killed Jeff, and for doing so, he even gets a pat on the head. Our MC then proceeds to set the entire village on fire. But he's a sentimental guy, you know? Oh, would you look at that? He even tells the zombie, rest in peace with your family. The scene changes, and now we see our MC's real self, who is actually extremely satisfied with how everything turned out. He then decides to check his phone, and if you're wondering why, it's because of the price of gold. This poor guy wants to know the value of the gold, and this cunning bastard knows exactly how much the mages had stashed away. He decides to check his loot and finally summons Ranch. However, something goes wrong the moment he starts the summon. Ranch's aura is way too strong. Panicking, our main character immediately cancels the summon. Cancel it now. Yeah, our MC almost died this time. He was just a hair's breadth away from being a goner. The only way he can summon Ranch is by upgrading his unique skill. Opening the Karma shop, our MC realizes he's earned way more than he expected. Last time he checked, he had a little over 400,000. But he doesn't want to waste any time. He decides to spend 300,000 to upgrade his skill, and just like that, he's upgraded. His mental strength has broken through its threshold once again. This grants him the stillness skill, which makes his mind immune to outside influences and protects him from mental attacks. The scene continues, with our MC now taking out a few bags of gold from the loot he collected. He feels fine now, even when he's close to Ran. Unlike mind control, the stillness skill can also be used on his own body. He wonders how he always manages to get the exact skills he needs. Weird, huh? What's the deal with that, MC? Anyway, after pondering it for a bit, our sly hero decides to sell the gold. He heads straight to the bank with a mountain of gold bags and asks to deposit it all into his account. The employees are obviously stunned by all the gold. Now, with everything settled, our MC leaves with a smile, knowing he's the king of gold farming. Our MC also explains that he ordered Ran to hide in his shadow using dark magic, and even put a mask on him just in case he needs to be summoned. Hans even asks if there was a better mask to choose for him, but unfortunately, there wasn't. Our MC walks away smiling, thinking he was worrying for nothing. But what he fails to see is an explosion happening right behind him. And to make matters worse, a werewolf is coming right for him. The werewolf comments that they've hit the jackpot today. Who would have thought there'd be so much gold in a remote place like this? But they decide to get out of there and celebrate later. And with that, they make a run for it. The robbers stop dead in their tracks right in front of our MC, who's screaming for someone to call the cops on them. The story then explains that villains are people who use their awakened powers to commit crimes. Our MC knows there are plenty of guardians who protect the people, but he's not one of them, and never has been. The werewolf lands a punch right in our MC's face, hurting him badly. He thinks to himself that the guardians will hunt them down. But I don't think even he really believes that. But unfortunately, our poor MC knows he can't do a thing on his own. Meanwhile, the villains think everything is going way too smoothly. It's all part of the plan. They've still got plenty of time, since it takes a whole 3 minutes for the guardians to show up. All they need to do is rendezvous with their gate opener. The bastard remarks that she's close by, but what they don't expect is to find the gate girl already collapsed on the ground. And as they try to wake her, our skeletal friend makes his appearance. Ranch finally reveals himself behind them. One of them asks which guardian he is, but the other knows. That's no guardian. Han knows that Han Seong can't do anything by himself. So, to compensate, he summons his undead army, because if he can't handle it, they can. But at long last, the guardians are on their way. They're running like their lives depend on it, because they can't let those criminals escape again. But by the time they get there, everything is already taken care of. Someone fought the villains and then disappeared. The guardians know that whoever did this couldn't have gone far, so they begin their search. They scour the area, but come up with nothing. Which is weird, don't you think? You're supposed to be catching criminals, but instead, you're chasing the guy who already took care of them. Makes a whole lot of sense, right? But whatever. Ran had already retreated into our MC's shadow. That's why they couldn't find a soul. And clearly, our boy is massively relieved. He even says that punching a scumbag every now and then is a pretty effective way to relieve stress. And now, we switch over to Rang. He's finally arrived. I just don't know where Ryan thinks that old man Malkonva lied. There's a city east of this place. This is Race's first time ever setting foot in another world. But something feels off. Why is the city completely deserted? There are no checkpoints, and no one seems to care about foreigners. Our MC doesn't quite get it, does he? But as he gets to the center of town, he sees a couple of guys threatening a young girl. She even tries to plead with them, but it's no use. The guy says if she doesn't pay them 2 silver coins within 3 days, they'll have no other choice. Our MC thinks to himself that a thug extorting a young girl is such a tired cliche, but more importantly, it's none of his business. But then, he accidentally bumps into the girl. Startled, she frantically apologizes. The MC asked if she knew her way around the city, since he was looking for a guide, and figured, why not hire this kid? But the girl was suspicious, asking who he was. Our MC told her he was her future boss. Then, he called her over so they could discuss the terms of the job. A few hours later, the girl led our protagonist to an inn. She claimed it was one of the best places to stay, and that the security was perfect, at least, according to her. We learn the girl's name is Diana, and she has to do all sorts of odd jobs to get by and care for her sick little brother. Unexpectedly, our protagonist was in a pretty good mood. So good, in fact, that he told her to come find him as soon as she woke up. But as he lay in bed, he thought about how she was going to be his guide for 2 silver coins a day. Even though he felt a bit ripped off, he still considered it a good deed. Finally, he took a deep breath and decided to go to sleep. A moment later, he shot up, complaining that the bed was way too uncomfortable. He just couldn't get a good night's sleep. While grumbling about the bed, he heard a sneeze in the distance and realized the girl was already standing in front of the inn, even though it was barely dawn. From a distance, she wished him a good morning, and he was startled to realize she was already there. A moment later, the MC called her in to eat, telling her she didn't need to arrive so early. He said she didn't have to be there at that hour and could just come after lunch. The girl was overjoyed and called him Ajus, which, for those who don't know, is Korean for uncle. But our stoic protagonist shot back with a deadpan, "Uncle, am I your dad or something?" The girl then asked the MC if he was going to eat that piece of bread. He said no. If she wanted it, she could have it. The clever girl thanked him and stashed the bread away for later. For those who are still confused, we're in a city called Azato, a small town in the western part of the Italia kingdom. It might look like a typical medieval city, but there's something different about this place. These strange symbols are everywhere. And the chilling part is, they aren't drawn with ink, they're drawn with blood. The girl suddenly recalled something from yesterday. "You ate the soup." That's right. Wait a minute. Our protagonist was completely stunned. How could she possibly know that? The girl claimed she had a good sense of smell, but our MC didn't want to beat around the bush. He wanted to understand what those symbols were. The girl explained they belonged to an organization called Varkulak. It's the organization that watches over these streets. After mentioning them, she suddenly stopped. She smelled a familiar scent. Our protagonist, a little confused, asked if something was wrong. So, what was this familiar scent? Turns out, it was the smell of freshly baked bread. And since they were in this city, our protagonist just had to try some. Our protagonist was stunned by the girl's appetite. He even asked if she had just eaten, but she replied that she could still eat more. And so, they followed the smell. When they get there, we see someone pouring out ketchup. With no further explanation, the scene cuts to a few days later. Our protagonist realized the girl had never been late. So what could have happened? But then a man suddenly walks up to our protagonist and says, "Yo, Pops? Good lord, what kind of greeting is that?" Anyway, I'll let it slide. The thug said it was time for our MC to have a serious talk with him, and our protagonist knew this day would come. The MC immediately held out a handful of money and gave it to them. To him, this amount was nothing, since he was incredibly rich. Our protagonist said he knew it was a small sum, but he hoped it would help maintain public order. Looking closely, our protagonist noticed the bald guy had the same symbol that was painted on the walls. He remembered the girl had warned him to never even think about hiding in the alleys. In fact, she said it was best for him to leave the city as soon as possible. One of the goons changed the subject. He asked the bald guy why they snatched a kid. The man replied that he didn't know why. He was just following orders. Our protagonist was instantly enraged, thinking they had taken Diana. No way. Did those bastards kidnap Diana? He screamed at them to stop. He hadn't wanted to get involved, but our MC said there was just one thing he wanted to know. But before he could say anything else, Diana called out his name. "But it's too late now, buddy." They wanted to know what the hell he was trying to say. He knew he'd messed up. So, to cover his tracks, he asked if the money he gave them was enough. With no other choice, he had to hand over everything he had. Now, completely broke, he was seeing red. So he roared at Diana, demanding to know why the hell she didn't show up on time. Now she was going to starve, because he was completely out of money. But the girl quickly explained that her little brother was missing. She said he'd been getting healthier lately, all thanks to the food our protagonist had given her, but now she couldn't find him anywhere. Our protagonist realized this must be the kid the thugs were talking about. Diana asks if Varkul took her brother. She'd overheard them talking about capturing a child. Our protagonist says he'll pay the ransom. She doesn't need to worry. But poor Diana starts to panic. She knows that if they really have her brother, Aaron is a goner, because what they want isn't money, it's blood. Startled, our hero asks, "Blood? What do you mean? Is this entire city a den of vampires or something?" The scene then cuts, and we see a damn vampire in that very village. The vampire thinks he has the worst luck. He was planning on taking the fragment as soon as it fully matured. He doesn't know exactly who stole the fragment, but he knows where the thief went. He figures he'll catch the thief soon enough. Meanwhile, Diana tells us about the vampire's control over the organizations. That's right. All the organizations are run by vampires, including Varkulak. Diana says that she and her brother have been trying their best every single day, so it's hard to believe this is how it's all going to end. Are they really going to die in a place like this? Han tells Diana to stop and pull herself together. If what she's saying is true, they don't have much time. Han immediately asks where her brother might be. She hesitantly asks if he's really going to help her, but no, that's impossible. No matter how strong he is, going alone is too dangerous. Han tells her not to worry, because he's an expert at teaching these kinds of people a lesson. Then, in the next scene, a bunch of bandits are tossing coins on a table. One of the bandits wonders how a small-time debt collector like him got so much money. And the bald guy answers that he mugged an outsider who came by earlier. But just then, our MC makes a grand entrance. One of them recognizes him, saying it's the guy they robbed earlier. The guy even wonders if our hero came back to donate more money. The cocky bastard then asks if our hero bribed the guard outside, not knowing that's exactly what happened. Han says he won't ask twice. The kid you mentioned earlier, where is he? The bandit asks our hero if he's crazy. Don't you know who you're talking to? Our MC doesn't waste any time, grabbing the guy by the throat and sending blood flying. Our protagonist says he knows exactly what kind of people they are, the kind who mess with others just to satisfy their own greed. He then screams, calling them pieces of trash. Wasting no more time, our hero finishes off the first one. The bald guy screams at our MC, asking who he really is and if he knows where the hell he is. Our hero doesn't even bother to answer. He just charges in, thinking his skills will help him win this fight, since he has super regeneration and the endurance skill. Han rushes at them, trying to strike with his knife, but one of them manages to stab our MC. But what the guy didn't expect was that the knife couldn't penetrate. Our MC immediately delivers a finishing blow, taking down another one. Now, only the cue ball is left. We realize the knife didn't go through because our protagonist is wearing a stab-proof vest, which, by the way, was made in Korea. Our hero notices the bald guy attacking from behind, so he puts up a magic shield to defend himself, and immediately after, finishes off another one. Yeah, he realizes bringing along a bunch of magic items was a good idea after all. Han's dealt with all of them, so he wonders if it's over. He brought so many magic tools, but he hasn't even used half of them. And then, who would have guessed? More bandits show up. See? It's all gone to hell. Just my luck. My big mouth, instead of staying shut, just had to jinx it. The old folks used to say, words have power. Well, there you have it. But it doesn't take our MC long. He starts counting. 6, 7, 8, 10. But after taking a deep breath, our protagonist wonders why there are so many of them. He's already lost count. He forgot in the middle of the fight. Our hero then calls out to the big guy and asks him where the boy they captured today is. But the bandit says he's not going to talk that easily. Our MC is going to regret this. His boss is coming, and when he gets here, he's sure our hero's life will be over. Hearing this, our MC thanks him for the information. Turns out, this guy is pretty useful. He adds that the guy should be more worried about his own life. And with that, he sends the goon to meet his maker, then heads to a dark room, finally finding Aaron. The boy begs for his life, but our protagonist tells him there's no need to be afraid. I'm here because your sister asked me to be. Aaron asks how the protagonist knows his sister, but Han says he'll answer on their way out of here. But before they can escape, a bat appears at the window and transforms into a vampire. Man asks, who dares to touch the food in his restaurant? And of course, it couldn't just be a normal bat. It had to be a damn vampire. The vampire asks if our MC is from the Bold Oath, or if he's just the kid's brother. The truth is, our hero is just another outsider who got robbed by their minions and just so happened to help the kid by chance. The vampire said that this was all pretty boring. He still preferred little boys for his meals. With that, the vampire activated his blood magic. Rains screamed for the kid to run while trying to escape himself, but it was too late. They were both hit. The impact was so strong that our hero went flying. Wasting no time, he scrambled back to his feet. This was the opening they needed. The kid had to start running. Now, the vampire got excited, thinking this would be a good warm-up before the main course. Immediately after, he charged straight for our hero, who screamed for the kid to just go. No matter what happened, he couldn't turn back. I was sure that kid would be long gone by now, but no. The damn kid was still standing there. For God's sake, he hadn't even started running yet. Then, the vampire and Rains began to fight. The vampire was a little surprised to find that our hero could actually hold his own for a bit. He was blocking the attacks. But soon after, Rains was knocked down and couldn't fight back. The vampire complimented Rains's body, saying how sturdy he was and that his regenerative ability was impressive. It wasn't time for his scheduled meal, but the appetizer right in front of him looked absolutely delicious. Our hero couldn't just accept his death without doing anything. Seeing our hero charge in with a punch, the vampire ripped his arm right off. He said he needed to have a little taste, a light snack, before the main course. That's right, buddy. Your resistance ends here. And I gotta say, this whole eating thing is getting really weird. Our hero realized that with such a massive power gap, the only thing left was death. But he wasn't going to die for nothing. He was going to take that bastard down with him. He bit into the magic. Activating the power of the ring, the vampire jumped back in shock. He realized it was a fire-type magic tool. He wondered if our hero had been hiding it this whole time. When the vampire threw him to the ground, he'd seen alcohol spilled everywhere. So, he came up with this brilliant idea: music. Our hero thought he could turn the tables this way, like a suicide attack. The vampire started screaming, calling him a son of a bitch. No way. Was he planning to die with him? He asked if our hero realized that if the flames hit the floor, everything here would go up in smoke. The vampire kept screaming, telling him to get away. He even managed to dodge the flames, but then he got a surprise. Rains, ironically, reminded the vampire that just a moment ago, he had music. Said our hero's body was strong and had good regeneration. Horrified, the vampire fell to the floor. Our hero asked the vampire if he still wanted to eat. But what about now? Did he want to times the meal? The vampire screamed for him to stop. Clearly, he didn't want to die, but it was useless. The fire was too intense as the house continued to burn. Rains knew he was still alive, but he also thought that sometimes, being too strong could be a problem. Regardless, the mission to help the cursed girl was a success. The kids might be worried, but they were safe. And just like that, the house exploded with everything left inside. The system then announced that Avatar Rains had perished. The Avatar's revival time is 7 days. A few weeks later, we see the little girl is really okay, and thank God she's doing well. She's even opened a small shoe shining shop. It's how she makes a living. But someone from behind asks if she's free and if he can get in line. She agrees, but what she doesn't realize is who is actually standing there. She is, of course, overjoyed when she realizes who it is and runs to give our hero a big hug. In this scene, I'm giving all my fellow bros permission to shed a tear, including me. Our hero says that she worried for nothing. Does he look like the type of guy who goes down that easily? But we know that's a lie. The Avatar really did die this time. The scene then flashes back to 1 week earlier in Earth time. Han says it'll take a week for the Avatar to be reborn. So Diana is probably going to be really worried. He wonders if he should just control a new avatar. So, from now on, he'll have a level 2 alter ego, with the characteristic of acceleration. Later, our hero says he ran straight there with the avatar, but he wonders, would she realize it's someone different? To her, nothing has changed. She still thinks it's the same person she met before, and that makes a lot of sense, because the essence of the soul is the same. Diana says that our hero can't stay here anymore. The vampires will be looking for him. They won't stop until they find him. Our hero tells her she doesn't need to worry. Everything he needed to take care of, he's already handled. Actually, he's feeling confident because he's got the king of humanity backing him up. With him on his side, he obviously won't have any problems with vampires. Soon after, our hero is at an inn. He realizes he has to wait 10 days before he can activate intermediate teleportation. He thought it would be faster, but what can you do? Holy crap, a bat flies in from outside and transforms into a vampire. Just like that, our hero doesn't even have time to react. The bloodsucker strikes instantly, asking if our protagonist was the one who did it. The ugly-faced guy says the tracks leading from here into the forest are way too obvious. Our MC had no idea the vampires had already found him. And frankly, this whole situation was bizarre. An outsider, lodging right in the territory of the vampire that was just killed. Our protagonist realizes he's only being choked, but even so, he can't muster any strength. And the reason is because this guy is a monster. The vampire says he can't sense any dark energy, nor can he smell the blood of his own kind. Meanwhile, our protagonist is still trying to find the strength to fight back. Our MC claims he doesn't know what's happening, much less who the guy is talking about, but the vampire doesn't seem to believe him one bit. The vampire immediately sinks his fangs into our protagonist to see if he'll finally understand the situation. He says he's going to ask again, but this time, very slowly. And now, our protagonist can no longer lie. Our MC thinks to himself that this is insane. Why is this happening again? And the system announces that his race has been changed to vampire. That ugly dude was about to ask again, but before he could, the system announced, low blood and super recovery skills have been acquired. Has been changed to regeneration. The demon asks again if our protagonist is connected to the daring vow, and our MC can only feel the overwhelming sensation and pressure washing over him. Our protagonist's very blood is screaming at him, telling him to surrender to the vampire, and without thinking, he blurts out, "Yes, Lord Eureka. I am just a humble traveler. But in reality, this sly fox is lying through his teeth. He can completely ignore the feeling from his blood. His mind center acts as a filter, blocking out the submissive instincts coming from his bloodline. The vampire wonders if he misjudged the situation, but either way, for now, he just needs our protagonist to come with him, because they need to check something. Our protagonist agrees. After all, he wanted to gather some information himself. The scene then shifts to the headquarters of the Azanto branch of the Varkalak clan. Everyone starts greeting Lord Iraq, saying it's been a while. The clan members wonder if our protagonist is Lord Iraq's new low blood. What the hell was the Lord thinking, taking in someone so inferior? And suddenly, a ditzy girl latches onto our MC. She says that after all this time, a new low blood has finally arrived. She tells him her name is Rosilica, and of course asks for our protagonist's name, but he can only wonder who this drunk chick is. The vampire hands our MC a glass full of tomato juice. I think you know what I mean, she says. The glass is fresh. Our protagonist thinks that he has to drink it, or he'll arouse suspicion, and so he does. Even with his mind center filtering it, our protagonist can still feel the vampire's bloodlust. Controlling himself is no easy task. Just drinking that stuff is already dangerous. So, the solution is to block his sense of taste and smell before he drinks. The girl blushes bright red as she watches our future Dracula down the entire glass of blood. The girl says our protagonist isn't really her type, but if he were human, she would have drained him dry a long time ago. Whoa there, girl. What a weirdo. Is this really the time to be saying things like that? Our MC immediately asks her what low blood means, and the girl realizes he knows nothing about the vampire ranks. Rosilica then explains, there are those with pure bloodlines, like Lord Irica. They are the nobility, and there are also the clan leaders, known as the Pure Bloods. They are the royal class. After them are the Sacred Bloods, but those guys are more like some kind of religious order. And at the very bottom of it all are the dregs, the low bloods. Their conversation is cut short by Lord Iraq. He then asks for everyone's attention. The Lord says that since it seems everyone has gathered, he'll get straight to the point. But while the Lord is explaining that the fragments of the undying king held by the daring vow have disappeared, we are introduced to the absolutely stunning Purita, a pure blood. My God, she looks so good, you'd want her to take a bite out of you. Iraq says it's been confirmed that the last of their enemies headed towards the city, but at some point, he vanished without a trace. And don't mind the guy on the screen, he's not important at all, unlike the lovely Purita. Rosilica is shocked when the Lord says there's a possibility they've already entered the city. Our protagonist then explains that a few dark mages were in a nearby village, nurturing a fragment of the undying king, and they were the group known as the Daring Vow. The Lord continues, saying that starting today, everyone will thoroughly investigate their assigned sectors and immediately report anything suspicious. The scene then shifts, and our protagonist and Rosilica are out on the street. If they keep walking around in the daytime like this, their skin is going to burn. Being exposed to sunlight like this weakens them. But even Purita is out searching, so they have no choice but to search as well. Rosilica says it's incredible that the fragment disappeared. Thank goodness their fragments are still safely stored away. Our protagonist immediately asks, our fragments? We have fragments of the Undying King too? Rosilica nods and says the dark mages will merge the two pieces. Our MC says that's lucky. Just at that moment, it seems there's only one pure blood left, protecting them all. Our MC grabs the little girl, demanding to know where they are. The girl suddenly bursts out laughing, saying how could someone like her possibly know? The scene abruptly shifts, and we see our girl munching on a piece of meat. She's thinking that maybe she does know where they are. Yeah, maybe she really does. Then we see our MC suddenly scream, and I have no idea why. Ah, now I get it. I get it. He's screaming because she said she knows where the fragments are. She insists that she really does know. She's just not 100% sure, but there's a very high probability. About a year ago, she worked for a short time in a crypt. Every Friday, members of the Varkulak organization would visit the catacombs, and every time they entered, there was a terrible, evil stench. Our MC thinks this is definitely worth investigating. Rand says his goodbyes and thanks the girl. He says he'll handle the investigation himself and that they should stay here and hide. Diana suddenly calls out to him. The king's scent is different than usual. The kid realizes this guy has changed. There's no fooling her nose, and our MC knows it. He immediately reveals his fangs to her and says that's what happened. He promises not to let it affect her, so she doesn't need to worry. Diana then calls him Mr. and says that if he's having a hard time, she wouldn't mind if he wanted to drink a little of her blood. And that's it, folks. It's a done deal. From now on, Diana is his daughter, period. I'm calling it end of discussion. She just asks him not to overdo it, and our MC, standing behind her, is a little worried. This girl can't possibly be normal. He immediately puts her in a chokehold from behind and says she talks too much. Then, he gets pissed and tells her to spit out the location. And then the scene shifts to a graveyard. Inside the crypt, we hear a voice complaining. A vampire asks some kid if he wants to die. The bloodsucker says the boy just needs to land a single hit on him. If you can hit me with that sword, even just once, I'll leave you alone. But honestly, I highly doubt this is true. The boy gets into his stance. With no other choice, he lunges forward with everything he's got. The vampire prepares his blood magic, and, obviously, the boy gets tied up. He's caught off guard by threads of blood rushing at him from all directions. The last thing he wants is to die here. He really wants to go home, but with no chance of survival, all of his blood and life force are drained away. The bastard vampire complains, saying this is boring as hell. He calls for his subordinate and orders him to clean up this mess, then bring in someone stronger for the next sacrifice. The subordinate obeys, addressing the guy as Lord Teopol. But as he picks up the body, he notices something. Countless skeletons suddenly appear and start rushing toward him. The vampire wonders how these filthy undead got in here. He orders his minions to clean up that trash. The skeletons charge in to attack the vampire's lackeys, and a battle is about to break out, but something stops them first. Teopol asks who that is. Who's there? It's the necromancer of the Bold Oath. The vampire, who has now dodged our MC's attack, asks how he found this place. Rands doesn't say a word, just starts casting a spell. Teopol realizes our MC isn't much of a talker, but he doesn't really care, because after he rips his head off, he'll be forced to talk. The two of them charge at each other, and the battle begins. The skeletons start getting destroyed, and our MC feels challenged by this humiliation. Rands then begins to activate his necromancer powers. Our MC simply says, "Then, let's see you try." The vampire is surprised to see countless attacks flying toward him. A subordinate of Lord Iraq has invaded from the outside, and Rain says he went in first to help Teopol. Teopol says that's good, and tells the guy to focus on helping him. He says this demigod is very strong. Just as he's about to ask the guy to buy him some time, the dude takes a bite out of him. He doesn't understand what's happening, and he especially doesn't understand why that guy's blood is now inside of him. Teopol screams at Rhine, asking if he's lost his mind. Rands, in the middle of helping, binds the vampire's hands. Teopol recognizes it as dark magic. Could it be that he and that demigod are on the same side? No, that's impossible. Teopol roars, telling the guy to stop drinking the blood of his own kind. Absorbing the blood of your own kind is a grave sin that corrupts the mind. Corrupts the mind? That doesn't work on our MC. The system announces that the bloodkin individual has now acquired the skill Blood Magic. And with this new skill, Rands was able to break a blood ritual. But Ren says there's not enough time for that, so Ren's just going to smash it. The attack shatters most of the structure. Our boy immediately finds what he was looking for, the second fragment of the Lich King. And if you're asking who gets to keep this piece, well, it's going to Ren too. He places the fragment into his chest and unleashes an incredibly powerful aura. What an oppressive wave of thought. Even though he filtered these negative thoughts with his mental core, this fragment still contains way too much of it. The MC channels all the spiritual power from his clones directly into Ren, and then he causes a terrifying explosion. The vampires wonder, what in the world is that smoke? But before that, Iraq had arrived on the battlefield, frozen in absolute shock at what he was seeing. Left with few options, the vampires start firing at Ren. I don't think our MC even bothers to dodge. He's just that powerful already. Just a slight glance from Ren is enough to make their hearts stop. The MC then starts attacking the creatures around him. Iraq can't even believe what's happening right before his eyes. Our beloved system announces that the regeneration skill has evolved into the special skill, Immortality. But wait, there's more. He also gets the Forbidden Knowledge skill. And finally, our Demi-Lich has evolved into a super badass Archlich. The scene then changes, and we see a few knights who are stunned by what's happening. They even wonder if it's fire or something similar. The guard notes that the location must be close to the city of Azanto. They notice some kind of ash is falling, but there's so much of it that the guard has to order the horses to be turned around. He's heading back to the church immediately. He needs to report all of this to the Saintess. This isn't normal ash. This is definitely a sign of the Lich King's revival. The vampires are still standing there, unable to believe what's going on. With 2 fragments of the Lich King, our main character's class ranking has been upgraded, and his dark magic has skyrocketed. As long as his power source isn't destroyed, he will revive infinitely. His traits are now Evil Wisdom and Forbidden Knowledge. He has gained an unconditional understanding of dark magic, and on top of that, he's inherited all its secrets and knowledge. Wanting to test the power of his new attacks, our MC begins. Now it's Ren's turn to fight back. Iraq is in shock. He wonders if that smoke cloud is just a bluff, and if so, what's the plan? The other vampire doesn't care about the smoke. He knows the first thing they have to do is get out of here and regroup. But there's no time for that, as a bony hand drags him away, without giving him any chance to defend himself. Yep, now the Lord is all alone. I think this is the end for him. And it is. His entire body is pierced, looking just like Muzan. Our MC approaches and says that he was certainly stronger than the other purebloods, but now, he's nothing more than a walking blood bag. The vampire can only ask how the MC managed to completely absorb the fragment, how he could withstand so much malice all by himself, but the one who answers him asks a question in return. Does he really want to know? Ren says the reason is that he was never alone, and then he sinks his teeth into the vampire. As a result, the vampire gets to meet his master, face to face, the fallen angel. You know the one. The little system announces that the entity has met all the conditions for evolution. The special skill, Lesser Bloodline, is evolving into Pure Bloodline. That's right, folks. Our MC has now become a pure blood. As expected, he can evolve even further by devouring others of his kind. The scene cuts to the outside, where we see a few survivors trying to regroup. Rosilic says that if Pyrita had been with them, they might not have been defeated so easily. But Pyrita replies that since even Lord Iraq was defeated, this opponent is just too strong. He can't be underestimated. Just look at the excessive amount of magic in those deadly gestures. The opponent is on another level. With no other options, they decide to return to the main base and call for reinforcements. Our view then shifts to the city, and there we see a madman running. It's day, and he can't take it anymore. He stops and starts cursing the stupid vampires. They acted as if they were so mighty, but in the end, they just got wiped out. The man is about to say something else, but our MC has already grabbed him. Ren stayed in the city to deal with the remnants of Varkulak, and he hired a small group of mercenaries to leave the city with Diana and her little brother. Our MC is there making a little steak for the kids. They are immediately amazed by the food, but for me, it's just missing some French fries and a can of Coke. That would have been perfect. The kids thank him while our MC tells them to eat up. It's probably because they just escaped from that place. The city is full of dangers, but they look much better now. Now, the MC asks if her uncle manages a store over there, on the east side of La Palas, and she says yes. She just mentions that she's not sure if her uncle will welcome them, but our MC says he'll take care of it. You think that if things really go south, you could just help out with a big chunk of change, you know? A safety net. Help for the family. Something like that. You guys get it, right? A huge assist. He realizes he's gotten pretty attached to them. He even feels a little regretful thinking about leaving. It's been a long time since he's felt this way about anyone. Then the little girl calls out to our protagonist. She asks if he's okay. He looks like his blood sugar is low. He says he's fine and that he's already filled his stomach. In other words, he totally devoured a few vampires he met on the way. At the same time, Ran is transforming the vampire corpses into undead, and the rest of the vampires, this crafty guy is shoving into a subspace, which, by the way, is incredibly convenient. It seems to be endless. Han reflects that forbidden arts and dark wisdom have a powerful synergy. With extensive research, he could probably open a subspace, even back on Earth. Ran doesn't realize it, but an attack is about to hit him. The attack then homes in right on our protagonist, not even giving him time to dodge. The female vampire says she can't believe what she's seeing. The main character is still wandering around the city. He really did underestimate them. The girl is introduced as Varkulak, and it seems she's also a pureblood. Overy asks if the protagonist is a member of the Bold Oath, and this time, he confirms it since someone is always asking him that question. But the female vampire says that's a lie. Their hideout was attacked by someone who even left a huge mess. So, he was probably the one who stole the fragment of the Lich King and ran away. But that doesn't really matter. Ellingen rushes towards Ran, saying he's going to die anyway. The pureblood dodges at the last second, and this time he's not letting that attack hit him. The protagonist splits himself in two, letting the attack pass through him. That was a close one. The female vampire doesn't even understand how the attack went right through him. Han realizes that a true-blooded vampire is no easy opponent. Backing away, he senses a magical barrier. Her clan's best mages have erected a barrier, so there aren't many escape routes for him. Han thinks he could probably break it if he tried, but he still needs more time to get used to these new powers. The female vampire says she'll crush his skull and take out the fragment herself. This leaves only one option. Han then unleashes his killer line. Remember this. I am Ran of the Bold Oath. I am your death. He says he can retreat, but he'll be back to finish her. Our protagonist knows that the mark of a villain is having a dramatic escape, so he simply cancels his clone's summon and vanishes. The vampires wonder what the hell that guy just said. The parts they could understand sounded very bad. And how in the world did he escape the barrier anyway? A sudden attack strikes. The female vampire recognizes it as the divine silver arrow of the Holy Knights. One of the mages calls for their lord, saying they're in big trouble. The Holy Knights of the Church of the Supreme God. They're surrounding the tomb, and they're closing in. She can only think of that bastard Lit who put her in this situation. Could it be that he stayed in the city to buy time for this to happen? Indeed, he was one crafty bastard. The scene then changes, and we see our protagonist is back on Earth. The protagonist asks if Ran is okay and still alive. Ran confirms it and says that just as he predicted, canceling the summon is pretty much a cheat. It seems some time has passed, because Ran has started striking some very dramatic poses. He's calling himself the personification of death. He, Han, of the bold oath. The line is so cheesy that Han himself has to scream. What the hell kind of cheesy line was that? This is so music awkward that the protagonist has to roll around on his bed. Why did he even say that? Was he going crazy? Thinking back, he also comments that deep down, he feels a little proud of himself. After all, he handled a whole group of vampires. What's more, he saved a helpless little girl and an entire city. Analyzing it again, our protagonist realizes that put that way, he does kind of look like a hero. Alright, since he did so much, he must have earned a ton of karma points. Knowing this, he activates the system, but gets a shock the moment he opens it. From this incident alone, he earned an additional 700,000 karma points. He knew he'd get a lot, but he never expected this much. The protagonist starts to think that causing a conflict between the dark mages and the vampires must have paid off really well. Without hesitation, he presses the button one more time to upgrade his unique skill, and that's when his enhancement process begins. Music. The system announces that his summon count has increased again. In addition, he's received a special skill, but as soon as he activated the skill, something caught his attention. The special skill, Persona, is a skill that uses avatars as vessels to suppress emotions. Our protagonist knows the system sent him this because he needs it. And the reason was pretty simple. He had formed bonds with strangers and helped others defeat powerful enemies. But at the same time, he just locked himself in his room. And the reason he could do all that was because, to him, this was all just a game. After all, he was still locked in the same room. This was the reality he had been trying to escape all this time. But it wasn't just that, it was also the loneliness, the sadness, and the rage he had been suppressing for so long. So, he calls out Hans and begins transferring all of these rotten emotions to him. A moment later, the transfer is complete. Our MC says it feels refreshing. Actually, he only thinks so. He's not quite sure, is he? But it seems like the emotions didn't really disappear. They were just neatly organized. Worried, he turns to Hans to see if he's okay. Except, the skeleton tells him not to worry. He claims that pain and despair are his life's companions. Whoa, that's a pretty badass line, right? But Hans realizes something. He definitely wasn't the one who said that. Specifically, his tone of voice had changed. The skeleton starts to laugh. He realizes that now, as an avatar filled with emotions, he'll have his own personality. And this scares our MC a little, because this guy is only going to get crazier. Just then, a noise from outside catches his attention. He wonders if it's another criminal in the city, and realizes the situation is getting worse. He quickly tries to ignore it, telling himself the Guardians will handle it. This isn't like last time. It's not happening right in front of him. Besides, it's not really his problem. However, the skeleton says just one thing to him. Do you need a reason to eliminate evil? I don't know about you guys, but I'm seriously loving this new personality from Hans. He's just like V from V for Vendetta. After this wake-up call from his bony friend, our MC realizes something. He was just running away from everything, as always. The truth is, he wants to destroy the criminals more than anyone. He just kept making excuses and lacked the courage. When the world's order is shaken and chaos reigns, outlaws run rampant. This is another incredible line dropped by Hans. I had to try and fit that one in again, cause things are getting good. But he doesn't stop there. He says that now, he will become their law. At the scene of an explosion, a couple of guards are complaining about how frequent the attacks have become. One guard remarks that the bastards have started getting organized and carrying out terrorist attacks. But at the end of the day, why haven't any reinforcements arrived? Our MC, now on a rooftop and overhearing everything, realizes that the criminals have formed a faction. Activating a strange power, he says it would be a shame to go home empty-handed. It seems the power I thought was a bomb is actually a bunch of eyes. The skeleton, who doesn't look like just a skeleton anymore, orders his spies to advance. They are to become his eyes and ears in the darkness. Their mission is to find the sinners hiding in the night. The scene then cuts, and we see someone smoking. Turns out, it's two thugs about to use a kid as a human ashtray. I'll show you where you can put out that cigarette. I'll show you. What he doesn't realize is that our MC has his eyes on him. Literally. The scene changes again, and now we're outside a house. It looks like the guy there is about to commit some domestic violence. And hey, let's be clear, fellas. A man who hits a woman always deserves to get his ass beat, right? I'm just saying. And once again, our MC is watching it all. And the scene changes. This time, we see a guy robbing a store. And guess what? Our MC is there. What is that? This new mask of his is creeping me out. Immediately after, he grabs the robber and says he's going to give him a punishment that will haunt him. Not just the robber, but also the scumbag who was about to hit his wife. And that guy is definitely going to be the one who gets tortured the most brutally. Last but not least, the smoking psycho is going to share their fate. Our MC says his classic catchphrase, "Oh, seeds of evil, remember this day. I feel you, random side character. I'd be scared to death too." The skeleton says that when they dare to try again, they'll see him once more in the dark. And then, screams begin to echo throughout the city. Our MC realizes he needs more power, but he's also getting used to this. He just needs more. Much more. Looks like our boy isn't messing around. He's summoned a ton of eyes. The goal is clear: to cleanse the city. Sometime later, dawn breaks. It seems last night was pretty productive, as he put a lot of people to sleep. Activating the Eye of Darkness, our MC realizes it's pretty useful, but it also has very clear limitations. When exposed to light, its power weakens and disappears. In other words, our MC can't locate enemies once the sun is up. He has his undead, but he can't just let them wander around the city. That would be a bit of a hassle, right? However, while he's lost in thought, he takes a bullet straight to the head. That thing that just zipped by was nothing more than a fresh load of pigeon poop. However, it was these very pigeons that gave him a brilliant idea. Imagine an eye that could be everywhere, invisible, and able to move freely. In other words, our protagonist needed familiars. Exactly like what he did with the rat, Rotanildo, but this time with many different animals. There was just one small problem. This little trick wasn't working for him. The difficulty was that our MC needed a normal familiar, but one with an extremely high infection rate. And I mean infection in the most literal sense. The problem was, if he lowered his magic output to make it look normal, the infection rate would weaken too. But now, our MC is testing the infection ability once again, this time on a cat. Except, it didn't go well. The cat grew eyes all over its body. He'd been trying for 3 weeks straight, but still hadn't achieved any significant results. So he looked over at his final test subject. It was all or nothing. Either this works, or it's a complete failure. Our MC was struggling, trying to control the pigeon, but the damn thing wouldn't stay still. But after a bit of a struggle, he finally managed it. Looks like this isn't going so well. The pigeon couldn't stand this bastard's breath. Wait, I take that back. The little devil has flown off. Well, at least it looks normal. Now it's time to see if the infection ability really works. Music landed near the others, and the infection began. And it seems it was a success. The infected animals have become his eyes and ears. Our protagonist immediately ordered them all to scatter. He didn't want to waste any time. I thought our MC was on Earth, but it looks like this bastard has crossed over to another world. Wait, wasn't the goal to cleanse the city? What the hell is he doing here? Okay. I'll stick to the script and stop asking so many questions. As the story unfolds, we see that this clergyman seems to know our protagonist. The knight, Tusk, introduces himself to the archbishop. Tusk reports that, after interrogating the recent captives, it's understood that the vampires are not allied with the mortal king. The archbishop says they need more clues. While they're wasting time, the undead king is only getting stronger. Well, folks, he's the solution right here. He activates his holy art. Oh no, wait, that's not it. It's just a call from the Saintess. The Holy Cross is actually being used as a telephone right now. The Saintess reports that the mortal king's presence has been detected again. He's in a cave to the north of their location. The archbishop thanks her for the information and says they will head there immediately. We see the cave, and sure enough, our protagonist is right there inside it. He says he has prepared his familiars to send him information as soon as they find a monster. So, the only thing he needs to do is sit back, wait, and hope the information is accurate. But something catches his attention. The movements of his familiars on the ground are a bit strange, as if they're running away, you know? They look terrified, but if they had encountered a monster, they should have already sent the information to our MC. So, could it be something else? Well, there's only one possibility. They've encountered humans, but humans who would come to such a remote place. Could this be an ambush? Our MC can't even believe that so many people could conceal their presence so well. Suddenly, one of our protagonist's eyes is shot. One of the men calls out the name Ran of the Bold Oath. He declares that his cunning tricks won't work this time. The soldier is gloating, saying that no evil can escape the divine eye. There's no way for our protagonist to run. I was about to say what happens next, but my god, the artist failed miserably at drawing this sword. What is this thing even for? Picking your teeth? Our skeleton recognizes the insignia. He realizes it belongs to a holy knight of the church. Our MC raises his hands, knowing that holy power is a hard counter to dark magic. They don't have many ways to deal with it, but then he asks how the hell these bastards found his location. Clearly, the Holy Knight isn't in a talkative mood, because he immediately launches an attack. Tusk asks him where he gets the audacity. What do you think this is? A podcast where you can just chat? You'd better shut up and not open your mouth. Our protagonist says he's as stubborn and narrow-minded. Music. As he looks, the mortal began his attack, since our MC had no other choice. Or maybe he could play around a bit and then escape? However, Tusk activated his holy art. Don't even try it with that dark magic. It won't work. He manages to stab the skeleton with his sword. If it didn't hit his heart, it grazed it. But the skeleton just gets closer to the knight, asking if he'll be condemned for punishing evil. But the knight tells him to shut his mouth. From the moment he touched forbidden power, he became just like them. He prepares to attack again, asking what kind of twisted logic that is. However, our MC's magic fails. He takes a massive punch right to the face. Holy crap, I expected that punch to be strong, but I didn't think it would be that strong. The moment our protagonist steps outside, the clerics begin to chant, no, 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 no. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Stop, stop, saint. Whoa. That's a dirty move. It looks like the song worked, because our main character is getting weaker and weaker. The MC could just kill them to end the song, but that would mean harming innocent people, right? And he won't do that. But my man, you've got to understand, there's an exception to every rule. If it were me, I would have slaughtered them all. And there you have it. See? The moment he let his guard down, he got stabbed again. The knight is getting fired up, declaring that this is the main character's final moment. Music. He breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing he's in deep trouble now. The song gets more intense, and it seems to even manifest as chains. And the main character is completely tied up. Well, folks, I'm not sure if our MC can get out of these chains. He just let his guard down for a second, and now he's done for, just like that. The knight is still acting cocky, holding his blade to the MC's neck. And our main character thinks that these chains are truly a curse. They're literally stopping him from escaping. He turns and asks the knight if he did all of this, just to capture him. Tusk comments that no villain has ever escaped these chains, so the MC had better just surrender. And if you look closely, the other guy's sword is already at our MC's throat. I don't know how or when it got there, but it's there. But there's one thing the knight doesn't get. Why the hell is the main character smiling? The MC says that in his dreams, he'd surrender. He understands there's no more room for negotiation. Ruro then says this is where they part ways and finally drops a classic line. Catch me, if you can. Reminds me of Puss in Boots. The knight doesn't give him an inch. He begins to summon his holy magic. Then he launches it right at our main character. But just as it's about to hit its mark, the damn guy vanishes. The knight has no clue what's going on, but you guys know, he used that ultimate broken skill. He simply canceled his own summon. And like I said, we're back in the normal world. And there's Han, realizing that things are getting more and more complicated. Now he has enemies everywhere. Everywhere he goes, he causes chaos. The Bold Oath faction, the Vampire Clan, and last but not least, those scumbags from the Great Divine Order. But this gives our main character an idea. Hurriedly, he opens the karma shop. And the reason he was rewarded with so much karma is simply because he's been causing so much turmoil all over the continent. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right. He'll think about that later. For now, it's better to focus on what he's already planned. So, we're back in the darkness. It's time to harvest the results of his research so far. Just like that other guy. Arrive, touch, and it's done. You're infected. There it is. I told you. All the cats are infected. Actually, it's worse than I thought. The main character has already covered an entire neighborhood. At this rate, he's going to take over a whole city. But then, music. A warning alerts the main character. One of his cats has spotted something. The MC finds it strange because it's too early for them to show up. But it's true. Things have already started because someone is crying for help. Another scumbag is about to commit an act of violence. Oh, no way. This is not normal at all, my god. But I guess it makes sense, doesn't it? In a world of chaos, this kind of thing is bound to happen on the daily. The girl, covered in blood, sees someone passing by up above. She immediately begs for help. She screams. Music, saying she's been kidnapped. But the other guy simply doesn't care. He walks away as if he saw nothing. That freaking bastard Music drags her away again. The man says that no matter how much she screams, thanks to this damn Music bastard's skill, her screams and suffering can't be seen or heard by anyone. I mean, there's one small exception he doesn't know about, right? What's worse is, I think this guy is live streaming, because he's telling her to scream even louder. This guy is a total psycho. He's not doing it for no reason. He's recording it just to make a collection. But before Music, he can stab the girl. Our boy, the MC, shows up. The skeleton talks about the guy's skill, which is soundproofing and invisibility. It's really useful. It just doesn't work on our MC. So, these disgusting acts will end today. The ugly bastard takes the woman hostage. I mean, keeps holding her, and asks if the MC is a protector. The creep orders the main character to back off, because if he gets any closer, he'll kill the woman. It's just... I think that's very unlikely. Just as expected. The skeleton pulled the woman towards him. So, what exactly is the ugly bastard going to do now? My god, looks like this guy has some guts, because he's threatening our MC. Not knowing who he's dealing with, he charges forward. But without much effort, the main character gets him under control. Judging by the way this guy talks, the skeleton realizes this isn't his first time doing this. But just to be sure, he's going to check. So, he activates the skill, Lament of the Dead. This skill is new. I've never seen it before. And yep, this is definitely not his first time. Well, our MC doesn't need to see any more. He realizes this guy is a serial bleep killer. So, his sentence was to meet a demon in the flesh. I don't even dare tell you what our main character is doing to him, lest I get slapped with an 18+ rating. Let's just say this guy is high. Extremely high. The pleasure was so intense that he started floating. Can you believe it? Our main character is seriously considering how to make use of this guy. He needs a few Music, undead, to conquer the land. So it looks like, in the end, he's still going to use him. Only this time, he'll use a different method. A more brutal one. Is greater than is greater than. Music is greater than is greater than. He's going to drain every last drop of ketchup from the guy's body. And just like that, he creates a mid-tier undead. This guy wasn't much to look at before. Now, forget about it. Then, he opens a portal. Obviously, he's not going to let this guy wander around the city. He'll summon him when he's needed. But what's he going to do with the woman? Should he clean up before leaving? Before our main character can make a decision, we're taken to the Korean Regressors Association, specifically the Seoul branch. Just inside the building, a woman asks for permission and enters a room. She looks at another person with a slightly disappointed gaze. This is Ion John, the branch manager. It seems the other girl fainted. Just another typical day for an office worker. She asks what happened. What's the problem this time? And the other woman says that the Ability Management Department sent a cooperation request. Man, that's a mouthful. Looking at the paper, the manager realizes that the case of the 3 robbers might be connected to the recent murders. All of them were captured by someone using black magic, and the main description is a long coat and a mask. Ion says that public safety is getting worse, but help is on the way. She plans to assign this case to some guy. I just don't know which guy that is, and it seems the other woman doesn't either. It seems the guy she's talking about is our main character at least. I think so because she's talking about putting a collar on him and using him like a hunting dog, since his abilities are so exceptional. But her secretary suggests a better solution. Why doesn't he join as a guardian? Well, she tells me to stop spouting nonsense and get back to my work. Or can't you see that mountain of paperwork? She's clearly very angry. After all, if she could, she would have crushed all the criminals herself. Jeez. Is every single piece of paper a criminal case? The scene cuts back to our beloved main character. He comments that, except for the serial killers, he gave the others a lighter punishment, an act of mercy. It seems the next step is to pay a visit to those other guys. The ones in that criminal organization. You know? After all, they've been disrupting public order. I mean, pretty much, but now he's finished up his business here. So, he should start turning his attention to the other world. And then, we see an old man crying. From what we can gather, this is Diana and Aaron's uncle. Han feels a bit relieved, as it seems he's a good person. This damn vampire was about to threaten the old man if he didn't cooperate, but it seems that's no longer necessary. He's even thanking our main character. Diana comes closer to say her goodbyes and thank yous. Diana throws her arms around our protagonist, thanking him for everything and for so many things. Han says it's not like they'll never see each other again. He'll definitely visit her often, but in the meantime, she has to be a good girl. Diana remarks that she thought our main character's personality would have changed a bit, but as expected, he's still a good person and has held on to that. She feels a little relieved by this. Han immediately asks if she really thought his personality had changed. Could this be the influence of the persona? Well, the persona brought a chaotic mix of emotions, some negative feelings, and a desire for recognition, a search for attention. But for Han, who focuses on purification and deception, it brought about a calmer personality. Diana then asks the main character where he plans to go next. He says he's seriously thinking about going on a pilgrimage. He's planning to go to Teleria, the capital of the Kingdom of Italia. It seems our main character used teleportation because he's already there. And the reason he came to the capital is because it's the headquarters of the Church of the Goddess. Then, walking into a more secluded alley, he summons his fourth clone, the new member named Renlit. He's not much different from the others. The only differences are his super regeneration and serenity. Otherwise, they're all identical. The biggest difference lies in his unique trait. He has the spirit of a warrior. He'll gain more experience when engaging in battles and skirmishes. Walking around the holy city in a vampire's body isn't a great idea. To solve this problem, he's going to delegate the mission to Renlit. From what we can gather, Renlit is in a bank. The old man is startled by the amount of gold. Renlit says, that's everything he owns. It seems I was mistaken. He's not in a bank, he's in a church. He's simply donating all of that money to the goddess. He says he wants to become a knight, pure. Come to think of it, all of our main characters' past incarnations have been undead, dark mages, or vampires, all of them children of darkness. But this time, his incarnation is going to be a holy knight, a paladin, who follows the light. One of the men slams his hand on the table. He says Henel has real spirit. So, as his trainer, he's going to personally whip him into shape. You bet he is. He's going to become an outstanding holy knight. The bearded guy tells Marcos to wait just a minute. No matter how much money he offered, they can't just accept a total stranger as a holy knight. Man, I'm practically rapping my way through this today. Marcos tells the bearded dude not to worry. The wicked will inevitably reveal their true colors during training. Then, Marcos asks our MC if he's really ready to join the training. Oh man, this is screaming scam all over. But since he's our protagonist, of course he agrees. But right after, he was already begging for water. It looks like a boulder was just flying towards him. Holy crap, this physical training is absolutely insane. Looks like there was a time skip. It's been a month since our protagonist started training. At first, our MC was under the illusion that this holy order was all cool and noble. He eventually realized it's just a bunch of workout-obsessed lunatics. Man, Rangrit, you really screwed up this time. And to make matters worse, number 12 is getting an earful. He forgot the rule that you must never stop praying during training. Holy hell. The guy has to push himself to the limit and pray at the exact same time. I'm willing to bet this is where that jacked-up priest came from. The instructor just stands there demanding more focus, and even more focus. While training, you have to chant prayers and restore your own shattered body. Meanwhile, the main character just glances over. He admits that all of this is actually effective. After all, under such extreme conditions, repeatedly praying strengthens your faith and, most importantly, enhances your divine power. And apparently, things are pretty weird here, because some of them even seem to enjoy getting hit. I don't get it. I just don't get it. This is getting stranger and stranger, my friend. But it looks like his strength has improved, because he's using his muscles to shatter a steel ball. The guy looks ecstatic that his faith has grown, and it seems they really do have to train like this, despite how messed up it looks. The guys up top are observing our MC. They say the rookie Marcos brought in is seriously no joke. In just 1 month, the kid has gotten toned. Not only have his upper body muscles grown, but so has his lower body. Oh my god, this is just getting weirder and weirder. The main character notices those guys are practically drooling while staring at his body, and once again, time passes. It has now been 3 months since our protagonist began his divine training. It's just that our MC knows that without his incarnation skill, he would have definitely passed out by now. If he was toned before, just imagine what he looks like now. He's more ripped than a bodybuilder, good lord. But then, someone calls out to him. The buff dude asks the main character if he's finished his lower body exercises, and if so, why not do a few chest exercises? But the other guy chimes in, saying no, today is supposed to be back day. But our protagonist just tells the two perverts to get the hell away from him. Well, Folks, I'm pretty sure someone's gonna get their cheeks clapped in this church today. I'm calling it right now. A while later, Wright is talking to one of the other rookies. He says that he's going crazy day by day. Not a single day goes by without someone calling him over to train. However, his companion says it's because the seniors have high expectations for him. However, their attention shifts. They know that someone special is arriving. It's the great Archbishop Eltios and the knight, Tuscan. But these guys spark a bit of curiosity in our main character. He remembers that they were the same bastards who threatened Ran, but for them to come here now. Could it be they've been searching all this time? However, the scene changes, and now we see another clergyman speaking. He says that everyone is here to perform a baptism ceremony. Due to certain events, they are conducting the baptism earlier than scheduled. So, will the recruits whose names are called please step forward? A side character asks Renit why they're holding an event that usually takes place once every 6 months. For once, our main character knows the reason why. The knights probably need reinforcements, and their goal is to hunt down the heir of the undead king, in this case, Ran. But either way, this is perfect for the main character, as it will save him a lot of time. Time that will be used to take advantage of the new applications of his persona skill and mind core. The first person is called by name. The priest then asks if he swears to devote everything to God, everything, including his life as a holy knight. And obviously, the recruit confirms it. Then, you are baptized. However, the moment he's baptized, he sacrifices all of his divine energy, making him unable to use magic anymore. But in exchange, they receive a blessing, and this blessing grants them an immense divine power. The amount of power each person receives varies greatly, but the biggest factor that determines its magnitude is their faith in the divine. The purer and more genuine the faith, untainted by lies or doubt, the stronger a holy knight becomes. Then, the next trainee was called up. You guys can already guess who it is, right? Honestly, I'm seriously doubting whether this is going to work at all. Up until now, our main character has only used his mind core to suppress external stimuli or control his emotions, right? I forgot that detail. But in this moment, he realizes something the exact opposite is also possible. But that's not all. He also realizes his persona skill can inject the emotion of faith into Renlet. So this is how this sly devil is going to get his blessing. He's going to use his mind core to filter out any feelings of suspicion and doubt. This way, his mana will become pure, without a single shred of doubt. But hold on, this cunning fox is even craftier than that. To absorb the blessing at maximum capacity, he's going to focus the mental power of all his clones onto Renlet. The question is, will it actually work? It looks like it, because the priest is freaking out over the immense amount of holy power. Oh my god, you guys, this shouldn't be possible. This MC can game any system, I swear. Look at the amount of power he's drawing in. Even the members of the church can't believe their eyes. The holy power even reaches the head of the divine statue. The priest calls out to Renlet. Ah, no, that's times sir, times Renlet. The priest says that despite having just been blessed, he has already reached this level. To be specific, he's almost at the rank of a priest. The elder also hopes he will continue to strive diligently in the future. And finally, the system announces that he has acquired the holy baptism skill. Basically, it increases the potential of his clones, allows for more efficient sharing, and improves the mental strength of each individual. Our main character is wondering if this is the limit of holy power. Ah, he still wants more. Just look at him. This wasn't even supposed to succeed in the first place, my friend. You should be thanking God. Ah, no, not thanking God. Thanking the Saintus. Thanking the Saintus. Ah, no, thanking God. What's worse, my friend, is something that Renlet realizes. The God of the church is more like a system than a deity with a personality. But when he expanded his mind earlier, if he had to describe the vague sensation in human emotions, it would be something like curiosity. So, deep down, maybe there really is someone there after all. But there's one thing our main character knows for sure. This power should only be used for good. So, maybe, if there really is someone there, they just let it slide. This part of the story was a little confusing for me, but I think that's the gist of it. Anyway, our scene then changes. We see the Archbishop and a knight in discussion. They've realized that for months, there hasn't been a single trace of the Lich King, not even the smallest piece of evidence. And the reason is pretty obvious, isn't it, guys? The dude simply turned off his hacks. But hang on, no bad situation can't get worse. It seems they won't be receiving any support from the Italian kingdom. Only a few new recruits will be there, and that's it. And there's even a possibility that the vampire organization has something to do with this. In this whole mess, they also share some of the blame. Maybe, just maybe, it's not certain, but it's a possibility. In their pursuit of the Lich King, they had friction with the vampire clan. And it wasn't just them. but the oath of protection as well. The Archbishop says that, since the extermination squad has made no progress, the pressure from the Italian kingdom is mounting. Therefore, with no other choice, he will have to disband the extermination squad and send everyone back to the capital. And there's nothing the knight can do about it, right? He can only follow orders. While leaving, Tursk begins to think that they're surrounded on all sides, and worse, their reinforcements are inadequate. So, what should he do? Nothing, my friend. Just take off your armor and go home. It's hopeless. But wait, something has caught his attention. Well, look at that. He's about to get busy again. I told him to go home, but he wouldn't listen. He realizes they are the new Holy Knights. The night sees an opening, and it looks like our main character is right in that gap. However, before he can do anything, his opponent takes an elbow to the face, and it seems Renlet has won once again. The system announces that he has gained an enlightenment through repetitive practice. He has received the cross-counter close-quarters combat skill. Hin thinks that when his super regeneration is combined with holy power, his wounds heal incredibly fast, helping his partner to his feet. The other guy starts to remark that he intentionally let himself get hit. Our MC says, that's right, he gave up a piece of flesh to take the whole bone. That's Renlet's strategy and style. Even so, our main character still needs to mature more. Someone interrupts his train of thought, saying that he's actually very strong. His holy power is already at a destructive level, or rather, at the level of a high-ranking holy knight. But he's still far too inexperienced to be a holy knight, and the person saying this is Tusk. Tusk remarks that it's obvious our MC knows this, and feels it more clearly than anyone. He's sure he'll be able to do it, to make our MC stronger. So, why doesn't he just go with him to the Roselia Temple? Our MC is stunned, and asks if the knight is really inviting him to the Grand Temple. The knight confirms it. You got a problem with that? Our boy quickly says no. Of course not. Quite the opposite. In fact, he's dying to go. Since they're already inside the cave, our MC asks for a bit more time, at least enough to pack his stuff. But Tusk tells him to just have someone else do it. Looks like they're in some kind of teleportation gate. Tusk says he'll explain everything when they arrive. With no other choice, our MC just has to accept the whole situation. Just like that, they arrive at the famous Grand Roselia Temple, the largest holy site of the Holy Church, located in the center of the continent. It's also where the Saintess and the Pope live. In other words, this place is pretty much the Vatican. As soon as they arrive, they're greeted by the Saintess herself. The two of them immediately kneel and thank her for the reception. Our MC is super hyped. He knows this is the perfect place to level up, fast. He's sure this is where he'll get stronger and finally be recognized by everyone. Meanwhile, all the dirty work will be handled by Han in the shadows. And it looks like Hans is already getting pretty famous on social media. Hans comments that the remnants of the human trafficking organization have been completely wiped out. However, there's something strange. A secret society called the Limited Order of God exists. The villains kept bringing it up, and our MC still has no clue what the hell is going on. Worse yet, they're connected to a ton of other organizations. Not sure what to do, our MC figures he'll just keep moving forward. Maybe that's how he'll uncover the truth. But for now, it'd probably be more fun to go cash in on the loot from this mission. We see Reigns, and he's thinking that no matter which identity he's fighting under, he needs a discreet place to handle his transactions to avoid being the prime suspect. So, he heads to a pretty shady-looking shop. But I guess it only looks shady to me, because to him, everything seems to be just fine. He tells the receptionist he's there to sell a few things, but the guy couldn't look less interested. He says this isn't a pawn shop, so he doesn't care about anything our MC brought. He tells him he'd better just get lost. Our MC starts dumping out a pile of gold coins, and the guy's attitude changes instantly. He recognizes that emblem. He knows it belongs to the traffickers, that human trafficking group, the so-called Merchant Guild. There are some rumors going around that they were taken down by some masked psycho. Our MC asks if he's interested now, and if you stop and think about it, there's a really good reason our MC doesn't want to sell this stuff just anywhere. The man leads our MC through a back door, but he stresses that our MC better not stray from the path. Seriously, or else his back door might get some unwanted traffic, if you know what I mean. Following the path, our MC reaches a certain door. As soon as he steps inside, a man asks if he's there to sell something. Our MC confirms and asks if it's possible to be paid in something other than cash. The man asks if he's talking about goods, and if so, what is he looking for? Our boy only wants one thing, a winning jackpot lottery ticket. Kinda a random request, huh? I thought he was gonna ask for something way more interesting, but I guess not. Okay, now I get our MC's plan. This is gonna be a way for him to launder the money. That way, Hansong, his real identity, will be able to use the money legally, right? I'd forgotten just how evil, cunning, thieving, and sly our main character can be. The masked man says, okay, but there's just one thing. The commission fee is going to be steep. Our MC agrees. That's not a problem for him. The masked man then says there's a ticket worth 6.1 billion. Too bad the currency is 1, but hey, it's still worth a lot. And there's another detail. The deadline to claim the prize is 4 months away, which is a pretty long time. Our MC agrees, but the man adds another detail. The amount he's paid so far isn't enough to buy the ticket. Our MC tells him not to worry, because he's got plenty more goodies. The sly bastard then pulls out 3 more gold bars. Just some light stuff, right? However, the thing that really grabs the guy's attention is the subspace storage. He starts wondering who the hell our MC is, but our MC calls him out by name. He warns him that he didn't come here to get chummy. He wants to get this over with as quickly as possible. The man immediately backs off and says he's very sorry. He starts breaking out in a cold sweat, realizing he's getting a faint whiff of blood. At first, he thought he was imagining it, but there's no way. Once the deal is done, our MC says he'll be back many more times. After all, he was very satisfied with this transaction. But hey, my dude, I hate to break it to you, but there are way easier ways to launder money. Not that I've ever done it, mind you, but I know for a fact they exist. Once he's outside, our MC starts checking out his 3 lottery tickets. He's super excited because winning the lottery has always been his dream. And man, doing it this way was just way too easy. He doesn't know what he's going to do with the money yet, but there's one thing that could be pretty cool. How about recruiting some subordinates? After all, going solo all the time is getting kind of boring, which forced him to travel back and forth all the time. He could have asked someone else to do it for him, but whatever. He decided to leave that for another time. For now, why not enjoy the night? Looking ahead, he remembered that the security on that street used to be terrible, and that was all because of a human trafficking network. But now, it was much better, and it was becoming lively again, probably thanks to rumors of a guardian. Our main character feels happy, and he should, after all. He was the one who brought that peace. However, someone leans in close to his ear and asks where he's from. The main character whips around immediately. It's understandable, right? I do the same thing, except the guy tells him not to be so tense. How can I not be tense, Gramps? You just pop up, get all close to my ear, and say something like that. What am I supposed to do? Fall in love? But the guy says he's only here to make some small talk. Yeah, I don't think so. From the way he approached him, the small talk he wants probably happens in a bedroom. Our MC immediately curses him out, asking what the hell he thinks he's doing. The man tells him to wait. You're a vampire, right? He says he is too. He's a level 6 from the Totmori dimension. A strange dimension. I don't remember ever hearing about it, but let's just go with it. Hangasa asks what the man's name is, and specifically when he returned to Earth. Our MC really just wants to make up an excuse and get the hell out of there. Looks like I got that wrong. It wasn't him asking for the guy's name, but the other way around. The guy was asking for Ren's name. So, Ren introduces himself. Our MC doesn't understand why he answered the guy so easily. Could this be some kind of mind control skill? The crazy guy says that since our MC is a rookie who just returned to Earth, he'll introduce himself. His name is Gamma. He belongs to the Blood Pact organization. This organization is where all the vampires on Earth gather, and Gamma's job is specifically to recruit vampires who have just returned to Earth. Gamma also says that in order to survive, they need to join forces. Unfortunately, they have no other choice. But by the way, what was that about the level Gamma mentioned earlier? Well, Gamma pulls out a key. If they want to talk, they should go somewhere else. What's this? Seems like this vampire organization pays pretty well. Look at his car. But anyway, if the MC wants to go, they can talk there. Our MC agrees and gets into the car. However, what he doesn't see is a nosy woman spying on them. Actually, it seems like there's more than one. She reports to headquarters that the MC is getting into the car, just as planned. A little while later, he's at the vampire headquarters. Gamma starts explaining that every vampire has a vampire factor that determines their power level. They measure it and assign levels. Man, the decoration in this place is nice, huh? I'm liking it. But back to Gamma, he explains that through that magic circle, they can measure his vampire level. Only thing is, this whole magic circle business seems really suspicious to our MC. Gamma asks him what he's doing. Go on, just get in there. But our main character isn't an idiot, right folks? He knows that if anything goes wrong, he just has to cancel his summon, and he's out. Ren starts to sense traces of dark magic from a nearby skull. But it's not just dark magic. Shamanism, curses, alchemy. There are a lot of different types of magic integrated into it. But in the end, How is this even possible? H explains that it's been 20 years since the returnees started appearing, and the reason why magic tools are rare and technology hasn't advanced is because the energy laws for skills are different in each dimension. It seems this blood pact is pretty impressive, seeing as they were able to combine different skills into one. They take our MC's hand, make a cut, and his blood begins to pool together. It forms 5 orbs of blood. This means our MC is a level 5. The hooded guy also remarks that just by looking at how the orbs connect, his regeneration ability is probably very strong. Gamma comments that he was a little worried since the MC came from a dimension he'd never heard of, but he's only a level 5, so it was all just a waste. He keeps talking, saying that for a level 5, it's not necessary to chop off any limbs. What the hell are you talking about, man? And that's when everyone's attitude changes. Our MC realizes they have a different objective. He knew it, this was way too complicated of a ritual just to measure his level. He needs to summon Rands as fast as possible. However, there's a knock on the door. It's the woman I called a nosy spy. Turns out, she's on another team. She's one of the good guys. She says she's here to arrest Gamma. The reason is simple, for the crime of kidnapping and murdering his own kind. Our MC feels like the woman is very familiar, but in the end, who is she? You know what? I don't even care. I just want her to absolutely wreck this Gamma guy. She points her finger and orders him to release the vampire and surrender immediately, or things will get much worse. However, Gamma says that this is just what he'd expect from a bratty little slave. But has she ever wondered why they have to be slaves to her organization in the first place? Ah, so it's true. The Blood Pact organization really exists. It's just that one of its members is a complete bastard. Gamma wonders why they, who are so much stronger than humans, have to follow rules and live in hiding. But the woman says they have to live in seclusion precisely because of warmongers like Gamma. Of course, Gamma doesn't agree with that one bit. He asks the woman if her comrades share her point of view. The big guy immediately gives his own teammate an elbow to the gut. Soran asks Myung what he's doing. As she's about to ask the reason for his betrayal, he stops here. The reason is simple. In his own dimension, he was a lord with supreme status and power. But now that he's back on Earth, he's stuck in a basement and has to work as a bouncer for a nightclub. Not every vampire lives as comfortably as Soran. Soran asks Gamma what he's planning, since he's obviously going to rebel against the Blood Pact. Gamma says that in this reality, there's no way to accumulate karma points. In other words, he can't get any stronger. But after a lot of research, he found a way, a surefire method to get stronger, fast. As he speaks, he grabs Soran's friend and asks her where she thinks all the kidnapped people have gone. Jin asks if he's creating bloodthirsty vampires again. Has he already forgotten why they were hunted down last time? He even goes on a long-winded explanation, but in the end, it's all just a load of crap. Something like copying but not making it exactly the same. The story explains that when one vampire devours another, it gets stronger. However, this is straight-up cannibalism, and it corrupts the mind. And if that person can't control it, they become a crazed, bloodthirsty vampire. Gamma says that's not what he wants to do, not at all. After countless studies, they discovered how to purify this bloodlust. Like I said, it's like copying, but not making it identical. He's definitely going to do that damn cannibalism thing. He just won't be bloodthirsty all the time. Then, it seems he starts to activate his power. The woman begins to inflate. She's turning into a balloon. Actually, she gets even smaller. She turns into a type of pill for vampires. This way, they can consume it without side effects. Myung asks Gamma to keep his promise, and just as promised, he receives a pill. This guy doesn't even want to waste time. He throws it straight into his mouth. The pill takes effect immediately, and it seems its effect is like a bomb. Looks like Soren is next. The minion demands more. He wants more and more of this stuff. But Gamma tells him to calm down. After all, their guest is still waiting. He tells Soren to wait a moment because her turn is coming soon. Poor girl, there isn't much she can do. But our main character realizes something interdimensional. Cannibalism is actually very effective. He's eager to see just how strong he'll become. So, he simply opens a portal. Rand steps out of the portal and says that they are indeed very good at hiding. But from now on, not a single one of them is allowed to leave this place. They start to panic. The minion transforms, wanting to take on the skeletons. This bastard turns out to be pretty effective. Look, he's nearly exhausted Rang. But Rang also realizes that appearances change depending on the dimension. He slams his staff on the ground and the minion is sent to meet his maker. The main character is worried about losing blood, but unfortunately, there's nothing he can do. This sly dog was already behind the minion, and so the blood thief makes his move. Gamma realizes in horror that he's cannibalizing him that way. Hey Gamma, you should have just kept your mouth shut and never come near this guy. but now it's too late. Our main character feels something, but the funny thing is, his teeth are falling out. And the reason is very simple. This bastard is evolving. The system then announces that he's received the hybrid evolution skill. Every time he absorbs a vampire, he gets their bloodline skill. There, you see? He just stole the minion skill. Remember what I told you guys? He's a sly, shameless thief. The only thing this guy hasn't done so far is act like a pervert. He's even done money laundering. Now Gamma is truly terrified, but our main character is just thinking about what organization to create, because he needs to complete a mission. How about the blood cult? And if anyone dares to rebel, they'll become his next meal. Some time passes, and it seems our MC has cleaned up everyone, and once again, he gets a skill. But this time, it's a sensory skill. Every vampire has its own unique bloodline skill, and with the hybrid evolution he just got, he can steal all of those powers. But there's still someone talking. It's Gamma, who's tied up. He wonders how the main character could devour all his own kind and, even worse, remain sane. Our MC asks if he's curious. It's very simple, too. The whisper he heard while eating was just, ignore them. Clearly, Gamma didn't understand a thing. While he was devouring Gamma, the system announced another skill. This time, he got the stealth skill. It allows our main character to erase his presence. But hey, since he was already there, why not take a look inside this bastard's head? It seems Gamma wasn't acting alone. This piece of trash also had superiors. And worse yet, the name Holy Retribution Guild was mentioned once again. But that's weird. I don't remember ever talking about it. But, once again, let's just stick to the script, shall we? We won't change the story. Apparently, they were responsible for all those other incidents, but the story goes on. And now, we see Soran. The main character comments that she's finally awake, but she grabs him by the neck, calling him a piece of trash for eating his own kind. Where the hell is this scumbag trying to take her? But actually, she was mistaken, thinking the main character was Gamma. So, she immediately apologizes. How embarrassing, right? She asks him, what happened? After all, she had been unconscious. The main character says that the masked guy, Harry, showed up. In this case, that's Hans's nickname. The main character continues, saying that he escaped during the chaos. Soran blushes, all flustered when she realizes the main character went to great lengths to get her out of there safely, despite the chaos. Afterwards, she introduces herself as Jin Soda. Huh? Wasn't it Soran? But now they're saying Soda. Well, Soda it is. The main character asks her what happened earlier. After all, they're from the same organization. Soda says that the Blood Pact is divided between the radical and moderate factions. They found out that the captain had kidnapped a member of the team, so she went there with a few close colleagues. But even so, she's happy they got out of there safely. They even discovered the bastard's plan. Now, all they have to do is report them. But our main character, Music, knows that this won't be resolved so easily. It's obvious that even the higher-ups of the radical faction are involved. Calling him her savior, she asks which side he's affiliated with. The guy finds it weird and tells her to just call him something more casual. She says in that case, she'll call him Appa. Seriously? Appa? Out of all the names, you call him Appa. He says he just recently returned to Earth, so he hasn't joined any side yet. Hearing that, she invites him to join the Blood Pact. Most vampires are members. The moderate faction doesn't do shady things, and they also have a stable supply of blood bags. The MC thinks maybe he should check it out, and so, she starts leading him there. And take a look at the car that bastard is driving. He simply jacked Gamma's car. A little while later, he arrives. There, Soran is welcomed. This is the little girl, Naren. I just don't know if she's Soran's sister. The main character introduces himself as Race, but the little girl doesn't seem to like him very much. Soran says goodbye to the girl, saying she's going to show the main character to his room. Ahem. A room. Huh. You're going to show him the room? Uh-huh. Ahem. As they're going up the stairs, the main character comments on the girl from earlier. She looked quite young, but was that just her appearance or is she really that young? Soran says no, the girl is not a returnee. She says that Naren was born and raised on Earth. Her father was the one who was a returnee. After many trials and tribulations, he ended up turning Naren into a vampire. The girl had a terminal illness. Unfortunately, that was the only way, wasn't it? There was no other choice. That's when the main character understands why the government wants to control vampires. In a way, they're like an infectious disease from the outside. Soran says that this method isn't used much, because infecting someone on Earth consumes a lot of energy, especially since Naren's father wanted her to be able to live under the sun as well, so he really had to give it his all. But they finally arrive at the room. Soran says that if he needs anything, he should just call her. However, it's also late, so it's better if he gets some rest. Then she says goodbye. However, thanks to that gesture, the main character finally remembers who she is. He remembers her name is Bid Horshid. The girl is immediately startled. She gets all flustered and asks if he's a subscriber to her channel. Please, I hope it's not the kind of channel I'm thinking of. Oh my god. The main character says he isn't. It's just that the algorithm recommends her to him sometimes. Well, if the algorithm is recommending it, then it can't be that bad. She says she was actually an idol trainee. Don't ask me what an idol is, because I have no idea either, but she ended up giving up and started being a streamer. I think it's those girls who just thrust their hips forward and then back, you know, like back and forth, back and forth. Saran says she awakened at 18, but she's 22 now. Right after, she asks the main character his age, but this slick guy just closes the door and says they'll talk later. Poor girl. She's left wondering if she said something wrong. Poor guy. I thought the girl was younger than him, which is why he was talking so casually, but it turns out she's actually older, because that punk is only 20 years old. As he sat on the bed, he remembered she was a pretty famous streamer, so why not look her up? Taking out his phone, our MC noticed she'd left a message. The message said he'd be taking a 1-week break from live streaming. If it wasn't for our main character, that would have surely been her final announcement. The very next day, our MC hears someone screaming. He sits up, wondering why it's so noisy this early in the morning. Someone was shouting, "How could this happen? I don't have the evidence to prove it." We see it's Soren, arguing with someone on the phone. Our main character asks, "What the hell is wrong?" She says that her colleague went to the scene yesterday, but everything had been burned to the ground. Now they can't put any pressure on Radich. Our MC realizes they did everything they could to cover their tracks. He says it's a shame, but he wanted to ask her for a favor anyway, to mark Jadik's base locations for him. She immediately asks if he did something wrong. Could it be that he didn't enjoy those blood hunts? But our MC says that's not it. No, calm down. He makes the girl let out a sigh of relief when he says they're very dangerous and he doesn't want to go near that area. Hearing that, the girl immediately marks the map. She hands him the phone and says that if he stays away from the marked locations, he'll be safe. Little did she know, that was actually our MC's breakfast menu, and since he was awake, she asked if she could whip up a simple meal for him, but obviously, he refused. He didn't want any. He glanced around and saw that there were plenty of great restaurants. You know the type, right? The kind of mobile restaurants. With lots of blood. The guy was practically drooling. A moment later, he was already wiping his mouth. Looks like he already paid a visit to a restaurant. Yep, he went. And it seems he ate his fill, but not all of them looked quite dead yet. One blood-soaked guy says that his clan won't let this slide and will hunt him to the death. Is that so? And how exactly are they going to find our MC? Thanks to the stealth skill he stole, there's really nothing that can catch him. So, he demands the little vampire reveal where his other buddies are. It seems like the guy didn't even need to talk. Our MC intercepted a message saying they were all gathering for a meeting tomorrow. And obviously, this was the perfect chance to nab them all at once. So, he'd better get going. But before that, he needed to clean up this mess. Reese activates his new skill, Blood Flower. This skill scatters blood and creates a fiery flower. And the worst part is, it won't go out until our MC commands it. With this, no one can track him, not even magical traces, because his stealth skill will hide everything. However, he feels his heart beating faster. Reese isn't worried because he knows this is just another evolution. Well, it looks like this evolution is a pretty heavy one. For one simple reason, our MC is abandoning the pure bloodline to advance to true blood. The system announces that the main character has achieved enlightenment. He's acquired the blood flow amplification skill. And to make things even sweeter, his regeneration skill evolved into super regeneration, and he even got a free appearance upgrade. This system is just too good. Unbelievable. Curious about his new skills, Reese decides to give one a try. The poor sap makes a cut like it's nothing, and drops of blood start flying out. Well, it's not going to stop bleeding, is it? Looks like it already stopped. Even though our MC cut an artery, super regeneration healed it almost instantly. If he can absorb blood during battle to regenerate, he'll be nearly invincible. If true blood is already this powerful, what will holy blood be like? The scene changes, and we see someone receiving gifts during a live stream. It could only be her, right guys? It's Sora. She can start her stream, but if she pulls that NPC crap with me again, I swear, I'm cutting every scene she's in. Our MC walks into the room at that exact moment and catches this pathetic sight. And the worst part is, she's happily thinking this will be enough to pay for a whole month's worth of blood. Our MC is speechless. Well, so am I after seeing that. Our MC is short and to the point. He says that making money off of others is really hard. Then, he simply says he'll back out and apologizes. Instantly, the poor girl's face turns beet red with embarrassment. She scolds our MC, telling him he has to knock before entering. Still flustered, she asks, "What do you want? Is that tattoo on your head new?" Our poor MC just wanted to let her know that a letter had arrived for her. Looking at the letter, she realizes someone has secretly sent more evidence to incriminate the extremist group. She doesn't know who, but it could be Haruhi Mask, which in this case would be Ran, right? Ran. But there's one detail. The only person she shared information about the extremist group with was H, and after she shared the extremist group's location with him, these letters started arriving. Mysterious. Are these two working together, or is this just a coincidence? We'll just have to let her figure out that they're one and the same. Scene change, and the two have arrived at the meeting place. This meeting is specifically to discuss the one called Haruhi Mask and how to deal with him. Our MC activates his perception skill, but he can't see anything because the building has been isolated by an invisible blood barrier. Or maybe not, because it looks like he can still see right through it. That's right. Perfect. The ideal plan is to hide Rang in the shadows and charge in immediately, without a second thought. This bastard just smashed right through the window upon arrival. As soon as he arrived, he told everyone to get ready because the party was about to start. Wait, but where is everyone? A voice from behind the barrier calls out, saying they were trying to capture the Haruhi Mask, but instead, a vampire they've never seen before showed up. Well, MC, I think you might be screwed this time. The guy in the tie asks his underlings if they know anything about this. The subordinate says he's never seen the MC's face before, but his level seems to be at least rank 7. The girl says she hasn't either, but she seems pretty excited. Our MC realizes there's an alpha leader here, and not just that, but also 2 betas and a lot of gammas. And I mean a lot, okay? A full 13 gammas. Can our protagonist even handle it if he has to throw down with all of them? He realizes he can't sense anyone's energy in here. Whatever trick they're using, it's on a whole other level. The guy in the tie immediately orders them to capture Rang. Not just him, but the one hiding in the shadows too. Our MC finds it pretty interesting that they even detected Rans. If that's the case, he'll just have to fight them all at once. He activates his blood flow amplification skill. My god, the guy mows down a few of them in a single beat. The vampires find this scene absolutely terrifying. That guy is cannibalizing his own kind with his bare hands. But this is no time for them to be shocked, because this isn't the only surprise in store. After all, the real show is only just beginning. Right then, the 2 betas start to run. One of them is about to open the door, but a wave of dark magic sends him flying backward. Did they really think they were the only ones who knew how to put up a barrier? Our MC declares that from now on, this is a battle to the death. The fight continues, and we see our MC tearing apart a few vampires. This is clearly taking a psychological toll on the remaining ones. The guy with the scar says this man is definitely insane. He's absolutely not some run-of-the-mill rank 6 or 7. Well, no duh. You're just figuring that out now? To him, there's definitely some kind of trick at play here. He charges straight for our MC, but Rang doesn't give him the chance and immediately attacks. The vampire notices the attack coming. At the very last second, he manages to harden his skin and, unbelievably, he escapes the blow, but only by a hair's breadth. But since he managed to block it, well, our MC will just have to try a different approach. If a long-range attack isn't effective, then it's time for a close-quarters brawl. Our MC throws a punch straight into the middle of his chest. The vampire can't believe it. His hardened skin had never been broken in combat before, but our MC's punch changed everything. And that punch was truly powerful. So much so that it caved in the guy's ribcage. The other vampires rush forward to shield that madman, but there's a small problem. 2 people are fundamentally no match for this guy. See? I told you so. I said 2 guys wouldn't be able to do anything, but did anyone listen to me? The scar-faced guy thinks this is insane. The other guy is so strong, he's taking down his men with ease. But he sees this as an opportunity. The MC has his hands full, so if there was ever a chance, it's now. Just like that, he rushes in to attack and, incredibly, he manages to hit our protagonist. It's just that we all know that's not going to change much. Our MC has been absorbing blood to regenerate his strength, and he's constantly getting stronger. On top of that, he now has an invisibility skill. The scar-faced guy was worried before, but now it's even worse. How the hell are you supposed to fight an enemy you can't even see? If I could give you a piece of advice, I'd tell you to run. You don't stand a chance, kiddo. Get out of there. Whatever. Never mind. Never mind. And that's the end of Scarface. But my goodness, if our MC had moved his hand just a little lower, he would have hit a completely different spot, you know? Our resident psychopath is having the time of his life with all this. After defeating the scar-faced guy, our MC gets another new skill. No. Actually, an old skill has evolved. The blood art skill has evolved into a special skill, secret blood art. It basically just amplifies the flow of blood. Not all that mysterious, really. In fact, he says that he can feel it now. His skills are being controlled entirely by his will. In other words, he can now control them more freely. One of the remaining vampires gets furious with our protagonist. After all, he's eating his own kind alive. So, he can only be a bloodthirsty demon. She says it's no wonder he's using such bizarre skills. But, music. Our MC couldn't care less. He asks if she's just going to cry all day. Why doesn't she come over here and face him? Or is she too scared to do it? That's right. Our main character successfully provoked the main heroine, activating the special skill he just acquired, Blood Secret. I thought it was just some mediocre skill, only used to amplify his power, but it seems I was wrong. The woman was completely bound, unable to move, and she screamed that this was unfair, that our MC was using dirty tricks. Dirty tricks, high-level tricks, or mediocre tricks, it doesn't matter. As long as he wins, he couldn't care less. And just like that, he declares, checkmate. That little fry over there, who I believe is the boss, is looking very worried. No one expected Haru Mask to have an assistant like this. And let me remind you all, Haru Mask is Hans. The boss orders everyone to prepare the orbs. This is how they're going to deal with our MC. With an orb in hand, that lackey charges forward. I thought there was only one orb, but it looks like there are 5 of them. Right at that moment, Puru Oso appears, finding this to be a rather interesting attack. Music. He simply deflects the attack, taking out another vampire in the process. The group's morale begins to crumble. They now realize these guys are too strong. There's no way to fight back. The guy thinks that he at least has to get out of here if he wants to survive. But just then, the boss attacks him. I'm not sure if this is an attack or some form of control. Can you believe it? The boss pulled the guy back just to throw him at Puru. It was all to buy time for him to activate space manipulation and teleport away. Our MC is also quite impressed seeing that. Teleportation, my ass. The boss didn't activate the skill on himself, but on his subordinate. He's activating a self-destruct skill. Except, our main character obviously saw through it, didn't he? The boss's goal was to make the MC fall back so he could escape. But clearly, this plan didn't work. Hans says this skill is nothing to him, but he will personally decipher it completely. The main energy source was 2 orbs implanted inside the subordinate's body, but our MC removed them. He drops another badass line, I am the ruler of death. Do you think you can truly escape death in my presence? If that's not a classic revenge one-liner, I'll eat my hat. I mean, am I right? Because obviously, this humble narrator has never even been in a relationship, so how could I get cheated on? Music. The boss becomes extremely tense. The barrier our MC created is unbelievable. He can barely get close to it. It seems he even managed to get out of the building, but he can't get past the outer barrier. But well, it's too late for him now, isn't it? Puru Oso has been looking for him for a while. He was going to play with the boss a little, but who knows, he might escape again. So, he's going to do things his way. You can already imagine what that way is, can't you? It's the extremely painful way, going deep into the very depths of his memories. He's diving to the bottom of his memories, reviewing the guy's entire childhood. But at this moment, a reaction occurred. The main character noticed music, that there was some kind of defense mechanism. Could this be the technology of the Divine Leopard Guild? Our MC suddenly stops at a place inside the spiritual world. Someone tells him that it's impressive. He didn't expect him to be able to get this far. Our MC asks if that guy, Music, has been observing him from within his mind this whole time. If so, he could only be the leader of the guild, of the Divine Kingdom, the Divine Leopard Guild. That specter, Music, confirms it and makes our MC an offer. Why doesn't he join them? Puru Oso replies that it's a Music, rather interesting offer. But what is the guild's true purpose? The specter says it's simple, freedom for regressors. To create a separate world led by regressors. Puru Oso says that for an organization that has only recently emerged, this goal seems a bit too ambitious. The specter replies that they haven't just appeared. They have existed for many years and have been continuously fighting for freedom. Wait a minute. Does this mean they were the ones who caused the terrorist attacks for years, including the one that took the lives of our MC's parents? The system tells Hans himself to be careful. The spiritual center is trying to regulate his emotions, but our MC's heart is beating faster, and the system starts music, sending constant warnings. But the specter asks if that really matters. Puru Oso has to make a wise choice. As he gets closer, he realizes there's a barrier there. The specter says that this, then, is his answer. He explains that this is the spiritual world. Spiritual power is even greater than magic power. No matter how hard he tries, he can't defeat him in this place. Except, he really should have kept his mouth shut and not warned him that spiritual power would win. Because if that's the case, he's clearly screwed. Because Puru Oso isn't just one, he is many. Therefore, he's the one who can't possibly defeat Hans. Our scene switches to someone lifting weights. Clearly, this is our holy warrior. Henlit is still focused on becoming a true gym bro. After a series of 1 million reps, he's finally done. After so many repetitions, the system, announcing that he had met the necessary conditions. He acquired the special skills Blessing and Robust Body. The system also announced that he had acquired the skill Priest's Holy Arts and had reached the divine power level of a high priest. A little while later, he was walking down a hallway. Even he couldn't believe that just by physically training, he was able to surpass his own limits. With this, he now met all the requirements to become a holy knight. So, it was probably time to discuss the next steps. But just then, he heard someone singing. Looking to the side, he realized it was the Saintess. Even though she was the great Saintess of the Holy Order, when he looked at her, she seemed just like a normal girl. Seeing our hero, the Saintess greeted him. Our protagonist, of course, greeted her back. But there was one thing that set her apart from normal girls. The radiant aura emanating from her. Truly, it was an immense power. Rinnet asked the Saintess why she was here all alone. She said she was just looking at a ladybug in a flower garden. The ladybug looked so cute crawling around that the Saintess lost track of time. Turns out, she wasn't admiring the flowers, but the insects. The Saintess noticed that something was different about our protagonist. She saw that he had finally received a blessing. She told Rinnet to be proud of it. The blessing, Robust Body, isn't something you can get through assistance. As a bell rang, the Saintess said it was time for the service. She invited Rinnet to go with her to the chapel. While listening to a lecture on history there, our main character began to understand why the Saintess was so obsessed with the undead king. In the distant past, the first undead king had turned half the continent into a land of the dead. Even when all the nations joined forces to defeat him, his heart was recovered by his closest ally, a black mage. He was reborn as the second undead king and caused the fall of the Great Western Empire. The one chosen by the Order was only barely able to destroy his heart. That was because it had shattered into 3 pieces and scattered across the continent. Every time the Undead King crisis broke out, it was always the Great Holy Order that stood on the front lines. They surely knew exactly how many lives were lost in the process. For a saintess who loves her followers like family, it was only natural for her to have a hostile and obsessive attitude towards the Undead King. But we all know that's not necessary anymore. Is Pure Bone a little crazy? Yeah, he's a bit nuts, not all there in the head, that's for sure, but he's kind and has a gentle heart. Therefore, Rinnet would focus all his mental energy on the Undead King. And then, the scene shifts to a building. There, someone was coughing up blood. The butler ran over to ask if the person was okay, but he just shooed the butler away, saying he was disturbing his concentration. Guess who's fuming after losing a mental battle? Yep, it's that bastard Spectre. He couldn't handle the confrontation with Pure Bone. Spectre didn't understand. At first, he clearly had the upper hand. But now our hero was stronger on an incomparable level. Taking a direct hit, Spectre thought this was very strange. It seemed like multiple people were combining their powers together. As he faded away, he couldn't understand why he lost. Could it be that this wasn't just a difference in mental strength, but also in skill? Returning to his body, music, he said, that wasn't it. His skills couldn't possibly be that bad. Besides, this wasn't the time to be thinking about that. He told his butler that he wanted an urgent directive for the Soul Branch. He ordered that all operations be shut down immediately. All information had to be wiped, and everyone, literally everyone, had to go into hiding, especially the Korean branch. The directive? Music. There must be issued with the highest priority, and they must inform the commander that there is a monster in Korea. Pure Bone thought that, even with central mind and serenity, he was no music pushover. He definitely needed to research this more thoroughly. Just then, the little system appeared. It announced that as soon as our hero defeated Spectre, he had absorbed his karma, and the skill, Black Magic, had evolved into the special skill, Path of Magic. Pure Bone realized that those fragments were a part of Spectre. The good thing was that he could read the memories from those fragments. Now, he would be able to trace where that crazy cult was hiding. After absorbing a few fragments, he found the Korean branch. These guys were hiding deep in a forest. He would make sure not a single one of them had a chance to escape. In the next scene, he had made it inside. The doctor recalled that they had indeed been ordered to evacuate. It's just that no one told him there was a monster like this. Hearing that, our hero asked if the evacuation order had already been issued, but it was fine, no problem. His efforts weren't entirely in vain. They had already disposed of all the important documents, but now what? In trying to save a single piece of data, the doctor accidentally ended up handing over everything. Our protagonist took the paper to look it over, but as soon as he opened it, he discovered a problem. The incident he read about in the paper made him extremely tense. Crushing the doctor's name in his hand, he knew he could never forgive this. It looked like one of the documented attacks had been aimed at him all along. Another savage beatdown is about to be served, and I am so here for it. All this time, Rand thought he never had a choice, that it was just an accident, that there was nothing he could have done. But now, he's found them, the group behind the accident that destroyed his life and his family. There's just one problem. This group is on a whole other level than anyone our MC has ever faced. So, he's going to need to expand his influence. No matter how long it takes or what it costs, he's going to make damn sure they pay. But to do that, he needs a plan. But first, he's testing out his new skill, the refined blood crystal. He can refine and compress the excess blood in his body, then implant it into another vampire, amplifying their vampiric traits. There's just one tiny catch. The blood legacy connects them directly to our MC. But that's not a huge deal, right? Now that he's seen the skill in action, it's time for the real fun to begin. We cut back to the vampire base, where a door reads, "Knock first, or suffer the consequences." And I think you can guess whose room this is. Soren is asking if our MC really wiped out the entire hardliner faction. Specifically, she now wants to know about the leader of the moderates. Our MC confirms that aside from a few alphas, he's already taken care of most of them. And the reason he wants to meet their leader is to discuss this very issue. Soren says this is massive news. She'll have to report it first, and will need some time to verify everything. Our poor MC doesn't quite get why she needs all this verification, so he just unleashes his full power right in front of her and asks if that's enough proof. I mean, I guess? I think this guy is trying to give the girl a complex without actually saying it. Obviously, she knew the MC was strong, but she had no idea he was on this level. He's at least level 7, maybe higher, and it seems that was convincing enough, because now he's standing face to face with the leader. She can hardly believe that our MC single-handedly annihilated the entire hardliner faction, and now he plans to absorb all the remaining members. To her, it's a staggering proposal, almost too much to comprehend. He says he has no intention of issuing any unreasonable orders. His goal is to maintain peace and order. Oh, and he also wants to root out and destroy anyone connected to the Divine Vengeance Society. The leader asks if he thinks those two goals might be a bit contradictory. Our MC replies that it all depends on her standards, but he knows deep down she won't be easily convinced. If she refuses, he'll have to resort to force. There's no other way. But, contrary to his expectations, she agrees. Intrigued, our MC asks what she believes in that made her agree so quickly. But she simply replies that she's believing in herself. Like it or not, the MC has helped her absorb the hardliners, but on one condition: he has to take Soren with him. She'll be the bridge between them. Our MC says that's no problem at all. In fact, that's exactly what he wanted. With that settled, the discussion moves on to the finer details. How are they going to absorb the hardliners? And that's definitely not all. What are they going to do about the rising neutral faction? Our MC thinks it over and figures, all right. First, he'll absorb the remnants of the hardliner faction, becoming the leader of a new, unified group. This will be his first step toward taking control of the entire Blood Pact. Back at home, the MC tells Soren to stand perfectly still. If she moves, she could get hurt. Seeing her frozen in place, but still breaking out in a cold sweat, he decides to begin the procedure. A procedure that looks extremely painful. Soren says she can feel it. The refined crystal is heading straight for her heart, making her entire body burn up. She can even feel her blood pumping faster, but it's not just that her muscles and bones are expanding too. She feels like she's being reborn. Her body is completely different now. The refined blood crystal has a strengthening cap of 30%. It might not sound like a huge number, but that boost is no joke. Soren calls our MC master and asks what they'll do now, but he's a little confused about the whole master thing. But Soren clarifies that yes, he is her master. He's essentially just created a whole new clan. Now that a new bloodline has been established on Earth, they're going to need a proper name. The only problem is, our MC is terrible at naming things. As you probably already know, he tries to think of something different, yet recognizable. Looks like he's come up with something. Everyone who accepts his blood crystal undergoes a mutation, receiving the dominant traits from his own bloodline. And that's when he blurts out, heterosis. Oh my god, heterosis? What the hell is that? What a weird-ass name. From now on, they'll be known as the heterosis bloodline. Yeah, our boy has never been good at naming things. The name, right? But probably not right now. This creation of a new bloodline has our main character absolutely thrilled. The scene cuts to Han. He's looking calm and relaxed. Everything on Range's side is going well, so he's feeling a lot more relieved. The only thing is, he knows that's still not enough to take on the God's Punishment Society. Man, just saying that name is a mouthful. I'm just gonna call them the God Society, so you know what I'm talking about. The God Society. Got that locked in your head? Good. They've completely vanished from South Korea, but you have to remember, this is a global organization. To deal with them, our main character will need to expand his influence even further, both in the other world and by accumulating more karma. To get more karma, he's going to have to do some slightly messed up things, like playing war games and planting a few bombs somewhere. You all get what kind of bombs I'm talking about here, right? But that's when our MC has a realization. What is this crazy thought? What am I thinking? If I do that, innocent people will get hurt. He needs a way to cause incidents without harming anyone. But is there even a method like that? Maybe he should just go there and clean up the mess himself. But as he looks at the book, he figures out a way. He has the evil demon king, Ran, who threatens humanity, and the righteous hero Renate, who opposes him. Han will gather the corrupt to spread evil, while Reniti will defeat them and become a hero. Music, a perfect loop. This also aligns with our main character's primary goal, which is to eliminate the bad guys. And the best part is, he'll be earning karma at the same time. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. So, our boy summoned Harley. That's right, folks. The fifth incarnation of this damn guy. His special trait is adaptation. The main character tries to think of a way to develop Harley's trait. Without much effort, an idea comes to him. But actually, the one who came up with it was Dry Bones. After he defeated everyone at the God Society's base, he discovered an underground area, a research laboratory. In this place, they were conducting experiments, transplanting demon bodies into humans, similar to a chimera monster. Among the available samples, the item our MC has been searching for this whole time was also there, something that constantly absorbs powerful traits and never stops evolving. Dragon's blood. If Harley can adapt to this process, and Dry Bones combines it with the knowledge he's researched, well, I don't even need to tell you what kind of terrifying monster that kid is going to become. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to put a pin in Harley's story for now. The story cuts over to the Saintess. Renite goes to ask what's going on with the Saintess, and what's making her so worried. Why is she so lost in thought? And especially, why is she standing out in the rain? She says it's nothing serious. It's probably just because of the gloomy weather. She feels suffocated, like something is blocking her chest. But Renite tells her she shouldn't be standing out here regardless. She might catch a cold. That damn Dry Bones is finding this Saintess rather impressive. Despite being in the middle of a remote mountain with 2 layers of barriers, the venerable Saintess could vaguely sense that secret hideout. But since she didn't discover anything, he can continue with his experiment. The dragon's blood continues to evolve. Every time it devours a prey, it steals that prey's traits. Reminds me of a certain vampire, doesn't it? Dry Bones had taken all the research data. That's why he knew about the dragon. To make the situation even more perfect, there was also an ideal test subject. Harley isn't worried at all. In fact, he's really excited about this whole thing. He's eager to get started and see what the results will be. The scene cuts back to the church. We're witnessing the moment Rini takes his vows. The priest declares that from this day forward, his name is Henlet Landward, a holy knight of the Grand Divine Order. As soon as the necklace is placed on his chest, he receives a skill called Leap. The priest says that receiving a blessing during a ceremony is living proof that the gods are watching over him. But Reniti says it happened again. It was only for a brief moment, but he felt it. He's sure of it. He felt the will of the gods, just like when he was first baptized. Gods aside, he really wants to know how this new skill works. Opening his system, he realizes the skill allows him to transcend space. In other words, our main character can basically teleport now. The good thing is, it makes no mention of a limit, let alone a distance. After getting this skill, he says he'll have to pray a lot. Nothing but Our Fathers and Hail Marys for the whole week. The priests are all deeply moved, thinking he's a very devout man, but we all know he's really just enjoying the power he's received. Meanwhile, in another area, everyone is congratulating the main character. It's time for him to choose which order he'll join, but he has to choose carefully. Each order specializes in different types of weapons and techniques. The Celestial Shield Order uses long-range techniques, such as spears. They protect the outer perimeter of the fortress. The Sunwolf clan handles the front lines and uses greatswords. Meanwhile, the Thunderclaw Order takes care of internal security. Their weapons are a shield and sword. Pretty basic, right? They want to know which order our protagonist plans on joining. The guy says there's no need to think too hard. He already knows where he's going. He's going to train in all the orders at the same time. With his skills, warrior spirit, and exponential growth, he doesn't need to limit himself. So, the decision is made. He'll just learn every way to fight. The important thing is being able to land a punch, my friend. As for how you punch, who cares? But just then, something catches his eye. He sees a representative from another order, but that person doesn't say a word. The girl who's been quiet this whole time finally speaks up. Well, look at the main character, working miracles. She says her knightly order only chooses the best of the best. Taking a closer look, she says our protagonist isn't half bad. Maybe he can take their test. Our hero asks what the criteria for joining are, but the girl just tells him to follow her. A moment later, she explains that her order guards the most important fortresses. The protagonist doesn't quite understand and asks for a better explanation. But right then, they arrive at a room. The girl says she'll answer him, but only after he passes the test. Looking at the hood and mask, our hero realizes who it is, music. It's a heretical inquisitor. What does that mean? I have no idea. Don't ask me. The girl says the test is simple. He just has to read what's written on the table, but he must say it clearly enough for the gods to hear. He gets nervous. Could this be a device for detecting spies? He asks the girl. What is that? He also admits that he feels a little insulted. Are they trying to test my faith? The blue-haired girl replies that it's just a formality. She asks if there's any particular reason he won't read it, and that question clearly backs our hero into a corner. Now he's got no way out. He has to read it. And just like that, he begins to recite the text. The statue begins to react to the prayer, but then a strange mark starts to appear on our protagonist's tongue. Well, after he finishes reading, for some reason, the man lets them enter. A moment later, our hero asks what that was all about. Was it a curse to keep him from revealing secrets? But the blue-haired girl says it wasn't. It was just a blessing of silence, preventing the main character from revealing any information, whether willingly or by force. She uses fancy words to cover up the fact that it's a gag order, but at least now she can finally explain her order's purpose. Her order is the Radiant Shield, and their main duty is to guard the catacombs of the main temple. But she also warns him that this will be the first and last time he ever gets to see this place with his own eyes. Music. He asks what they're protecting. Looking inside the gate, he is absolutely stunned. Now all these layers of security make perfect sense. It's the final fragment of the mortal king. Of all the people she could have shown, she just had to show it to the one person who should never, ever see it. The only one who must not know. Renette can't even believe that the fragment has been hidden this whole time underneath the Great Rosalia Temple. But on second thought, the Grand Divine Order is one of the biggest powers on the continent, so it's logical they'd have at least one fragment after centuries of searching. Our hero definitely wants to get his hands on the fragment, but right now, it's impossible. There are 4 entire knightly orders guarding the temple. Not even Han could snatch this fragment. His only option is to come up with a meticulous plan to get it out of there. The blue-haired girl appears behind our protagonist and says that the blessing on his tongue will prevent him from saying anything about this, but she still stresses that he must not reveal a thing. Our hero tells her not to worry. He'll be the only one who knows about this music. Old Bones is loving this news. This is definitely an unexpected stroke of luck, but Harley's procedure is proving more unstable than he thought. Good lord, he's about to turn him into a zombie. Harley writhes in pain, saying that something is boiling inside him. Old Bones thinks the dragon's blood has surely settled inside his body, but perhaps he should adjust the intensity a little more. I can't even tell if this is an evolution or a torture tutorial. Old Bones looks concerned, and I'm starting to think this is the end for our new Harley. But wait, hold on. Old Bones has a solution. Why not just crank up the intensity? Why not? He says he doesn't care. It's all or nothing. He's going to inject the rest of the dragon's blood, and Harley once again screams in agony. A powerful aura begins to pour out of his body. If this monster doesn't pass on to the next world this time, he's definitely never going to. Old Bones gives up, apologizing to Harley. It seems it really was a failure, but just then, a system window appears. The system announces that his skill has evolved and unlocked a new potential. He can now have 1 additional clone. Old Bones says he doesn't really understand this whole evolution thing, but he's only saying that because he can't see Harley's spirit standing right behind him. The system announces that he has now received the physical mutation skill. This one must belong to Harley. And now, super mutation has evolved into rebirth, and adaptation has evolved into mutation. For anyone who thought we'd never see Harley again, well, here's our boy. Observing the effects of the mutation, Harley realizes he's transformed into a completely new species. Except, Old Man Bones says the good news doesn't stop there. His clones are developing without him needing to buy anything from the Karma shop. This is basically perfect. He's evolving without spending a dime. He'll figure out what to do with the new clone later. But for now, why not test out the new skills? Next scene, they're outside. Harley is having an absolute blast with this mutation thing. Now all of his senses are much sharper. He can even hear the slow breathing of the beast right behind him. The beast attacks. Looking closely, our MC realizes this beast is the same species as the one he met before. The moment it lunges, Harley grabs the panther's neck and slams it straight into the ground. He says that it's tired and needs to sleep. The problem is, it's going to sleep a sleep it will never wake up from. To develop the mutation trait he has, he needs to swallow monster cores and magic stones. At least, that's the most effective method. So, he pops it right in his mouth. The system panel immediately pings, notifying him of a mutation. Unbelievably, Harley transforms into a genuine Hercules. He's suddenly become gigantic. It now looks like he's at least 2 meters tall. The system pops up again, announcing that he's received the Glutton's Feast skill. This skill helps him digest anything, and very quickly. So, it allows him to consume even more. But I think Harley might have had a mental mutation too. There's no way he's about to do what I think he is. Hey buddy, no, hey, you don't have to do that. Just take it home and fry it up or something. Well, I guess I can't expect anything more from this series. We've had vampires drinking blood and doing all sorts of things. And now we have a buff Hercules eating raw meat. The only thing missing is Old Man Bones asking for the bones. The worst part is, Harley actually seems to be enjoying it. The meat tastes a little sweet, the blood is cool, but for some reason, he's laughing like a complete lunatic. Finally, he realizes that was some savage behavior. Speaking of savage, he remembers there's a tribal alliance on the southern continent. Well, if that's the case, it's time for a class change. Sometime later, we're in a district of the Tuleke Kingdom, where everyone is terrified by what they're seeing. They wonder if that guy is a southern barbarian. Our MC is a bit confused as to why everyone looks so tense. Why though? Are you kidding me? The guy is walking down the street looking like a temple guardian with a sword on his back and claims he doesn't know why he's drawing attention. But alright, Harley's goal is to become a hero who can influence the continent. Leaving an unforgettable impression is a good thing, so it's worth it. Alan asks Harley what brought him here. He says, it's pretty obvious. He came to destroy the monsters on the northern mountain. The other guy nervously says, alright, he'll get him on a boat right now. The scene shifts to a temple, where a spear falls to the ground. Looks like Renlit just defeated another opponent. He has truly mastered all the techniques of the knightly orders, and because of that, he's received the perfect weapon mastery skill. With that, his job is complete. He can now use any weapon with even greater perfection. This experience will definitely be a great help to the other clones. Looking to the side, the Saintess catches our MC's attention. He doesn't understand why she's wearing a ceremonial outfit that covers her from head to toe. What in the world is this Saintess up to now? He walks over, greets her, and asks what she's doing. The Saintess says that whenever it rains, the earthworms crawl out. So, she's sharing a bit of her power to make them happy. Our boy is a little stunned by this story about blessed earthworms. Aren't they going to turn into giants like in some weird B-movie? He changes the subject, mentioning her ceremonial robes and asking if there's an event going on. She says, yes, a special guest is arriving. That person has the ability to track the immortal king. Han remarks that this guest must be quite extraordinary, but in his mind, it's a different story, a very different one. He knows it would be extremely difficult for this guy to track his location. He's covered by multiple layers of barriers. The Saintess says she doesn't know how to explain how amazing this person is, but if he's interested, she can take him to the event. Of course, our main character agrees. The priest announces the arrival of Lord Grur, and they really do look different. So different, that it actually startles our main character. The man declares himself a high elf from the elven kingdom called Rafor Grand World. But you guys know how this goes, right? She didn't let us stay there, instead taking us to a place that's either a library or a bakery. With that tiny hat, I honestly can't tell. No, looks like this really is a library. The owner's complaining. He says it's fine to just look, but 2 hours is pushing it. Are you gonna buy something or not? The man apologizes, but that man is Hubert, Han's 6th incarnation. This is the incarnation he gained through Harley's growth. This guy's initial skill is appraisal, the power to see an item's information. Right now, the skills level is still low, so he can only see a few basic details about each item. But if he keeps developing it, he could become a merchant and dominate the entire continent. He's basically got his seed money ready to go, right? It's just that, obviously, before that, he'll have to deal with the opposition from the existing merchants. But for that to happen, Harley's heroic influence will need to grow even more. Speaking of Harley, The story takes us to the northern mountains. No matter how cold it gets, our shirtless wonder stays shirtless. Cold is for the weak. He's facing off against the biggest troublemaker on this mountain. Seeing Harley, the bear charges forward. Harley, also a hothead, doesn't back down an inch. An all-out brawl breaks out between them. The bear starts taking some minor cuts, and even worse, its movements are creating an opening for Harley. Our Hercules here makes his move. The target is the monster's head. Well then, I think we have a little problem here. Not letting our MC get away, the bear unleashes a massive swipe. And just like that, Harley goes flying. He doesn't understand why the axe had no effect, but since the axe is useless, he's going all in with a physical transformation. He lands a solid uppercut right on the monster's chin, and this time, he's not the one who goes flying. Still, it's hard to believe that our MC's bare hands are stronger than an axe. The problem is, this is a monster's power. He's not going to get any praise for doing this. He wonders if there's a way to use a monster's life force without altering his own body. Well, this can only be explored through practice. He tries to absorb only the energy, not the transformation. Our friendly system pops up, announcing that he's met the conditions. He's unlocked the aura body skill. Harley is thrilled with this. Finally, a skill that looks human. Just then, a monster 40 times his size shows up. This is a mountain troll. Our main character is clearly overjoyed. Now's the time to show off his new power. Let's just hope nothing goes wrong, right? The monster stomps on Harley, thinking it's defeated its foe. The troll starts to laugh. But then, someone calls out to it. It's Harley, asking if it finds this funny. Now it's his turn to show it something funny, too. He focuses all his energy into his fist. I was imagining him sending the monster flying, but it looks like he just broke free from under its foot, and he lunges toward the troll. The troll is surprised and tries to defend itself, but not very successfully. Harley lands on the ground. With this victory, he has leveled up to a heroic state. But then he starts to smell something rotten, a scent that's both familiar and disgusting. Our MC says it's like belly button gunk. But let me tell you, does belly button gunk even have a smell? I sure don't know, but I think our MC's been letting it build up. Getting closer to the location, he identifies the cause. It's the Oath of Challenge. That name is new to me. As far as I can remember, it was the Oath of Audacity. But if they say it's the Oath of Challenge, then who am I to argue? Who am I to question it? Our MC, who already has a special fondness times for these guys, starts warming up. Looks like the upcoming battle is going to be quite the show. The goal is the same as always, to uproot the rotten core. The problem is, he's not getting in by knocking on the door. No, he's getting in by smashing everything. But the scene cuts to our dear new elf friend. He's sitting and having tea with the Saintess. The Saintess thanks him for coming. Our main character is not happy at all about this new ally. Not just an elf, but a high elf. The elven kingdom of the animal continent is a kingdom of elves who worship the world tree. What's interesting is that despite serving different gods, they've maintained a good relationship for years. The high elves are the ruling class in the elven kingdom, so if they've come all this way, they intend to use the world tree to find Han. Looking closely, our MC is stunned. Their pupils are literally star-shaped. As for the reason, I have no idea. The elf remarks that Rennet must find his eyes quite interesting. The Saintess apologizes, saying she didn't realize she was staring, and our MC is silently thanking his lucky stars it wasn't him who got caught. The elf says it's quite all right. That's also something that needs to be discussed. Those eyes are the mark of a high elf. Elves born with those eyes serve as priests, acting as a bridge between the world tree and their people. But finding someone with this compatibility is extremely rare and astounding. At most, only 2 or 3 are born each generation, and lately, most of the high elves have been old. Therefore, the birth of a new high elf is of the utmost urgency. The Saintess asks if the help they need is related to this situation. He says that it is, precisely. An oracle has just descended, revealing that a child with the right qualities has been born on the continent, but she was captured by slave traders and sold as a sacrifice to a dark witch. So, they want the Grand Temple's help to locate the child. The Saintess asks if they know where the girl is, and the elf says that. It's been confirmed she's in the northern mountains, but he adds that those mountains are a remote and very dangerous place. Dangerous, maybe, right? But not for our main character. He's overhearing the whole thing through Renlit, including the Saintess asking about the girl's appearance. Rafari says that the girl has not yet awakened her eyes, so she still looks like a normal elf by human standards. She looks to be about 15 years old, with light green hair and orange eyes. Our MC can't believe what he's seeing. He's standing right in front of her and asks for her name. The elf girl is a little nervous, but still replies that her name is Cecile. The next chapter, we see horrific destruction all over the mountain. And the cause of this incredible destruction is our main character running below, trying to escape. The mages are trying to keep him away from the storage room. The problem is, how do you deal with a monster like this? He's literally not even stopping, just plowing right through. He asks if that's the storage room the girl mentioned, and she, a little dazed, agrees. He shakes her a few times and tells her to snap out of it. She was the one who said she needed to grab something from there before they escaped. Immediately, she points to a branch. But wait, that's no ordinary branch. It's a branch from the world tree. Seeing this, our protagonist tells her to hold on tight. Things are about to get complicated. The girl says that before they go, she has one request. If possible, please go slowly. There's no need to rush like this. Obviously, her request was ignored. The next scene, we see Rennet saying that he has a lead, a hint about the child, Cecilia. He thinks he knows where she is. This immediately grabs the elf's attention. He starts asking if Rennet has been blessed with some kind of tracking ability. He says, not exactly. It's not tracking, per se, but he can feel her presence. The knight beside him challenges him. He can't say something so uncertain, but the saintess tells him to go be quiet in a corner. This is grown-up talk, buddy. Forget it. You're just a side character, for God's sake. The saintess asks Renlet to explain the situation more clearly. The scene cuts back to Hercules, who has finally found the exit. The mage yells to his comrades to call someone, or else that guy will escape with the kid. The subordinate starts blowing a whistle, and something massive appears in front of our main character. All of a sudden, a giant sandworm has been summoned. Harley says there's no other choice. He'll have to force his way through. Immediately, he jumps up and lands right on the creature. This pisses it off, and it starts roaring at our MC. Yeah, it's a little weird to say a sandworm is times roaring asterisk, isn't it? But I can't find a better word for it. Observing closely, our main character realizes how the sandworm is being controlled. Now it's clearer why a desert creature is there, but that's okay. He'll make sure to rescue this creature like a true hero would. He simply concentrates all his strength into the palm of his hand, and just like that, he sends the creature flying, telling it to return to where it belongs. Congratulations, MC, you're a hero. You definitely saved that creature. It's going to get home safe. Right after, we see an explosion, but I don't think things are going so well. Harley still believes he saved the creature and that it's gone, but I highly doubt it had a soft landing. Just then, the fun ends. He realizes he's surrounded by wolves. The problem isn't that there's just one, but a whole lot of them, and the numbers are massive. I'd even say this might be a tough job for this meathead, but you know it won't be. He's about to wipe the floor with all these creatures and then go beat up those idiots. Just keep in mind, an old man is trying to figure out how the main character managed to get to his next sacrifice. Seriously, how did he even get in there? This old man is Elder Nurabi. Apparently, one of the leaders of this so-called Oath of Ordeals. Nurabi is certain that the MC won't be able to take down all these monsters. And speaking of monsters, one of them is about to chomp down on our protagonist's arm, and the wolf is screwed. Our MC has transformed his arm. If the poor little wolf had thought things through a bit more, at least he wouldn't have to pay for hospital bills, because he's about to get logged out of the server anyway. Have you guys noticed? Our MC's hand now has wolf claws. This maniac has been eating monster stones this whole time. Besides making him stronger, it also gives him limitless stamina. Harley feels something strange, something very different. Although he's clearly trying to stay in control, his body is moving on its own, it's blocking on its own, and consuming on its own. And then he unlocks it. Another skill. He has now unlocked Wild Instinct. The mages watched everything from above, and now they were starting to get times worried. Nurabi orders all the summoning circles to be activated. It's a shame to have to reveal this to the world so soon, but he has no other choice. He orders the release of 2 nightmares as he witnesses our MC's rampage. The wolves start to get scared. Too bad for them, because it's way too late to feel fear now. Harley definitely isn't holding back, but before he can even attack, something pierces straight through his arm, catching him completely off guard. He realizes the weapon fired at him was a crystal arrow. The problem is, that wasn't the only arrow fired, and it looks like the enemy creature is made entirely of crystal, too. Our MC can't figure out what kind of creature this is. It's literally a person made of gemstones. To make matters worse, another enemy dives in from above. Well, the situation is getting worse by the second. The creature says Harley won't take another step forward and reveals that he is a demon. Incredibly, that wasn't enough to make our MC flinch. Harley knows that brute force alone can't beat this thing. But just then, another arrow pierces through his body. And that's the whole problem. It's not just one enemy, it's 2. Oh man, what an unexpected team up. I did not times see that coming at all. The demon tells him to just give up. He says this is where it ends. Shockingly, our MC agrees with him. And that's when something unexpected happens. a divine power suddenly appears out of thin air. It's Ren lit with his teleportation. Man, with so many avatars and skills, even I forgot he had this move. The scene flashes back to the past. The Saintess is chewing out some fool for not trusting our MC. He actually thought our MC wasn't capable of sensing the girl, but the Saintess says that Sir Reinlet is someone everyone can trust. Even the Supreme Being himself has shown interest in him, so he must have received some kind of revelation. The elf stands up, saying it doesn't matter if it's a revelation or just a gut feeling. He'll follow any decision that could lead them to the child. So, he asks Heinlet to lead the way. But that's when we snap back to the present. Heinlet, a holy knight, is facing the demon head-on. He channels holy energy into the tip of his sword, and with a single strike, he sends the horned bastard flying. And that was the end of the demon. The diamond guy can't understand what just happened, but he was so busy watching the demon fall that he completely forgot about Harley. In response, he activates countless arrows, and literally all of them impale our MC. But of course, that wasn't enough. The guy's lost an eye, but he doesn't stop attacking. He says he's going to collect on the debt for this eye. Of all the destined avatars, this one is the most psychotic. He easily rips the gem right off the diamond creature's forehead. Actually, I don't think he's just taking the gem. I think he's crushing its skull. And just like that, the diamond creature is defeated. Though in agony, Harley pulls the arrows from his own body. Our MC lost an eye, but in return, he got a new one. The system announces that a new body part has been assimilated. He's obtained the Jewel Eye skill, and now he also has telekinesis. Okay. Now I want you all to comment down below and tell me which avatar is the most badass. It's definitely Hercules, dude. No contest. If he takes a part from any beast and attaches it to his body, he transforms. The mages of the guild can't believe that even those two were defeated. Nurab tells them to calm down and not act rashly. It's just one man and one child, nothing more. So, they should just release all the remaining monsters and then retreat. But I think it's already too late. One of the mages gets taken out. The elite army has arrived right behind them. Whenever you feel like your life is crap and you're down on your luck, just remember these mages. Because my friend, you can't find a more screwed bunch than this. You guys know what these old geezers do when things get intense. He makes all his men log out and takes their power for himself. But instead of getting stronger, he's simply going to summon another creature. Except with these sacrifices, this creature will be much, much stronger. He's going to summon the demon Archduke. But just then, a ray of light appears in the sky. Nurab can't believe the immense divine power. Poor demon Archduke. He barely arrived, and it's already time to go. Although everyone believed this divine power belonged to Rennet, you would be wrong. All of this divine power actually belongs to that priest over there. In a battle between good and evil, it's pretty clear who's going to win. Rennet remarks that it looks like things up there have been sorted out. Harley tells the little girl she can come out from behind the tree now. She's relieved, but still terrified. Harley tries to reassure her, saying the important thing is that she's okay. But just then, someone calls out to Renlet. It's the paladin, Tusk. That entire battalion belongs to him. Tusk asks how he knew about all of this. Our MC says he just had a feeling. But that's when the elf sees Cecily. He drops to his knees and says that it is an honor to meet her for the first time. Seer was captivated by the high elf's gaze, but Harley broke the mood. He said he was happy to have helped reunite her with her people. For him, it was a great honor to help her as a warrior. The elf thanked him, asking how she could repay him, but our hero said he didn't do it for a reward. Raf said that our protagonist was truly an admirable person, but he had to repay this kindness. And so, our hero agreed. Smiling, Seer asked the protagonist to sit for a moment. She gave him a kiss of gratitude and prayed that the blessings of nature would be with him. Rafori explained that it was a blessing of nature, a high-level charm bestowed only by high elves, which can only be used a few times. Considering she wasn't a true high elf yet, the power would probably be a bit weaker, but he still hadn't given his gift. Raf gave him the token of the elves' promise. If one day in the future our protagonist needed help, they would come to his aid. Harley was thrilled, but said he didn't have to go that far. The little girl didn't stop there. She also gave him a piece of the world tree. Tusk commented that the kid really had an impressive constitution and asked Rennet if he knew him, but he obviously denied it, saying this was the first time they'd met. Tusk said that our hero's intuition was indeed correct, so now the Holy Order owed him a favor, and this made our guy incredibly excited. He had won the support of the Elven Kingdom and the Great Divine Holy Order. Now, if Harley supported Rupert, he would surely become an invincible merchant. Raf thanked Tusk for his swift assistance, so now it was his turn to repay the favor. Tusk said he had only one request for the peace of the land. Please find the human king. It seems our hero had forgotten about this little detail. The story explains a bit more about the world tree. It is the root of all trees. The high elves borrow its power. Thanks to it, they can sense the energy of any tree anywhere. But to do that, Raph would need some help. He needed to know the energy he was looking for. In this case, the energy of the human king. With that in mind, they returned to the holy sanctuary. Walking down the corridor, our protagonist observed the number of barriers. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't get through. This place was truly on another level. Furthermore, when they brought strangers inside, the barriers started to shift, turning the place into a maze. Even for Raph, breaking a barrier of that size would take a very long time. Moreover, if someone happened to break a barrier, all the knights and high priests would immediately rush there. So, really, to get the last fragment out of here, he would have to rack his brain. But they finally entered the room. The elf began to trace the energy of the human king. If that high elf really found Ran, all the elite forces would be dispatched straight there. But that meant there was a way to get everyone out of here, and that would be the perfect time for our hero to make his move and take the fragment. But the scene changes. We see the meeting room of the Oath of Defiance. The representative of the Empire is present. The one from the east is also there. Finally, Nerubi is missing, but he's been eliminated, so he's not present. One of them says that everyone probably already knows the news. The problem is, they still don't know how the Holy Order and the elves found Nerubi. First, it was Marcos, who was nurturing the fragment, and now even the hidden Nerubi has been defeated. So this confirms for us that the Oath has changed its name. Another person commented that the rise of the Holy Order must be because the heir of the human king has appeared. But the shadow guy asks if they can use this new heir of the human king, but another guy just asks if he's suggesting they ally with the very person who's cornering them. It's really not a good idea. But do you guys recognize who's talking? As you can see, guys, one guy is dressed in black, the other is all in black, and that other dude is pitch black. Obviously, we know who is who. Our protagonist thinks that no matter how many barriers were erected, or how deep in the mountain it was, the Holy Order still found him. It seems the Saintess tracked the fragment to find Ranch. In that case, all he needed to do was hide the fragment. And, if he hid it in the subspace he created, it would be even worse. The problem was, it didn't work. It seemed the fragment didn't want to enter the subspace. The good thing was that he, could return to Earth with the fragment. So, he would create a subspace inside his own body and carry the fragment that way. Now, he would truly become one with that part. And this time, it actually worked. The fragment had indeed entered the subspace. Now he could absorb the fragment's power while concealing all traces of its energy, becoming undetectable. He had solved his biggest headache. Now, the only thing left was to clean up the crime scene. Since none of them had the sense to find another solution, he would simply start a fire in everything and say goodbye and give my blessings. No, just goodbye. I can't say blessings because there are no saints here, only evil people. At the cave's exit, he starts to remove all the barriers. This way, his scent will spread all across the land. I thought the goal was to go undetected, but he's doing the exact opposite. He's deliberately releasing a ton of energy so he can be located. The objective, as you all know, is to get the final fragment. Soon after, the trees begin to sense the King of Death's energy. That's also when that damn goblin finds him. He reports that the King of Death is in the monster forest on the continent. Immediately, an order is issued to summon all the holy knights. But that's not all. All the archbishops present are also mobilized. Just then, a guy with a mustache appears, asking if they weren't planning on summoning him for such an important matter. This is the Holy Knight Puree of the Great Holy Temple of Geron. The Archbishop is shocked by the appearance of Cardinal Puree. Truly, this expedition will be made up of only the best of the best. The Saintess says she will go too, but he tells her that, unfortunately, that's not possible. He explains to the Saintess that she is the great pillar of the Holy Order, so she must stay behind. The Archbishop calls Renlight over and says that this time, he'll be staying at the temple to look after the Saintess. Ah, what a sweet deal. He didn't want to go in the first place. He didn't want to go at all. The Archbishop says that if anything happens while he's gone, he's entrusting the Saintess to his care. Renlight thinks that's no problem. He'll make sure the Saintess and only times the Saintess is safe. All the chosen knights are heading outside. The Archbishop tries to motivate music, all the knights accompanying him. Everyone roars, shouting that they will fight for peace and the salvation of all. Seeing the Saintess praying, Renlight tells her not to worry too much. He's sure everyone will return safely, but she asks how he could possibly know that. Music. Did the gods grant him a revelation? He says not exactly, but for some reason, he just has a feeling that's how things will turn out. A short time later, you won't believe who arrived at the Holy Temple. That's right, folks. The mission to steal the fragment is about to begin. So, I'm going to end the video right here. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not stopping. Just wanted to scare you a little bit. Just a little scare. Calm down. Calm down. Don't rush to flame me in the comments just yet. The barriers prevent the protagonist from sneaking in stealthily, and even if he could get in, there's still an inner barrier. In this case, he's going to misdirect everyone as to his true location. But thanks to that, he buys himself a little time. He fires multiple shots at the barrier at different points. Seeing this, the soldiers go on high alert. But that's when they start to look down and realize that things have already gone terribly wrong. They're suffering a large-scale attack. But then, the story cuts to the forest. The knights report that they've scoured the entire area where the King of Death was detected, but found nothing. The goblin insists that was definitely the place. If he had moved, the world tree would have notified him. That's when the archbishop has a realization. Could it be that he knew he was being followed? Realizing his fatal mistake, he orders everyone to return to the Great Holy Temple immediately. The entire location in the forest was just a diversion. The skeleton has infiltrated the underground. And now he stands before the final fragment of the King of Death. And now, the most awaited moment has arrived. The revival of the great King of Death. But then the story takes us outside. Soldiers run to try and stop the zombies. Ren Light just stands still, wishing everyone good luck. He was assigned to guard the garden, so he's going to stay put right there, isn't he? But that's when something starts to worry our protagonist. There are more soldiers than he expected, knights he had never seen before. But that's okay. They don't know that the skeleton is deep in the basement. Just then, someone orders all the knights to halt. That person reports that the undead are just a decoy. Outside the castle, the heir to the King of Death has reached the deep basement. Music. He orders everyone to the sealed chamber, and that's when our protagonist remembers the adjudicator. Ren Light has to intervene. This is about to become a disaster. All attention turns to the music deep basement. Someone asks how the intruder managed to get into the room without anyone noticing. The knight says that there doesn't seem to be any sign of forced entry. The saintess then asks if he's talking about teleportation. Someone just suddenly appeared inside, but he says there's no way to know for sure. The saintess starts blaming herself, thinking she didn't do a good enough job. If the King of Death is truly revived, there's nothing they can do. But just then, someone arrives and says the entrance was too crowded, so he was late. Obviously, Ren Light is lying through his teeth. He announces that from this point forward, he's taking command. The poor saintess, Music, gets a boost of confidence when she sees him in the sealed chamber. We see the skeleton emerging from there. He didn't expect the knights to be so resilient. They'd wiped out most of the undead and even took down Malkal, an elite boss. Alright, fine. Time for him to rest in peace. The only reason I'm not wishing him a peaceful rest is because he killed Radanildo. It took a moment, but the skeleton finally reached the fragment. Looks like we did a little time skip there that I missed. The skeleton then starts to slice open his own chest. The fragment begins to react, trying to break free from its spot, and finally burrows inside of him. Unbelievably, the skeleton doesn't feel any different, not stronger, not weaker. He hears a sound behind him. When he looks back, he sees the knights and the saintess. He quickly activates his power and takes care of 12 of them pretty easily. The priest orders them to hold their ground. He's going to use a blessing to heal everyone, and sure enough, he purges the corruption from the soldiers. Haiti says it's his turn to step up, but the saintess pulls him back. She says they first need to analyze the immortal king's power. This comes at the perfect time. He was planning to stall for time by fighting Rang, but if he doesn't have to, even better. The skeleton tells them all to just give up. He's already got the fragment. He even considers just blowing everyone up and getting out of there. But the problem is he'd harm innocent people. The thing is, the knights are thinking along completely different lines. Music, the attacks aimed at him are fast and powerful, so they can only be from the saintess. Lucky for the skeleton, he has instant regeneration. Without it, he would have been toast. To stop all the attacks, he decides to take down the command tower first. It's the only way he can get out of here. However, his attack fails. They're not just defending the saintess, they're preparing to counterattack. The skeleton believes someone is reading his tactics, so he decides to take a peek into his opponent's mind. Only, it doesn't quite work out. The archbishop is no pushover. Instantly, the saintess realizes he hasn't fully absorbed the fragment. Seeing an opportunity, she orders everyone to attack. The skeleton realizes they're trying to attack from multiple directions. Their goal is to overload him so he can't regenerate in time, but he manages to block the first attack. The problem is, there's another attack coming from behind. Our protagonist finds this attack too slow, but also a cheap shot. The Immortal King talking about cheap shots? Now I've heard everything. He activates a binding spell and captures the knight. The knight doesn't understand how our MC read his mind. He should have blocked any mental intrusions. Ren apologizes, but he'd already heard everything inside the guy's head. The knight says it's fine. He still has a final move, but it's too late for him to do anything. The Immortal King's fragment inside the skeleton has finally become one with him. Now, there's nothing they can do. The king is ecstatic about this. Music. But the saintess is filled with despair. For her, this is practically the end of the world. The Immortal King has now been truly resurrected. His look has been upgraded 100%. Man, he looks terrifying now. No, he was scary before, but now. This is just epic. Beautiful, absolutely flawless. The system announces a skill has been unlocked. Music, Dimensional Calamity, the Immortal King. Alright, it's not over yet. Reinforcements are arriving at the chamber. But that's when everyone freezes. They simply stare at the figure before them and realize it's the Immortal King. Unfortunately, they've arrived too late, but one good soldier says it's not over. This place is a sacred space that suppresses the Immortal King's power. Everyone must risk their lives to try and destroy that demon. With a pep talk like that, who wouldn't want to charge in? Just imagine everyone there. I don't know about you, but me? I'd take my dinky little sword, turn around, and get the hell out of there. There's no way I'm fighting. Am I the only one here who values my own life? Jeez. They actually believe they can defeat the Immortal King, and that's because they can't see the status window that clearly displays the words, immunity to instant death. Literally, he's now invincible. And to prove it, he activates a skill, Dark Eye. With music, just a single glance, he spreads fear and chaos among his opponents. If you weren't sure before, you should be now. Pick up your sword, turn around, and run. God is not here. No, the goddess has left the building. Turn around and get lost. To make matters worse, it's not just that damn stare. It also grants him control over low-level demons. The good soldier recognizes it as the legendary Dark Eye. You must never look directly at the Immortal King. And what's worse, our MC summons his entire legion once again. This time, instead of forming ranks, they all move toward our protagonist and seem to start merging together. It looks like they've formed a corpse golem. I'm not going to say anything else. If nobody has run away yet, I'm at a loss for words. The creature prepares to launch an attack. A lucky few manage to escape, but the others are completely vaporized. The skeleton finds this whole thing pathetic. At this point, I don't even know if I should call this guy a skeleton anymore. He's on a completely different level. You can't just call him a skeleton. You have to call him the embodiment of evil. That's what I'm going with. The poor saintess is in complete and utter despair. Everything she didn't want to happen has happened. She's trying to hold it together, because if she breaks down, not only will the church fall, but the entire continent will be doomed. Trying to make a move, she calls Reinlight over. She tells him she's entrusting him with her symbol. She places it in his hand and begs him to retreat, and please, to become stronger, so that one day, he can stop the undead king. She orders everyone to clear a path for Reinlight, no matter the cost. He has to get out safely. Following her command, the knights begin to forge a path. Meanwhile, one of the knights tries to sneak attack the undead king, but obviously, that doesn't go so well. He gets snatched up before he can even finish his attack. The knight says that nothing else matters. Their objective has been achieved. All they wanted was to save Reinlight, their hope. Nothing else has any value anymore. The bag of bones agrees. Since the guy said it has a value, then fine. He's gonna see just how hard his skull is. But right then, he eats a punch straight to the face. My dude. It was Reinlight. Immediately after, he activates his leap skill, vanishing from the undead king's sight. He instantly rushes in to attack again. The undead king shouts that his movements are good, but his sword is way too dull. Reinlight gets stabbed through the chest, but not really, right? We all know this is just an act. It only pierced his armor. But wait, here comes the climax of the play. The saintess screams out in worry for Reinlight. She asks why he didn't run, but he replies that he didn't join the church just to save his own skin. He won't abandon his comrades who are sacrificing themselves, facing death for a greater cause. So, he'll give it his all to avoid being a coward. He asks the undead king if he really said his sword was useless. Even if it breaks, today will be the day he falls. Right on cue, the system announces that he's received a new blessing, the Sword of Light. And just like that, our MC charges at the undead king. He charges at himself. Unbelievably, he lands a hit. The two of them look at each other, feeling that this scene is just perfect. Now's the time to put an end to all of this. Seeing this, everyone is filled with hope. The undead king asks for Reinlight's name, and right on script, he replies, the system announces that the instant death skill has been activated. That's because the skeleton took a critical hit. The undead king says he will remember this name. Rhinelight acts disappointed. The undead king has fled. He says he wanted to end this story right here and now, but unfortunately, he failed. But just then, he clutches his heart and collapses like a damsel in distress. Because he struck the undead king's heart, everyone now believes he is the chosen one. That's all our MC wanted. An epic performance that could bring the audience to tears. In the end, Rang plays the part of the undead king, and Rhinelight is the one who defeated him with the blessing of the gods. A perfect showdown between a hero and a demon king. Now all that's left is to collect the paycheck. I mean, the pay. Ah, the system rewards. Our MC is overjoyed. His karma points shot up by about 1 million. He doesn't think twice and immediately clicks on upgrading his unique skill. The system announces that he's received a new skill. Customization. Curious, our MC clicks on it to see what it is. And literally, he can now customize his avatars just like in a video game. Man, if this kid has ever left his house even once, just a single time, that would be a lot. Seriously, it seems like he just stays home all day playing games. What a cushy life. This new customization skill has opened up 2 possibilities for our MC: create avatar and modify avatar. In the modify section, he can change the appearance and stats of his existing avatars. The create avatar section is similar, but it's for before they're made. But the best part is yet to come. He can now select a gender option. That's right, fellas. Our MC can now create female characters. Curious, he clicks on it and tells himself, you only live once, so let's give it a try. But the option is locked. A system notification says that to do this, he needs to consume a special essence, a race-related essence. This is where the question arises. Would a branch from the world tree solve this problem? The world tree is currently being used as an air purifier, but since he has no other choice, what can you do? To create an elf? This should probably be enough. Instantly, the system detects the world tree, and it actually starts creating an elf. And there it is, people. Our MC now has a new avatar. This time, we've got an elf. With his new skill available, he begins to customize. The goal is to reduce its ugliness, but this is pretty difficult. He's going to make the arms and legs longer for a more elegant look, but since elves are elementalists, the most important stat distribution is affinity with nature, so he was a must-have for the collection. In the end, he was named Haris, with the personal trait of being the son of the world tree. Another overpowered avatar was born. Ranchar Ofeng was thrilled with this one. He looked incredibly sharp with a handsome face. Just then, Haris commented that this was pretty uncomfortable, and just like that, everyone froze. Could Ranch's dark magic be consuming Harris? Our MC didn't quite understand. But just in case, he immediately canceled the summoning. He noticed the mind core was acting erratically. Was it because of the elves' natural compatibility? The MC was just moments away from losing his new avatar. After resolving the issue, our MC decided to deal with Haris later. Walking over to the bookshelf, he pulled out a volume. This time, it was time for him to write the legend of the mercenary king. With that, the scene changes. We're taken to Harley, who looks exactly like Hercules. After finishing his shopping, he left the store. Harley noted that Rupert had found the perfect item for him. Speaking of which, he remembered some guys were causing trouble back at Rupert's shop. Maybe he should head over there and teach them a lesson. While walking down the street, those guys started mocking his outfit. Even after he walked past, the guy didn't stop talking trash. Just then, he simply turned to look at the guy, and the man realized this was trouble he didn't want. Harley asked, "Who's insulting a Southerner?" Unexpectedly, the guy actually confronted him. He said he'd give our MC a beating to teach him a lesson. He struck our MC's arm with a club, but it clearly did nothing at all. Our MC barely felt a thing, so I'm not even sure if he's going to react. He realized these guys had a few screws loose, but they were still skilled warriors. That meant he just needed to stay close and build a good relationship with them. He would become the great warrior of the South, alongside the comrades who wholeheartedly supported him. In other words, he'd become a true hero. The psycho charged in to attack again. He told the MC to dress properly. Clothes like that are only for festivals. Playing humble, our MC asked if people really don't dress like that these days. This absolutely infuriated the guy. This is why so many people look down on the South. They think all Southerners are like that and wear those weird clothes. So, he challenged our MC to a traditional Southern duel. Harley agreed, but on one condition. All 3 of them had to come at him at once. They asked if he was trying to humiliate them, but he changed his mind, saying 2 at a time would be fine. The last one's job was to help the 2 who were taken down, not giving their opponent a chance to recover. I hope these guys survive the fight, but I highly doubt it. Well, actually, it looks like I was wrong. They were beaten and bruised, but they survived in the end. But the guy in the cap said there's no way our MC is a Southerner to have that level of skill and not have any markings. Our MC didn't expect there to be a custom like that for Southern warriors. But now what? How was he going to explain this? He simply said that he really was a Southerner and that there was a story behind his lack of markings. 20 years ago, there was a duel to choose the new chief of his tribe. His father, the best warrior in the tribe, won with ease. He defeated his opponents without breaking a sweat. By tradition, he would get to marry the Lord's daughter and would also be granted one wish. However, his father said his wish had already been decided from the start. He said he would not marry the Lord's daughter. The daughter felt insulted and asked why he would make such an absurd wish, and he certainly had a good reason. He and the lady were blood siblings. Furious about this, the daughter asked her father if he was just going to let someone spout such nonsense, but her father could only apologize, saying that it was, in fact, the truth. She wasn't actually his biological daughter. In a fit of rage, she ordered the guards to kill our MC's father. His father said he would buy time while his mother escaped. At the time, his mother was pregnant with him, so she couldn't help in the fight. His father fought bravely, but in the end, he fell. Music. His mother hid in a remote cave, and that's where he was raised. Man, this guy's lies are so elaborate, he basically invented a whole new lore. And the lies didn't stop there. He said his mother had just passed away from a terminal illness. That's why he's a warrior without any markings. And unbelievably, those guys bought it hook, line, and sinker, and were even moved by the story. They even apologized for judging the MC. The thug never imagined there was such a sad story behind it all. That's because the story was completely made up. When it comes to spinning a yarn, he's second to none. What a fantastic liar. After such a moving tale, they all shared a drink. Curious, the guys asked, "What brought our main character all the way to this remote southern region?" you ask. Well, it forced him to lie once again. After his mother passed away, he was left all alone. He was completely lost, with no idea how to go on living. But then, someone appeared to help him, a merchant named Rupert, who was now one of his closest friends. He didn't just become our MC's benefactor, he became a true friend. It's just that now, he'd heard that his friend was in some trouble. Unable to ignore the man who had helped him, he came back. After hearing the story, the warriors declared that our MC's enemy was their enemy too. They would do everything they could to help Harley. Moved, everyone pulled each other into a group hug. That's real brotherhood for you. After using those idiots to deal with the threat to Rupert, his innovative economic plan would begin. He was going to start importing a ton of chili peppers from Earth, a spice that was rare in this world. And in return, he would distribute magical tools that were common here but extremely scarce on Earth. And once again, we're back to what you'd call a win-win situation. With this strategy, he would pave the way for even greater growth. It seems the warriors had said their goodbyes to our MC. They were heading to the merchant friend's shop to handle the matter. Our MC thinks that having underlings makes life a lot easier. Now, he can just leave this problem to Rupert. Finally, it was time to begin. Our MC's debut in his elf disguise. Man, this story arc is long. Haris arrives and asks if this is the shrine of Rosalia. He introduces himself, saying he's a talented mercenary. Not only that, but he's also a close friend of Harley. And Harley, in turn, is a close friend of someone in the Night Order. Therefore, Haris wants an audience. He needs to know who the dispatched elves are. Harley even sent a letter to confirm that he's truly friends with that elf. And please, could someone just let him in? After analyzing the handwriting, the guard had no more doubts. That sloppy handwriting could only belong to Harley. The guard invites our MC inside. He says he'll show him the way to the elves' quarters. A moment later, he announces that he has already informed Lord Harfy, so he can go in. And just like that, our MC heads to the living quarters. Harfy introduces himself, stating that he is a high elf. He invites our MC to sit and asks if he's really Harley's friend. Our MC thanks him and confirms that he is indeed his friend. In reality, our MC is lost in thought, finding everything fascinating. Seen through the eyes of another elf, Harfy's eyes shone even brighter, and the more he looked, the more he felt himself being drawn in. There's that feeling again. Harfy remarks that our MC must be very close to Harley. He's even wearing the bracelet that Harfy had given him. Our MC says that he's sorry. He only accepted it because it belonged to someone of the same race. But if it makes him uncomfortable, he can take it off. But Harfy says no, it's not necessary at all. In fact, he's actually happy about it. He adds that he heard our MC wanted to ask him something. Harris says that he wants to learn the power of nature and how to make contracts with spirits. He never had a chance to mature properly because he spent most of his life alone. Harfy understands, He observes our MC's aptitude and has no doubts. But he stands up and asks if our MC would like to get some fresh air with him. Once outside, Harvey says that our MC asked for his training, but unfortunately, he can't do it. He'll be leaving this place soon. But right then, he extends an invitation. He asks if our MC wants to go to the Elf Kingdom with them. Obviously, he's going to say yes. If he refused, I'd jump into the story and beat him up myself. Is he crazy? The Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom is a total steal. It's the home of the academy that educates and trains high elves. Our MC says it would be an honor, but doesn't he need to be qualified? Harvey says that's normally true, but there are exceptions. Exceptions are made for those with the aptitude to become a high elf. Harvey asks if our MC felt anything when he looked into his eyes. At that exact moment, he feels that familiar sensation again. It's as if something is pulling him straight inside, and then he's transported to another place. He dismisses the thought that this is a spiritual realm. This place is the purest form of energy, so it can't be that. Suddenly, something catches his attention. He looks up and can't believe what he's seeing. He sees the goddess of the elves, on the world tree. That's when the elven goddess floats down, getting closer and closer to him. Come on, MC, you gotta go for it. The goddess starts to touch his face. He kind of likes it, but he doesn't really understand why. Whoa there, goddess. Slow down. Take it easy. Our MC isn't used to this kind of thing. She even calls Haris her son and tells him to come to the Elf Kingdom. Haris asks if she is the world tree itself, but it's too late. She just vanishes. The problem is, he didn't understand a single thing, she said. And in less than 10 panels, that woman left our MC completely confused. Our MC asks Harvey what just happened, and he replies that our MC has felt the presence of the world tree. Haris said he saw a spirit and asked if it was the world tree, but Harfor explained that's just the form the world tree decided to show him. It appears in the form most familiar to each person, but it seems the world tree has taken a special interest in our boy. And this is when he realizes things are getting a little out of hand. First a deity, and now the world tree itself has its eyes on him. Putting the roses situation on the back burner for a moment, we cut to Rupert's shop. He's being shaken down by a gang of thugs. They want to know why Rupert hasn't closed up shop yet. Rupert apologizes for the inconvenience, explaining that he just received a shipment of some exquisite tea this week. If the young man would like, he could have a taste. But it seems this guy is fresh out of patience. He asks Rupert if he has a death wish. The order was given to leave and abandon this place. Smiling, Rupert asks if perhaps he just doesn't like tea. But you know who does? His buddies standing right behind him. One of them is about to say something, but he eats a fist right to the jaw. And just like that, the first guy goes flying out of the shop. Our protagonist doesn't even have to do anything else, because the other two are already pale with fear. But just to be sure, it's probably best to give them a beatdown too. A sound thrashing for all 20 of them. The other two guys got what was coming to them. They'll definitely be feeling that in the morning. Night falls, and things have calmed down a lot. Harley announces that, tonight, the drinks are on him. Thanks to everyone there, Rupert was safe. The side character, whose name I still don't know, says that he's convinced. He saw Harley fight with his own 2 eyes, so he definitely needs a sigil. A sigil just like his, the perfect kind for a warrior. Man, it's some weird thing. Half Masonic, half Illuminati, half triangle. I don't really get this tattoo either, but whatever. The sidekick continues, saying he heard there's a person named Sue in Tarak. Our main character should definitely go there, and that's when someone finally calls out his name. The lucky guy's name is Luang. Our protagonist grabs Luang and says, "Let's go right now, Chief. Time to hit the road." The problem is, Luang isn't too keen on the idea. I mean, he hasn't even finished his drink yet. Anyway, in the next scene, some guy is cursing out an old woman. Can you believe it? These scumbags are wrecking the old lady's table and demanding money. These guys really haven't had enough of a beating. The old woman says she already warned them. The amount is ridiculous. How is she supposed to pay this damn fee? The problem is, the other guy doesn't give a damn. All he wants is the money. He points to the wounds on his face and says he's already had a very bad day. And now she's hitting him with the news that she has no money. She'd better find the money, one way or another. Today, he swears to God, he's going to send someone to their grave. But right at that moment, something unexpected happens. Our resident specialist in giving idiots chiropractic adjustments has arrived. It's time for another beatdown to cure their foolishness. A moment later, our main character ends the party and says he's here to get a few sigils carved. And no, the person he's holding isn't a thug. It's just Lu Yang, on the verge of passing out. And to satisfy your curiosity, here are the injured thugs. I think they could have taken a few more hits, but our MC wanted to go easy on them. The old woman sees the absolute mess, but still invites our protagonist inside. Once inside, Harley asks if she can carve the damn sigil today. The old woman says, our hero probably knows that sigils grant great power, but does he know they also drain a massive amount of life force? And our main character just confirms it? It's been a long, long time since this old woman has seen anyone with such an abundant life force. In her eyes, our main character is a total monster. It seems he could even withstand the ultimate sigil, the Lord of War. The moment she mentions the Lord of War, our MC gets hyped, but the old woman immediately pours cold water on his parade. She says she doesn't even know how to perform it. It's a technique no one has used in many years, maybe hundreds. Since that's a no-go, he asks if she can carve the Great Warrior sigil that Luang mentioned, but she says there's a problem with that, too. Man, is this old lady determined to be a buzzkill or what? The problem is, she's out of materials. It's been a long time since she's carved any sigils. And most importantly, to receive a sigil, you need one crucial thing, a great deed. And since he wants the Great Warrior sigil, he needs to defeat the ogre, the one who single-handedly rules that place, and the Iron Fortress. But that's not a problem at all. Luang gets nervous, asking if he really has to defeat times ogre. It's a gigantic monster. If he tries that, he'll definitely die. The thing is, our protagonist already did it, and he was much weaker back then. The old woman can't believe what she's hearing. Our main character just smiles and says he defeated that ogre all by himself. To him, it was nothing. Okay. Then, she admits that our protagonist is an extraordinary warrior, but he'll have to come back in a few days. She's been low on energy lately. Her body isn't in the best of health, and to carve a sigil, she needs physical strength. But for the past few days, she hasn't been eating properly. That's when our main character told her not to worry. For him, food was not a problem. This dish helps restore vitality, and it's the restaurant's specialty. The moment she turned back to talk, he was already gone. Strolling through the city, you won't believe what happened. He ran into those same little punks again and had to teach them another lesson. They got their butts kicked 3 times in a single day. Talk about bad luck, son. The thug was crying his eyes out, asking why our MC was doing this to him. But the reason was simple. This thug had messed with the wrong person. He dared to touch a mage. The goon asked if he was talking about that old hag. He honestly had no idea she was a southern mage. He just thought she was some village healer or something. But now, it was too late for regrets. Our MC was going to beat him up anyway, just because he had to, just to scratch an itch. Unbelievably, he decided not to hit him. Our main character isn't the same person he used to be. He's gotten way too soft. Turns out, that kid wasn't the only one getting a beatdown. Lou was also having a little fun over there, but our MC had found what he was looking for, free food. Not long after that, the main character returned to the old woman's place. For him, everything had to be lightning fast. Gone in a flash, back in a flash. Did you guys think he was gonna wait until tomorrow to come back? He wants that seal, folks. The sooner, the better. And he didn't just bring back a small bag of food, but barrel after barrel of food and drinks. And this old woman would have to eat it all to recover her energy. But when she saw the main character bringing food, the old woman was reminded of her grandson. If he were still alive, he'd probably be the same age as our MC. And this made her a little emotional. But the old lady asked if this was for real. Meat? At her age, how could she possibly chew it? But fine, since you went through all this trouble, she'll give it a try. Maybe she can manage a little bite. A moment later, the old woman was eating like there was no tomorrow. She said she couldn't eat it, but she was chowing down, and it looked absolutely delicious. Our MC had guessed that southern women had huge appetites. I just didn't expect it to be this times huge. Now that she's stuffed, it's time to apply the seal. Before starting, she warned him that the process is extremely painful. She asked Harley if he was mentally prepared, and he replied that he absolutely was not just ready, but used to it. The old woman said, all right. Then, she covered his mouth and told him to shut up. Her grandson was supposed to bite this doll while he performed the sealing ritual. The moment the old woman began, she discovered a problem. His skin was so tough, the needle couldn't even pierce it. But that wasn't a problem. There's a solution for everything. She would just channel a little energy into the needle's tip, and that would do it. It's either going in, or it's times going in, asterisk. And just like that, the process began. Sometime later, the seal was complete. The system announced that he had received a combat symbol, the seal of the Great Warrior. Our main character was seriously impressed. It was more effective than improving with bioenergy. At this level, even without using his physical transformation, he could probably defeat an ogre with his bare hands. But looking to his side, he realized the grandma was about to kick the bucket, but she told them not to worry. It's just been a long time since she used that much energy. She'd be fine after a little rest. And with that, Our MC called his brother and said they had work to do. They needed meat. Lots of meat. The grandma couldn't afford to be tired because he had many more tattoos he needed her to do. They're not tattoos, they're seals, the old woman screamed at our MC. She didn't need food, she needed rest. Next scene, the story shifts to Renlet. Someone is still praying for him. Cardinal Peon asks the person to conserve her strength. If she keeps this up, her body will collapse. It appears to be the Saintess. She says that her heart won't let her rest. Her mind keeps replaying his final moments as he faced the mortal king. It was truly impressive, even for Peon. He had witnessed the birth of a hero. The Saintess easily imagined the scene and got a little flustered. Please maintain your composure, Saintess. Is greater than. Just then, our main character sat up, thanking them for the compliments. The Saintess was overjoyed that he had finally woken up and asked if the pain was bearable. He said yes, his body was fine. But just then, the Saintess touched him. She said that they had christened the main character, making him the new champion of the Holy Assembly. No, not champion, but hero. Our MC absolutely loved this news. Now he could officially say that the hero and the mortal king had stepped into their starring roles. Next scene, we're with Mr. Skeleton. With his improved empathy, his eyes could see even further. He could see the filthy stains of the wicked. You all know what that means, right? Tonight's the night to take care of a few more of them. He said he would send them all to hell. Next scene, we see nurses at work. They really aren't happy that the masked man has appeared again. A moment later, someone is analyzing a body. The man asks if he has any idea what's going on, but the guy in black from the investigation department says he can't figure it out. But one thing is for sure, whoever did this is extremely dangerous. If the guy in the suit handles this the wrong way, he's guaranteed to fail. And by fail, I mean he'll end up 6 feet under. This level of pure black magic was far beyond human comprehension. The man's body was basically just a hollow vessel. His soul had been enslaved. Seong Jin said that if he were captured by a monster like that, he'd wish he had never been born. Our protagonist had promised to drag it down to hell, and he did exactly that. I didn't expect this kid to be so grim. The guy in the suit wasn't exactly thrilled to hear his opponent was a high-level black mage, but since it was the Harui mask, his Gijinyo would check for the curse. So, he touched the corpse's forehead and immediately felt the monster's pressure, a powerful, incredibly suffocating sensation. The guy in the suit wondered what the hell was happening to him. His captain asked if he found anything, but he just said he needed to log out of this world immediately. Our protagonist had the kid completely rattled, and the reason was pretty simple. He had accidentally caught a glimpse of our MC. The kid thought he was a goner. The Rahui mask had spotted him. At this point, there was only one option left. If he logged out right now, at least he could die in peace. But just then, his captain pulled him back, telling him the mask only hunts villains. You'll be fine. Man, that was a huge relief for the kid. But as he lay down, he felt his body relax for a moment. And then he just passed out. The captain started screaming for a medic, and the dry skeleton realized the kid was a pretty talented black mage. Next scene, we cut back to the shut-in, otherwise known as Han, our protagonist, who never sets foot outside his house. Scrolling online, he realizes that the dry skeleton's fame is getting out of control, but he's not entirely happy about it, since it could become a real problem. Han was getting a massive headache, wondering what he was supposed to do now. But just then, there was a knock at the door. Opening the door, he wondered who could be bothering him, and to his surprise, it was his old friend, Kang Tian. Stepping inside, Kang was impressed by how clean everything was. He also found our protagonist's reaction pretty hilarious. They hadn't seen each other in ages, and this was the reaction he got. Our MC didn't see what was wrong with his reaction, and yeah, Kang was his friend, but he was definitely the last person he wanted to see right now. The reason being, this guy was part of the Ability Management Bureau, and on the investigation team, no less. But still, he was the only friend Han had ever made during his childhood. Kang remarked that our protagonist seemed a little different, like he'd finally found a reason to live. Our MC replied that he couldn't just keep wallowing in the past, right? His parents certainly wouldn't have wanted that. Kang agreed, realizing his friend had finally come to terms with reality. Han added that he'd even been leaving the house a bit recently. Kang was already surprised by that, but then our protagonist suddenly thanked him. Now, he was genuinely confused, but our protagonist was thanking him because, when he was at his absolute worst, Kang was always there for him. Kang said that now that our MC was doing better, he could finally say it. The truth is, our MC already knew the real reason he'd joined the criminal investigation team. And of course, our MC knew. Kang was like a brother to him. Right after his parents passed away, Kang had joined the investigation team. Their case, at the time, was ruled a random attack by everyone. At least, that's what everyone believed until recently. But Kang was convinced that wasn't the case anymore. There's a group that's been operating in the shadows for a long time. They call themselves the Divine Retribution Society. They're so meticulous that no one's been able to get a whiff of them until now. But the Harui mask gave us our first lead. Our protagonist had no idea about this and started to wonder if he'd gone too far. But Kang said he'd keep him in the loop anyway, but pleaded with him not to spread it around. But our protagonist just laughed. He didn't really have anyone to tell anyway. But, from what I've seen, the Harui mask has been pretty impressive. Then why is the Bureau hunting him? Kang said that's exactly the problem. It's driving him nuts. Why the hell are they going after a guy who's doing good? Just let him do his thing, and the problem will solve itself. Our protagonist felt a sense of relief, knowing Kang was on the Rahui mask's side. Kang then invited our boy out for a few drinks tonight. They needed to celebrate the new and improved Han. A moment later, Kang told our MC he should just give up on being a writer. A demon king, a hero. It's all so cliché. And naming the Demon King Ranch? You've got to be kidding me. Our MC argued it's a classic. There's nothing wrong with it, but Kang shot back that it's not classic, it's just cheesy. This story is really not working. Oh, and if it's just a story, then Han should be a nickname. His real name should be Hannibal Strauss, something stronger, more memorable. Our protagonist thought that wasn't half bad. Better than a name he got from a coffee shop, right? But just then, Kang's phone rang. Unfortunately, it was time for him to leave. The main character tells him it's no problem, and they can meet up some other time. But before he leaves, he asks how Kang's grandmother is doing. Well, that question just leaves Kang speechless. Kang explains that his grandmother's condition has taken a turn for the worse. He tells him they should both probably to prepare for the worst. It seems she's not going to make it. Our hero asks if there's anything at all he can do to help, but Kang tells him not to worry about it. He says he'll handle it himself. But you know, our hero isn't about to just sit back and do nothing. His mind flashes back to all the memories he has of Kang's grandmother. She had always treated him so well, just like he was her own flesh and blood, of hers, and even took them out to eat. Nowadays, this is one of the few fond memories our protagonist has left. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Just then, an idea sparked. That Tang guy had mocked the characters' names, but little did he know, they would be the very ones to help him. To save someone, you need a priest, and our protagonist has one exclusively for him. The problem was how to get Ren Tin On out of there. After becoming a hero, it would be a disaster if he just vanished into thin air. For now, there was little he could do but wait for the right moment. At the same time, the scene shifts to a young boy. It's Aaron and Diana. Aaron, clumsy as always, drops an apple. In a panic, he quickly runs after it. The apple rolls to someone's feet. It's he. He tells the boy to be more careful with it. Diana is immediately overjoyed. Her boy had kept his promise to visit her. Aaron doesn't recognize him at first, and our protagonist says it's okay because his face really has changed a bit. Diana asks why he's only showing up now. It's already been 6 months, but it's all right. The important thing is that he came. But to be here, he must have some business in the city. Our protagonist, however, says no. He really just came to visit them. But Diana tells him to just spit it out. There's definitely some other reason. And to be honest, she doesn't really care either way. Our protagonist realizes he can't get anything past them. So, he asks Diana to work for him one more time. He needs to borrow her skills to gather information. And of course, Diana agrees. A few weeks later, our protagonist is back at the vampire base. He asks Soren to check the places selling those magical tools. Soran is truly very impressed. She asks where he got such high-quality items. It was all thanks to Diana. She not only helped him get the magical tools, but she also helped our protagonist gather information. Soran reports that the chili peppers our protagonist requested are in the warehouse. He thanks her and says his friend will sell them, while also announcing that the purge is over. But Soran doesn't quite understand what this purge was about. He explains that it was for those who pretended to surrender or went into hiding. He has identified and taken care of all of them. Soran is thrilled with this news because things will finally start to stabilize, especially since they will now be selling chili peppers and magical tools every day. He says that from now on, he'll be counting on Soran to look after the clan. Soran says she's never managed anything before, so she doesn't know if she can properly maintain the clan. But he tells her that she's a capable person, the only one he trusts. If it's her, he's sure everything will be fine. Soran feels a surge of motivation, knowing she has her lord's trust. And just like that, our protagonist leaves. Come to think of it, he's been using these super dramatic lines everywhere he goes. But hey, it works. because now he's going to start taking over the clan. Based on the information Diana provided, he investigated and discovered that the place was the very root of his bloodline. That's right, the lineage he once belonged to, or rather, still belongs to, right? In short, our protagonist is certain that this is the base of the Black Fortune clan. Gotta admit, that name always sounds so bizarre. To create a distraction, he throws something that looks like a tire in front of the soldiers. What the hell is this? Is this a tire? Whatever. While the soldiers are distracted, he slips inside. Immediately, we see a woman drinking that special wine. That's right, the kind that makes the scent of iron seep from your body. And then, she says that this times, is the life. Actually, it's not much of a life, seeing as she's always alone. Ugh, if only someone would keep her company. I don't know if you guys noticed, but this is Rusilica, the one I thought our protagonist would end up dating in his vampire form. He remarks that she was always such a crybaby. He also adds that there are a lot of familiar faces today. Rusilica gets up and asks who he is, but our protagonist replies, "Well, I'm Ren. Don't you remember?" Pouring a glass of wine, she apologizes. It's just that her memory is a little bad. As she mixes her own blood into the wine, she says that he's a guest regardless, so she needs to show some hospitality. She offers him a taste of her blood, but our protagonist says there's no need. He's fine. But of course, he's already figured out something is up. That's a high-level binding blood magic. Rusilica asks how he managed to break into the Lack clan's sanctuary. She doesn't know who he is, but she's not about to let this go. Since she doesn't remember him, he'll have to resort to more forceful methods. He's the one who starts to control her blood. Rusilica can't understand why her own blood is attacking her. How the hell can this bastard freely manipulate someone else's blood? This has to be at least the True Blood realm. Rusilica says that this is the territory of the SLC clan. An outsider trespassing is a direct violation of the treaty. Our protagonist retorts, "Violation of what treaty? I'm from a branch of the SLC clan, too." But our boy also realizes that this girl really doesn't remember a single thing about him. Instead of clearing things up, he could just use this to his advantage. Rusilica tells him to stop lying. This can't be real. But actually, thinking back on it, she had heard rumors about a clan that was hunted down in the past. Could that be true? Our MC replies that, yes, he's from that very clan. Now, if she cooperates obediently, he'll lend her his power. But the stubborn girl says no. Even if he's from a branch family, she has no reason to obey him. Grabbing her face, he apologizes. It seems she's misunderstood. This was never a choice. Either you help me willingly, or you get a beating and are forced to help. But never mind that. Rusilica is screaming. A moment later, she asks, "What is this strange feeling?" It was a powerful compulsion. At the same time, it seems she has a new master. That's right. Our MC used that blood crystal to control the girl. The young man orders her to reveal everything she knows, and even though she tries to resist, she can't refuse his command. She says that the true blood who's really overseeing this place is Lady Frieza. If she had to point out one special trait about her, it's that she's a user of the evil eye. The butler asks Frieza if she's enjoying the human world once again. She replies that she is, saying it's always interesting. Even though their bodies are so fragile, they still fight to survive each day. "Hey lady, hey, you don't need to put people down like that, okay? We're warriors too, you know. Well, depending on where you're from. We have to kill 5 lions a day, but calm down, be humble, please be humble. No need to rub it right in our faces." The old butler says there are rumors of a new rebellious faction appearing. Their influence is even spreading as far as Raffalate. Frieza tells him to calm down. This kingdom already belongs to the Slack in human form, of course meaning the aristocracy. But basically, all it takes is a little pressure on the king and everything will be resolved. What she doesn't realize is that her butler has already been taken out. Of course, the person standing there is our MC. He asks if she is Frieza. She turns around, completely unfazed. She says she's never seen his face before. He must be a pureblood, because he doesn't look like a true blood. Our MC says he's something like a branch bloodline. She finds this interesting. He's a low-class being. It seems he needs to learn his place, and she's going to make him kneel immediately. Lady. That move might have actually worked if our boy wasn't the main character. Plus, he's in his vampire form, one of his strongest forms. The woman thinks it's impossible. How did he dodge her evil eye? Our MC replies that he already knew about her skill. The fact that it had no effect on him explains a lot, doesn't it? Now it's her turn to learn her place. Activating a power in her hand, the girl realizes that, in the end, our MC is a pureblood. This whole pureblood, true blood thing. It's messing with my head. It's so confusing. Frieza says our MC is attacking them right in the center of their territory. What the hell is he thinking? He asks back. Isn't it obvious? He wants to take everything from them. Frieza says she doesn't know if he's stupid, arrogant, or just an idiot. But he'll need to remember one thing. She's a pureblood too. Our MC obviously knew this, but even so, he should be worried. Is greater than. At the speed of light, the woman dashes forward and lands a punch right in his gut. Luckily, she didn't. Well, if she'd punched a little lower, the pain would have been about 3 times worse. She says our MC got too cocky, unable to even dodge a punch like that. The poor guy, he saw her use the evil eye and thought she was going to cast a magic spell. But who would have guessed she'd use martial arts? Frieza uses her umbrella to knock the MC far away. Come on, buddy, fight back. Are you just gonna take this beating forever? Dashing forward once again, Frieza says it's impressive. He's still standing, but can he escape her next attacks? Frieza begins her assault, and our MC can only dodge continuously. The problem is, that damn umbrella isn't just for decoration, it's practically a sword. She's activating a blood art skill. Frieza says this will be the final blow. Our MC realizes this skill is a wide area attack, but with his ability to manipulate blood, he can nullify it all. There's just one problem. That damn Frieza has disappeared. But the question is, where did that chick go? Oof. She appears and lands an elbow right in our MC's face. Unable to take the impact, the kid goes rolling across the ground. Frieza says it's a bit of a shame. She didn't want it to end this way. Our MC gets up and says, that's right, it's not over. Popping his head back into place, he asks who said the fight was over. For him, it's just getting started. Frieza says this is very strange. She was sure she just played Lego with his head. She even detached the main component, Frieza. That's the skill of the damned for you. Hybrid evolution. This kid's regenerating at the speed of the Flash. Frieza says that this is insane. Besides her lord, she could count the number of people who've survived this attack on one hand. The guy says that she is indeed talented, but of course, she still has a few flaws. Reaching out, he tells her he can make her even stronger than she is right now. All she has to do is start following him. Frieza demands to know what kind of nonsense he's spouting. How dare he insult her like that? Now, just for fun, she'll turn him into a chair. Except, she can't. Her body is completely frozen. At some point, a circle had appeared, trapping her. Our MC just says, good, if you won't do this the easy way, then we'll do it the hard way. Frieza is baffled. It's one thing for him to have blood magic, but to control the blood on the ground. Our MC explains that he's not really a martial artist. He's something more than a master blood mage. With that, he begins to dab some red sauce on his fingertips. This time, he creates blood crystals directly inside her body. Frieza starts screaming that it hurts like hell. Our MC apologizes, but explains that for a high-ranking vampire, a small dose just won't cut it. Immediately after, a massive explosion of mana erupts. When the dust settles, Frieza is on a whole new level. She demands to know what just happened without her permission. Furthermore, she declares she will never forgive him for this. Our MC just tells her she complains too much and asks, can't you feel it? It's only then that she finally realizes it. Her strength, her reflexes, all of her stats. They've all evolved to a whole new plane of existence. The woman says this is incredible. Now she can finally deal with our MC once and for all. Oh, MC, you didn't see that one coming, did you? The only problem is, no matter how hard she tries, she's not going to succeed. After all, our MC is now her new master. Frieza doesn't understand what's happening. She can't control her own body. It's as if she's been bound by invisible chains. Our MC explains that this is the power to rule the bloodline. She no longer has a choice. She will move exactly as he commands. Frieza cries out that it's impossible. This can't be happening. Not even the sacred blood can do this. But our MC simply replies, that's a shame for you, because I can. Now, at last, he's going to ask the important question. He asks, where is the lord of your clan? Frieza starts to scream, asking if he really thinks she'd tell him so easily, but just then, the words spill out. He is at the estate of Duke Brit. Holy crap, she didn't even realize her own mouth was moving. Our MC starts to pat her on the head, saying, good girl, very good, you're already an obedient servant. Our MC muses that the clan leader must have already sensed that one of his pure-blooded kin has been captured. So it's time to end this, once and for all. At Lord Brit's mansion, Frieza requests an audience. She claims she has something important to report. The Lord tells her to enter. A moment later, she steps into the room. The Lord tells her to get straight to the point, since she claimed it was so important. But before Frieza can even answer, he says, Never mind. He already understands everything. It must be because of the uninvited guest standing right behind you. Our MC materializes and says, as expected of a lord, it'd be a disgrace if a clan leader couldn't even sense this much. To properly welcome his guest, the lord closes his book and sets it aside, but then adds that he's very disappointed in Frieza. To think she'd end up a traitor, Tisk, and the worst part is, she barely put up a fight. I mean, she tried, but her opponent was our MC, right? Betrayal is one thing, but serving a new master makes things infinitely worse. Frieza tries to explain, saying that this is all a misunderstanding, but the Lord cuts her off, stating there is no misunderstanding. He's lived with her for 100 years. He can easily tell when her scent has changed. With that, he lunges toward her, declaring he'll destroy the traitor. Of course, our MC instantly appears in front of her, saying, that's not going to happen. The Lord can't believe it. Our MC blocked his attack with just a single hand. Our MC says he was hoping they could settle this peacefully, but the Lord scoffs, saying there's no chance of that. He says, our MC has the face of a scoundrel, one who would stab him in the back at the first opportunity. Summoning a magic circle, the Lord declares he'll end this right here and now. That's when he begins to summon all of his subordinates. He orders them to come forth and feast to their heart's content. Frieza immediately draws her umbrella and prepares to fight. But the Lord realizes something's wrong. There are only about 12 people here. It's impossible. All of his subordinates couldn't have just vanished. Only 12 are left in the entire capital. He turns to Frieza and demands, what did you do with the rest of them? Where are all my subjects? The woman apologizes, explaining that most of them are now under the command of Lord HS. Lord Mulo asks if she's really saying his subjects accepted a new bloodline just like that, without any resistance. That's no different from cannibalism. But this scoundrel is saying that while powering up a little spell of his own. Ah, what a sly old fox. Lord Mulo, warning that this whole cannibalism thing would drive anyone insane. But Frieza replies that it's possible, because Lord Reinhagem is a byproduct of Slack. Lord Mulo says, this is ridiculous. Do they really expect him to believe this? Right after, Mulo begins to activate the magic he's channeling in his hands. Our MC realizes he's summoning a barrier. At the same time, a part of the space has become his domain. That's why our MC is pinching his nose. Right now, his head feels like it's being crushed, and his body is 10 times heavier. Lord Mulo says it's too early to be surprised, and that no matter where they are, his subordinate will surely answer his summons. Immediately after, he starts summoning someone named Obor. The moment Obor appears, he puts a hand to his head. Looks like he's about to complain. He asks what the Lord needs, but looking forward, he wonders what the hell is going on. The Lord says, this isn't the time for discussion. They'll talk later. For now, he needs to handle the situation. Cleaning his ear, Obor just says, fine, he gets it. It's kind of funny that Obor is actually a kid, isn't it? This kid is short, but at least he's fast, already appearing right behind them. Our MC says he expected him to be this quick. He's a pure-blood, assassin-type vampire. Unwilling to fall behind, he activates his acceleration skill and instantly grabs the kid. I gotta admit, folks, I thought it would be much harder, but the kid's already been caught. Seizing the opportunity, our protagonist dashes straight for the Lord. But Obor asks where he thinks he's going and swings his scythe right at our MC's neck. With no other choice, our boy dodges upward and unfortunately fails to finish off the Lord. This clearly irritates him a bit, since the Lord was right there in front of him. Now, unfortunately, he has no choice but to deal with Obor first. Watching the fight, Lord Mulo states that Obor's speed surpasses that of any vampire. Literally any vampire. But for some reason, that damn protagonist is able to face him head-on. Frieza comes to help, and right then, a huge explosion occurs. She managed to knock Obor down. From now on, the fun will be between him and Frieza. Lord Mulo is wondering since when Frieza could match Obor's speed. She's done all this, and even defeated a bunch of his subordinates. Where the hell did that woman get so much power? Hey Lord, stop thinking and focus on the fight. The MC is right above you. It seems the Lord was prepared for this. He says the MC is a real fool, willingly trapping himself in the barrier, but now the MC won't be able to dodge his attack. Dodge? Since when did our boy say he was going to dodge? Huh, it looks like he finally landed a hit on the Lord. It's over, my friend. You've lost. Mulo says Rein is an idiot. He sacrificed his own arm. Our MC replies that he sacrificed nothing. Look, there's his arm. Mulo thinks this guy can regenerate instantly. Our protagonist tells him not to worry. He won't destroy the Lord. Mulo then asks what the hell he plans to do. The MC says it's simple. He will inherit everything the Lord has. In the next chapter, we see a strange staircase, and it seems there's something down below, deep in the basement. Looking closer, we realize it's a coffin. And from within, a little girl is waking up. No, not a little girl, a woman. But why does she have a cross-shaped crown of thorns on her head? Could this be the first holy-blooded vampire? Yep, this crazy woman gets up and says she's still sleepy. She wants to sleep for another 5 minutes, but unfortunately, that's not happening. It seems something has happened. Something is wrong with her children. Hey MC, I think you'd better call for reinforcements. The scene returns to the Lord's castle, or more accurately, it's the MC's castle now. For some reason, this madman is creating a blood crystal. Ah, I get it. He's injecting it into all the other subordinates. Obor tells those who received the crystal, leave the room immediately. After a while, our protagonist finally finishes everything. He asks Mulo if they're all done, and the old man says, yes, the rest can be summoned. Doing it that way would be more efficient. Our MC asks if he's crazy, daring to speak to his master like that. Immediately, Mulo says more formally that doing it that way would indeed be more efficient. Smiling, our protagonist says that's what he thought. Having a clan lord by his side really does make things easier. Reflecting on it, he realizes that his hypothesis was correct after all. If he had used the Rifasike, which in this case is the name of the blood crystal, it certainly wouldn't have worked, because Mulo was a high-ranking vampire. So, our MC drained his blood until his rank was lowered. Finally, he was able to obtain the slack, the essence of his bloodline, belonged to him. It was as if he'd been bitten just yesterday, and now he had already climbed to the top of the hierarchy. This was definitely a massive change, and in a short amount of time, of course. Snapping out of his thoughts, our MC calls for Mulo. He tells the Lord to gather all the remaining vampires in the region. Ah, but he had one more request. Mulo had to gather information from all across the continent, no matter what it was. He could build his own intelligence network or trade with another one. It didn't matter. This was a critical mission, so he would be the one responsible for it. Mulo says that's fine, but he also mentions that he heard from Freya that the MC wants to unite all the vampires and become a king. If he really plans to do that, Mulo will support him with everything he has. After all, he's already proven his capabilities. Our MC just smiles, saying he most certainly will. But the moment he walks through the door, he wonders when he even said that. It must have been the excitement of the moment. Well, it's not a bad thing. Though, the more vampires on his side, the better. Can you imagine? Han, the vampire king. Man, that sounds pretty badass. It does have a nice ring to it, but he kind of already is, right? Just imagine him as king. Next scene, we finally return to the MC's original body. It's been a while since we've seen Han. Actually, not that long, since he's appeared in a few scenes before. But anyway, this madman is absolutely ecstatic. The reason for his excitement is that he's currently modifying Hans's body. He says he's going to shave the chin a little and also tweak the eyes a bit. And with that, Hans finally has the appearance of the undying king. The MC even adds a pair of small horns for him. Done. The job is finished. And with perfect timing, he also senses that Rain has completed his own task. The vampire's journey has finally come to an end. This means one thing. It's shopping time. This dude immediately opens the karma shop, and he now has almost 1,400,000 points. He changed that other world quite a bit, so he earned a ton of karma. The bad news is that the items are pretty expensive. This time, he's going to do the same thing he did before. Instead of improving a specific skill, he's going to upgrade himself directly. He goes straight to the skill upgrade section, which this time costs 900,000 points. As soon as he clicks on it, the system displays 2 screens. This means 2 skills have appeared. But unfortunately for our boy, the number of clones didn't increase this time. What he received was the host selection skill. The system says it will significantly increase the potential of his clones. But that's not enough to convince our MC. It's basically an upgrade. But a 900,000 point upgrade is a total scam. Just when he was enjoying collecting different races, the system doesn't give him any more clone slots. The second skill is corporeal projection, but it can only be used once a day. Right now, you're probably thinking, wow, what a terrible skill. That's nothing special. But that's when I'd have to tell you that you are completely wrong. It allows the MC to project his very own clones onto his main body. That's right. That's right. That's right. This dude is about to start leaving the house. I mean, I guess? But now he doesn't have to lock himself away anymore, because he's about to become incredibly strong, at least when this skill is active. Now, this mad lad can use the power of every single one of his copies. The copies he put so much effort into creating. The cool part is that he made each one a different race, right? So each one has its own unique powers. This is definitely going to help a lot. The MC starts considering the possibilities, and even feels a little proud seeing them all together. But just then, he gets a brilliant idea. If he uses this skill well with Hans, he could have 2 undying kings. That would definitely be something incredible to see. Analyzing it more closely, he thinks, no way. Definitely not. He'd have to be extremely careful, because any mistake could be a disaster, but his mind is made up. He's known for a long time who he'd use first. It was definitely going to be Rennet. The moment he confirms his choice, the transformation begins. Even the armor comes with it. To test it out, he starts activating his divine power. And sure enough, everything works. The armor, the divine power, and all the skills are present. Sweet. This is a total bargain. The only annoying thing is that he only has 10 minutes to use this skill. Unfortunately, that's not a lot of time, but for what he's about to do outside, it's more than enough. Next scene, our guy heads straight for the hospital, but of course he didn't walk, right? He wasn't alone. He hitched a ride with Hans. He tells the Demon King to go on ahead. He'll handle things here himself. I don't know if you all remember, but there's a very specific reason he's at this hospital. He's here to visit his grandmother. Grandmother, in quotation marks, you know? She's not exactly his biological grandmother, but she's his grandmother nonetheless. He asks if the old woman still remembers him. He's Han Soo-young, the one who was always with Taeyeon. I should have come sooner, but I couldn't. But from now on, I'll visit more often, more and more often. The boy prayed that the old woman would just hold on a little longer. He was about to perform a divine art. The kid was using all of his divine power for energy recovery and regeneration. The problem was, the old woman didn't seem to be changing at all. Our MC thought that even with his divine power, there were limits to preventing illness, mostly due to old age. But this had definitely eased her condition. Now, the old woman would just have to endure. Well, after finishing his work and staying with her for a few hours, our boy said his goodbyes and told her to take care of herself. He said he would bring Tassan with him next time. In the next scene, we're taken to a forest. Finally, we're back with the elves. I gotta admit, I'm a huge fan of the elf race. I've been dying for this arc to come back. Anyway, Cecilia is asking Harry if he's really friends with Harley. Our MC replies that yes, it was a brief encounter, but they connected so well, they basically became family. It's just that while our MC is talking, Cecilia starts sniffing him. She says that even his scent is the same as Harley's. And of course, our MC knows this. Diana had said the same thing last time. It's just that in the end, she didn't realize it was him. She adds that this scent is similar to a branch from the World Tree. Trying to avoid the question, our MC just starts to laugh and says, Ceci. He says that if that's really the case, they'll surely get along great. Since you're Harley's friend, she says, she'll take good care of him. Up ahead, Harford is watching everything, amused by what he sees. He shouts to everyone that they're taking a break now. Cecilia gets excited at the idea. They could use this time to practice. A while ago, the MC mentioned that he hadn't made any contracts with spirits yet. So, why don't they practice right now? With that, everyone stops to rest. But not Cecilia. She starts playing around with summoning, and eventually, it works. Just then, she calls Harris over and tells him to look, but the kid doesn't seem excited at all. He says his isn't working. Harford appears and says that spirit mages and spirits are partners who must grow together. Before summoning, it's important to form a bond with them. First, the MC needs to use the power of nature and show it to the spirit. That's when our boy realizes he's been doing it completely backward. He was trying to summon first and then form a bond afterward. That's why he never succeeded. Luckily, he joined up with the elves. Otherwise, this would have been much more complicated. First, he'll focus completely on his affinity and on spreading the power of nature. As soon as he does, things start working. The kid's pretty smart. Cecilia says that this is so unfair. Why is he so good? It's his first time, after all. It's not supposed to be like this. Harford says that the kid is just a quick learner. What can you do? Right after, Harris starts to feel something, and a Pokemon appears in his hands. The system announces that, through continuous training, the spirit has achieved enlightenment. In addition, our MC has acquired the spirit magic skill. Seeing this, Harford says that if he keeps up at this pace, our MC will soon reach Cecilia's level. Smiling, our boy thanks him, but he also knows that he's taken one more step closer to mastering spirit magic. Not forgetting the little creature, since it looks pretty similar. Its name will now be Pikachu. I mean, it doesn't look that much like it, but the tail seems kind of similar. And it does look like a Pokemon, so yeah, it works. Well, the group continues through the forest. But from this point on, they'll need to open up a path. Harford explains that all forests are connected to each other, They all share a link with the Great Mother Tree. Among them, the High Elves are the ones closest to nature. Therefore, they have the ability to travel to any forest by opening the gate that connects them. Since Cecilia is also a High Elf, he says that she can do it too, but she doesn't seem very confident at all. Well, the group keeps moving. Only this time, our MC is thinking about this whole connected forests thing. He realizes that, in other words, this is a large-scale teleportation network, even better than the one from the Great Temple, because they need physical facilities, but the Great World Tree doesn't. Harford says they've finally arrived, and immediately, our MC's eyes go wide. So this is the real World Tree. Man, it's so tiny. Thank goodness. Looking at it, the MC thinks that it's definitely much bigger than he ever imagined. He asks Cecilia if this is her first time seeing it, but she's in a trance and doesn't answer. Whoa. She's starting to float, my friends. Harford says this is Cecilia's first time witnessing this wonder. This is the awakening ritual for a High Elf's eye technique, something that even other elves rarely get to witness. When they can see it, well, our MC doesn't really get this whole ritual business, but he can see that some things are starting to sprout up all around. This terrifying surge of natural power is radiating from somewhere, and to make things even more impressive, Cecilia is holding a fruit from the World Tree. Ah, what a lucky girl. Too bad she only takes a tiny, mouse-like nibble, can't even take a proper bite. But hey, I'm not complaining. The last time a woman bit into a forbidden fruit, we all got kicked out of paradise, lost all our reason, and now we just do what women say. Right now, Cecilia is truly becoming a High Elf. But that's when our boy realizes this is not the time to just stand around. He can't let all this pure energy go to waste. So, he decides to absorb as much of it as he possibly can. Of course, this doesn't get past Harford, who can feel the flow of energy. The system notifies our MC that he has once again achieved enlightenment. He acquires a new skill and an affinity for nature. Now, he can get stronger just by absorbing natural energy, something every other elf does, but he couldn't. But let's ignore our MC for a second and turn back to Harford, who's calling out to him. Our boy tries to play it cool, saying he didn't do anything special, but Harford tells him to look to his side. It seems the World Tree has taken an interest in him. Our MC asks if that thing is really for him, and Harford confirms that it is. He also says that sacred relics like this are usually only bestowed during an awakening ceremony. It's an extremely rare item that can be used to craft an accessory or a weapon. It all depends on what he wants. Our MC thinks for a moment about the accessory and asks if the item Harford gave his wife was also just a sacred relic from the World Tree. But Harford says no, he doesn't need to worry about that. His own sacred relic was used to forge the ring he proposed to his wife with. It's just that now his daughter is the one wearing it. She inherited the ring. Our MC says Harford must be the last romantic man on Earth. This guy really used an entire sacred relic just to make a ring. Looking to the side, Harford says the ceremony is finally over. Cecilia will need to rest for a while. That time is for her to stabilize the immense power she's received. He's just glad she has awakened. Now, he can finally retire. But our MC isn't a fan of this idea. What? You're going to retire? Harford clarifies that he won't be doing it right away. It's just not possible. We're short-staffed. Our MC says that's not what he meant. He wasn't talking about retirement. He meant that Harford is so young and already wants to retire. There's no way he could be that old. Some time passes. We're now in the capital of the Elven Kingdom, Dracha. After the ceremony, our MC managed to get into the academy, thanks to Harford. The only thing is, the atmosphere here is completely different from what he imagined. He pictured elves living like wood sprites, you know, deep in the forest, surrounded by lush trees and animals, all in harmony, playing those weird little harps. But it was nothing like what he'd thought. Some girls are making a fuss, asking about the human world. They say humans are incredibly rude, and that they were the ones who kidnapped Cecilia, and so on. Our MC says it's all true, that it's pretty dangerous, but he had good comrades, so he made it out all right. All the noise started to annoy some witch up at the front. She says she can't concentrate and orders everyone to shut up. This is Lady Sapphiron, but as for which family she belongs to, or if it even matters, I have no idea. All I know is, the other girls get scared and back off. This actually works out great for our boy. He finally gets some peace and quiet. He was even about to thank her, but then the girl calls him a commoner. Extremely, extremely common. She calls our MC a piece of trash mercenary and asks why everyone brought this madman here. Who knows where he crawled out from? This kind of breaks our MC, doesn't it? Because he has no idea why this witch is picking a fight with him. Cutting to another location, we see what looks like a palace. Harford is finishing up his report. He says that he has also spread the news about the new human king to the other races. The woman across from him says that a human king with the ability to move freely is incredibly dangerous. That means he could travel even beyond the continent. Harford says that's true, but at least Cecilia has awakened, so perhaps Her Majesty and he should consider retiring? The Queen says that, actually, thanks to the girl, one of their greatest worries has returned. She heard that someone else who is also very talented came along with Cecilia. Harford replies that yes, he even caught the attention of the World Tree. His talent is exceptional, and his growth rate is incredibly fast. If he's educated properly, he will undoubtedly achieve great things. The Queen smiles and says, "You seem very excited about this, don't you, Harford?" Harford replies that he's currently completing his training at the academy. He hopes the boy will do well. If he's a good kid, he'll be a great help to the Queen. But now I gotta ask you guys, what's that supposed to mean? So, what does that mean? If he does well at the academy, it'll somehow help the Queen? I'm pretty sure there's more to this story than just raw power. Speaking of the academy, let's head back there. Our unfortunate protagonist was there, looking completely zoned out. Looking up at the sky, he realized what a beautiful day it was. But of course, that was all thanks to the World Tree. The weather was perfect and the air was fresh. Not to mention, the singing of the spirits was just perfect. Maybe he should just give up on everything and live like Haris. But just then, someone shouted and threw a pile of books at him. The shouting was fine, but throwing the books was a little unnecessary. There was no need for that. Of course, it was that pain-in-the-ass girl, telling him he didn't have the luxury of just sitting around lazing about. Or maybe this guy was just getting high off the World Tree's vibes. She said that since he was just some trash-tier mercenary, he probably didn't even know the basics. This spot was the closest to the World Tree, which was the literal embodiment of nature itself. Elves, who have a high sensitivity to nature, are more likely to get drunk on it. Yeah, that's right, drunk. You know, the kind where you're all floaty, seeing double, your eyes get all squinty and bloodshot. Exactly that kind of drunk. Saphira screamed, asking if he was even paying attention. She was going to lend him her own books. She tried to organize everything, even in a way that an idiot like him could understand. So if, by some chance, the class average drops because of him, well, you get the picture, right? He'd be in for a world of hurt. The girl turned away with an incredibly intense look on her face, but we all know it's just an act. Eventually, she's gonna fall for our golden-haired boy anyway. But looking a little closer, he could see a ring, and it definitely had the World Tree's energy in it. What's more, the girl looked really familiar. She's definitely that bastard Harfe's daughter. Because of all the people it could be, this schizophrenic girl just had to be asterisk. Man, if she were at least cute, it'd be one thing. But instead, she's this prickly, rude girl who's always picking fights with our main character. To him, this was ridiculous. Their personalities weren't even remotely similar. But whatever, it was better to just let it go. At the very least, the girl's explanation in the book was actually very logical. She had put a lot of effort into preparing everything so he could understand it. After reading for a bit, he said it was time for some practical application. With incredible ease, he started creating fire and water. This guy has some serious guts, learning both right from the get-go. My mistake. He wasn't creating fire and water. He was summoning fire and water spirits. Both were low class, but they were still spirits, nonetheless. The fire spirit was Callie, and the water spirit was named Pascal. Now that he understood the principle behind it, summoning spirits became pretty easy. Even the Pikachu he summoned the first time was low rank. Hey, for him, low rank was perfectly fine. It's all good. The main character just said that it grew pretty fast. After a bit of practice, he knew what he was going to do. He would continue to keep his head down and not bother anyone. That way, he wouldn't cause trouble and would adapt quickly. As long as he didn't run into Zephron, everything would be fine. At least, that's what he thought. The scene cuts back to 10 minutes earlier. The teacher was explaining a bit more about spirits. She even said there was a secret way to maximize the connection, which was through dance and music. She mentioned that a festival was coming up to honor the new elite elf, Cecily. On that same day, they would rent a stage for an evaluation. The main character thought it had been a long time since he'd been a part of something like this. Should he show off his cool side there? Hey, main character, with all due respect, from the bottom of my heart, don't do it, buddy. Just stay quiet. That cool side of yours is probably super cringy. The teacher also said that, as everyone knew, they had a new transfer student. So, this time, they would be doing a project for the new student. Each group would have to create their own presentation. And during those presentations, the spirits had to be connected, and it would be performed on stage on Judgment Day. So it was best for them to try their hardest. Well, MC, you've really gotten yourself into a mess this time, haven't you? A moment later, the classroom was empty. The main character couldn't believe this was happening. The kid introduced himself as Kof and said he was happy to be working with two famous people. The girl said she was Cure, and the cranky one said that something better come out of this, so it was best that everyone helped each other out. I'm the cranky one. Me? What a joke. How embarrassing. You don't have any say in this, Missy. She asked if anyone knew how to dance or sing. If not, they would need someone who could. Kofin said he didn't know anything, but he was in. Yuri said the same thing. A bit awkwardly, the main character said they were so lazy he was starting to get excited. But from what he'd heard in class earlier, as long as it helped connect with the spirits, it didn't have to be an elven song or dance. In that case, he'll step up. The mad lad stands up with great formality, thanking them for their consideration. He says he used to sing a song from his homeland. Kofin says that if it's a song from his homeland, then it must have come from another continent, right? Our protagonist replies that it did. His parents used to sing it when he was a kid, so it's a bit hard to forget. The haughty girl says our MC looks pretty confident, and he admits that he is. Although he's been cooped up in the house for a long time, there was a while when he frequented karaoke bars, and his scores were always over 80, so it's time to show off his talent. Saffron isn't a fan of this idea, and is a little skeptical. What would a trashy mercenary know about elven music? Someone like him is unworthy of being taught by her father and the World Tree. This is something she will never accept. Standing up, she says, all right, let's see it then, but if it's terrible, he'll have to take full responsibility. Our MC says, okay, but on one condition. Come on, my boy, this is it. This is your chance. But he didn't ask for what I was expecting. This idiot just says that if he does well, she'll have to teach him about elf culture, since he doesn't know much about it. A little embarrassed, she says fine, but only if he's actually good. A moment later, our boy begins to sing, captivating everyone. It's wonderful. The system announces that due to the number of attempts, he has acquired the skill Melody of Harmony. Too bad he's the one who got it, not me. So you'll just have to listen to me say how wonderful. This skill makes our MC's life a little easier, but his voice is now more stable. It's as if nature itself was present in his vocal cords. Kofin says he loves the song. It's the first time he's ever heard anything like it. Besides, he's never seen that kind of instrument before. Blushing a little, Saf says it's ridiculous, but we all know that's not true. Even her own spirit is enjoying the song she called trash. Now she wonders if her spirits actually like this foreign music. Kofin asks, what's wrong? Why does she have that look on her face? She was just dancing a moment ago. The little system informs our MC that his spirits are evolving. It's all thanks to the music. They're still at a low level, just like Pikachu. But this time, they've increased in size. Right after that, something interesting appears in the sky. Our MC doesn't quite understand what it is, but Saffron knows all too well. That is a sound spirit. Our protagonist reaches out his hand to try and connect, and a stream of light begins to appear. It seems he's actually managing to summon the sound creature. Kofin says the spirit is materializing. Isn't this supposed to be practically unheard of? In fact, it is impossible, but only for side characters. As for our protagonist, my friend, he breaks all the rules. Now it's time to name this creature. He names it Decibel. And I have to say, our MC is getting pretty good at naming things, huh? Music. I like that name. Decibel. Looking at his new creature, our MC never expected this. An extraordinary spirit. This is definitely an excellent haul. Saphir had previously said that extraordinary spirits are great for missions. Trembling all over, Kofin comments that a single song was able to touch the heart of a sound spirit. Then, of course, it could only be this song. It's clearly going to be a huge hit. With a smug look on his face, our protagonist asks what Lady Saf thinks about this. Of course, she recognizes that smug, mocking face of his, but unfortunately, there's not much she can do, so she just has to agree. She says, it's possible. Our MC says, that's great. In that case, they'll start preparing to schedule the stage and rehearsals. They'll do everything they can until the day of the performance. Saf calls out to the MC and says there's something she needs to ask. Well, could he teach her how to play that instrument from earlier? It looked interesting. And there's that smug look again. Our protagonist says, of course, but this time, the girl can't hold back, can she? She immediately asks, what the hell is with that face? Why are you doing that? It doesn't suit an elf at all. Well, after this argument, we finally arrive at the day of the performance. Yep, we've skipped ahead to the day. Cecile is asking Raph if he said Rar is in the same class as her daughter. He says yes, that's right. Seeing him tremble, she asks if he's nervous, but he says no, not at all. I'm not nervous. She knows perfectly well that he's worried. He's shaking like a leaf, but enough rambling. It's time to listen to our new band. Looking like a human band, we have Kofin on the drums, Curie on the tambourine, and Saffron on a guitar. I don't know if it's a guitar or a classical guitar, but one thing's for sure, our protagonist is playing an electric guitar. Hey editor, please, turn up the music a bit, and let's enjoy this tune. Cecile said this was the first time she'd heard this song, and it was already warming her heart. The melody was definitely amazing. Looking at her excited daughter, Harford wondered if Saffron could really make those kinds of expressions. The audience was just as impressed. They thought the song was just too perfect. It was the first time many of them had heard it, but they still thought it was wonderful. One person even said that despite having very sensitive ears, the song was still great. Cecile told Harford to pay attention. They were using spirits to sing. This was absolutely unbelievable. What Cecile didn't realize, however, was that Horace was no longer there. Now, where could this crazy guy have gone? Looking ahead, she realized he was over there, telling the audience that was his daughter. This guy, the poor sap, was just bursting with pride. As for our main character, he was up there singing too. But of course, his mind was constantly racing. To him, Saffron had been a huge help, mainly, of course, with the stage setup. She also helped adjust a few of the instruments. This was to be expected from a high spirit, right? Knowing so much about spirits and instruments, not instruments, melodies. Even though she was a bit difficult at first, she was finally having fun. The two were even dancing in sync. And there's the drum. Finally, the piece concluded. The audience applauded. Clearly, everyone loved it. But it wasn't just them. It seemed the tree itself enjoyed it. Saffron even thought her breathing was more stable than usual. The sound flowed more smoothly, you know? It seemed like she was just really into it, but it was actually because of the system's little skill, harmonious melody. Our MC pondered that it seemed this skill worked on others too. Well, it was pretty effective. Looking forward a bit, Saffron was slightly embarrassed to realize her father was there watching. She was just a little embarrassed, mind you, but also very happy to have her father there. Thrilled by everyone's reaction, our MC asked, "Saffron, how did you find it?" Bowing to Horace, she said she had misunderstood him a bit. So, she apologized for being difficult. But in the end, she'd lost her bet with the audience. Horace said that was a relief to hear. The music was definitely amazing and had moved many people. He knew for sure that Horace was going to make a huge impact on the world of spirits. Leaving the spirits matters aside for a bit, we head to the Grand Cathedral and see the Saintess. Poor thing, working very hard. Hearing a knock, she recognized it was Reinite and realized he had finally arrived. She told the boy he could enter. Once our main character was inside, she welcomed him, but he was noticing something else. Over at the far end was a book called The Adventures of the Saintess and the Hero. Saintess, you'd better be careful. That thing is the embodiment of sin. You're going to stray from the path, aren't you, girl? Reinite decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Just gonna ignore it, right, to avoid any awkwardness. The Saintess invited the boy to sit down. She called him here today to talk about a very important matter. Had he ever heard of the Holy Sword? The Holy Sword is basically the strongest weapon used by the hero, but it's only ever mentioned in fantasy stories. Playing dumb, our MC said, well, yeah, he knew a little, but not much. Just common knowledge, you know? The Saintess said that an ordinance had been passed by all members of the church. This ordinance required Reinite to challenge the path of the Holy Sword. That's right, our little hero is about to embark on an adventure. He even asked if he was worthy of such an opportunity. However, of course, inside, he was going crazy, dying to do it. Not just for the adventure, but definitely to get stronger with the sword. Yeah, remember, our boy is very greedy. The Saintess explained that the meeting was held hastily, and due to the reappearance of the immortal king, no one objected. Everyone was in agreement. After all, Reinite was the new hero of the Holy Order. There was no one more deserving. The trial would take place at the Grand Cathedral of Pikal, in the western part of the continent. I'd like to say this got our MC excited, but of course, it didn't. Judging by the look on his face, this was not good news. 300 years ago, the Selb Empire was destroyed by the second immortal king. Afterward, 4 nations claimed to be the descendants of this empire. They eventually formed an alliance between the kingdoms. The Grand Cathedral was built in the southernmost kingdom, the Ileska Kingdom, also known as Pikal. It was actually built on the very spot where the immortal king was subdued by the hero. The hero of old defeated the immortal king, but couldn't completely eliminate his heart. Because of this, an abyss spread and the land became corrupted. Only after the hero plunged his sword into that land was it truly and completely purified. And then, afterward, the Grand Cathedral of Pikal was built right on top of where the sword was. I mean, the abyss. The sword is still inside. The hero did it so that only someone truly worthy could find the sword. Of course, our protagonist is wondering, if he pulls out the holy sword, won't the seal on the abyss be broken? The saintess says, no, it's been 300 years. Apparently, everything's fine now. It must have been completely purified. Besides, it's time for him to inherit the hero's weapon. Talk about confident. Our protagonist just tells her to leave it to him. But when is he supposed to leave? The saintess asks. When? My friend, you're leaving right now. That's when. This series doesn't like to waste time, so here we are at the Pikal Grand Temple. Ren-led realizes this place is enormous, completely different from the temple in Roslyn. I mean, that other temple was big, but the architecture is on another level. Someone appears, asking if our protagonist is Ren Light. Our boy says yes, this must be Cardinal Donovan. The funny thing is, the closer the Cardinal gets, the smaller our protagonist looks. Of course he does. This old geezer is short. Let's just be blunt about it. Just look at the guy's build. He asks our MC if he's planning to challenge the sword, and our MC says yes. That's why he's here. But he also knows the Cardinal is a busy man, so he apologizes in advance, just as the old man starts slapping him heartily on the back. The old man says it's nothing. After all, he was recommended by the saintess, so of course he'd come. Oh, a small detail before I forget. This old geezer used to be a holy knight before becoming a cardinal. So, just imagine how hard those pats our MC is getting on his back really are. Donovan even comments that if he knew he'd have to be so far from the saintess, he never would have become a cardinal, his beautiful, little saintess. However, man to man, he's always wondered if anyone is bothering the saintess. Does our MC catch his drift? Of course, our boy says yes, right? If something like that were to happen, that person would have to deal with him. However, feeling himself being driven further into the ground, our protagonist speaks up. Hey, old man, what about the sword? Aren't we going to go challenge it? You're burying me here. The old man apologizes and says he needs to tell him something first. The path to the sword only opens once a year. Countless holy knights have challenged it, but they all failed. So is he sure he can handle it? Our protagonist simply says not to worry. He will face the fate that God has prepared for him. Clasping his hands, our MC prays, Father, are you going to help me out with this one? You're really not? Don't give me that look, my friend. Just say you'll help me. In the next scene, already inside the temple, our protag realizes he's going deeper than he imagined. The old man asks if he knows anything about the path to the sword, and our protagonist says he does. The saintess told him. She said that the trial can be different depending on the person. The old man says that's exactly right. Some finish in a few hours, others take a few weeks. Since the trials are different, he can't give our protagonist any advice. But finally, they've arrived. If the kid wants to turn back, this is his last chance. Our boy just smiles. He says he won't fail to claim the holy sword. The old man says that's good. Then, as soon as he steps inside, the match will begin. So, good luck. From the outside, he will pray for the MC's success, and for him to truly become a new hero. I mean, he kind of already is, right? So he can receive the hero's weapon. But the moment our protagonist steps inside, a trial screen appears. Our MC recalls them, saying the trial would be different, but it was already starting off complicated. The notification board tells the MC to reach the destination within the time limit, but the door he just walked through, well, it's vanished. So now he has two paths. To put it bluntly, he now has to pick a side. But that's not what's worrying him. This dude immediately activates Leap Blessing and starts running like crazy. Since this is a race against time, it's no problem. He'll get there in a flash. Our boy is jumping around like a kangaroo, but after a while, he realizes something isn't right. By this point, he should have passed through several cities, but the end is still nowhere in sight. To make things worse, the objective is really vague. Where exactly is this place he's supposed to go? Is there another solution? He remembers the Saintess's words, that the path to the sword is different for everyone. She also believed that it reflects the will of the divine. At least, that's what the scriptures indicate. The divine will watch over you. He creates trials that we are capable of winning. Knowing that, our protagonist slams on the brakes. Trials that we are capable of overcoming. That line definitely has a hidden meaning. If this is all a trial from the gods, then it can't be as simple as just reaching a destination. The trial must be about pushing himself to his limit. In that case, leaping won't work. The fastest way for him to reach his limit is with frog jumps, my friends. Just like in the army. I mean, jumping like a kangaroo, right? In the army, it's kangaroos. But you guys get what I mean. Finally, another screen appears. Sounds fast, right? But it wasn't. It took Ren Light 40 days to move on to the next step. Of course, our boy thinks this is insane. He really did reach the limit of his limits. Too bad it took a whole 40 days. He also realizes there's a time difference on the continent he was sent to 10-1 compared to the outside world, and back on Earth, it's 100-1. Of course, he only figures this out thanks to his clones. For the Holy Knights who can't even perceive the flow of time, this would have been a real challenge. Halfway through the journey, his willpower starts getting tested. Without his clones, he would have collapsed a long time ago. At this point, he's already done about 1,650 jumps. That's right, folks. He's been jumping like a madman, but whatever. Following the system's command, our boy moves on to the next trial. No. Wait a second. Something unexpected just happened. Suddenly, our boy has recovered. Maybe it's because he pushed his power to the absolute limit, but in fact, he feels even stronger now. That's when it hits him. The reality is, if the time difference here is 10-1, that means one training session is worth 10 times more. Knowing this, he takes off like a maniac, determined to break the record of 2,500 jumps. Man, what a daredevil. I probably would have given up after the first 50 jumps. Leaving our main character aside for a moment, we're taken to another location. We see two masked figures. One of them asks if it is ready, but the other replies that it's almost done. Soon, the continent will be swallowed by darkness, and the final destruction will finally return. Now that the immortal king has returned, all they need to do is give a little push, and he'll take care of the rest. The abyss will soon be opened, and the world will fall under their rule. Talk about great timing. Huh, buddy? You're gonna open the abyss right when the main character is there? I could say I'm scared, but nope. After all, I'm pretty sure our MC is just gonna suck up all the power inside for himself. Long story short, these guys are doing all this for the one who challenges the gods. In this case, that's our very own mortal king. Next scene, our main character is there. He's about to enter the second trial. Looking around, he's a little surprised. The setting is a bit different this time. Now, we're in a chapel. The kid doesn't quite get it. Why is the next trial in a chapel? But hold on. The system is about to explain. This time, Renlate must offer a divine prayer. He finds this trial a bit strange, but he's also really surprised. Like, isn't praying way too easy? But hey, the system's the boss. So, he begins to pray. The kid understands that this trial is based on previous participants. It's a test of faith in the face of divine power. Well, our MC's divine power is somewhere between bishop and archbishop level, so for him, this should be a piece of cake, at least in theory. As long as he fills up that symbol, everything will be fine. However, it's obvious he's not going to play fair. He never does. Standing before the symbol, he begins to pray. But of course, with the help of his beloved system, the skills Mental Cube and Clone are activated. This crafty bastard, once again, he's using his mental power to convert it into faith. Even though his power is overwhelming, he realizes it's still not enough. So, he decides to play his final trump card. He's going to use the power of his own body, this time, the original one. And then, my friend, it's a whole different story. Take this. Divine power. This time, so much divine power gushes out that the system announces he's met the conditions for an awakening. He's gained another blessing skill. This time, it's Amplify. A moment later, he realizes the divine power has finally stabilized. But of course, that's not all. His divine power has also increased. Now, he's at the archbishop level. This dude's power is so insane that he's already passed the trial. The system tells him to proceed to the next one. Sigh. This kid is hopeless, man. He cheats every chance he gets. Someone really ought to teach him a lesson. This guy is even getting excited because everything's been going so smoothly so far. He spent 40 days on the first trial, but since then, it's been nothing but success. The trials continue. Now, in the next round, the game has changed. Our MC is wondering why he's in the middle of a barren wasteland. And I gotta admit, the place looks a lot like hell. I mean, there's no fire everywhere yet, but we're definitely in some version of hell. The system immediately assigns the mission. He must eliminate the enemy. Looking to the side, our MC spots the enemy the system mentioned, but the shadow looks a bit familiar. You know, it's reminiscent of someone. The figure stops in front of our MC, and now we see why it looks so much like a person. He looks exactly like Han from the beginning of the story. And the funny thing is, this guy is also a Lete, an arch-elite, except this one is a former subordinate of the Mortal King, the second one, I believe. The arch-elite is surprised. A hunter from the church is this far out. This is something new. Our MC also realizes that he looks just like Han did before his awakening. But knowing the power Han possessed back then, it's best not to underestimate this creature. After all, even a holy knight would hesitate to fight an arch-elite. The creature says that since our MC won't answer what he's doing here, he'll just follow standard orders, which is to wipe out the church's bastards until not a single one is left. And there it is. The situation was already bad enough. Just imagine. Arcalite summoned an entire army of the undead. The MC said that the guy alone was already a problem, but with an army this big, things got a little more complicated. In fact, this was exactly the reaction he was hoping for, right? But for our MC, the fun was a little different. Arcalite wondered why the MC was talking to himself. But whatever, right? Anything can happen in this world. His little monologue was about to end, right here. He ordered his minions to charge, but our MC just needed a light tap, a quick dodge, a deceptive step, and that was it. He dodged them all. He even took down one of the bastards. Arcalite started to get pissed. How the hell was this guy dodging everything? Get him, my minions. Finish him off quickly. Seeing this pathetic display, our MC said that Arcalite should know he can do more than just dodge. Now, it's time for the fun to get a little more intense, whipping everyone into shape. Seeing the situation, Arcalite even wondered if the MC was an archbishop. His holy power was just that high. The bag of bones spoke up. Well, so, are you scared? The creature replied, no, what nonsense. He was just thrilled to be able to use his maximum power. This would be the end for the church's slave. He wanted to see if this kid could block this next attack. Arcalite activated his flying skull skill. I've seen this skill in the past. And of course, our MC easily slashed those skulls to pieces. Right after, he continued to wipe out the other soldiers. And when Arcalite realized it, he had already collapsed on the ground. The skeleton couldn't understand how the MC managed to block everything with a single blow, and, even worse, counterattack immediately after. Well, calling him a skeleton isn't right, since he's the only one. I'm gonna call this guy Flip-Flop. Or maybe Chico the Skull would be better. Chico asked how the MC could predict all his tactics, and Renit replied that, unfortunately, he didn't have any OP skills, but he did have a very talented instructor. He even dared to say that among the undead, he was the best and strongest instructor. It was simply the Lich King, that's all. The half-dead guy said that having a private tutor wouldn't do him any good. In the end, he was still just a piece of trash. However, he was curious to see how much longer the MC would stand there rambling. So, since you talk so much, let's see if that helmet of yours can handle this brick to the head. Oof. This time the MC was caught by surprise. He really didn't see that one coming. The magic seemed incredibly powerful. An explosion went off, and our MC just vanished. Did he get hit? Or not? I don't know, but I do know that Chico guy is laughing his ass off. He said it's impossible to dodge his secret art. Except from some other dimension, the MC asked if that was the special skill he had. The skeleton wondered how the hell this bastard was still alive. And the MC replied, well, that's just basic stuff. Right? Just the basics. He simply didn't hit anything. Chico said that was absurd. A lowly holy knight blocking that skill. Impossible. There's simply no way. Our MC pondered that, yeah, it didn't make sense to him either. Even with an elemental advantage, it's still extremely difficult to completely block these attacks. It's just that with the knowledge he gained from Ran, this guy could see right through every weakness. Enough talk. The MC charged forward and launched an attack. This time, we can say it's all over. Farewell, Chico, the Skull. As he was fading away, he told the MC that it really wasn't bad, but that he would never be able to destroy him completely. As long as that kid couldn't destroy his core, he would keep coming back forever. Returning to his hideout, he thought that the church had indeed created an impressive knight, but this knight would taste suffering when he returned. And hey, I'm not making this up, okay? Those were the words of the half-dead guy. He said he was going to take care of the MC, no matter what, but that's also when the MC appeared right in front of his core to say hello. Uh-oh, you're screwed, Chico. Our MC said he was emitting way too much dark energy. It was easy to find the place. The half-dead guy even begged, telling the MC to wait a moment so they could talk, but the MC had already drawn his sword. Now this is the real end. That's it for Chico. Afterwards, the system displayed a notification that the third trial was complete. Now he had to go to the door where the holy sword was. Renit told himself that everything went as expected. He beat a few monsters and got some rewards. Seems fair enough. Going through the door, our MC actually arrived at the room containing the sword. I imagined there'd be a long and dangerous path to get there, but I didn't expect to go straight to the sword. The place where the sword rests is an abyss created by the Lich King, so just imagine how insane the energy in this place is. The system of the abyss told the MC to pull out the sword and be recognized as its master. As soon as he started to pull the sword, a powerful, divine light began to shine. Except, something within the light started to catch the MC's attention. It looked like the battles of ancient heroes. In reality, he was seeing sword stances, tips for conserving energy, and even how to deal with special monsters. It seems this is common knowledge for everyone who has ever wielded the holy sword. However, beyond the techniques, he could also feel the emotions of every single user. It's possible the sword's energy and those emotions are trying to drive our MC insane. It was a massive amount of information that could drive him mad, but the mental cube skill activated. Our guy thinks that while others might have failed, he won't. This little prank has gone on long enough. It's time to pull the sword out, no matter how much it resists. From now on, it will be his new partner. Our system announces that the MC has fulfilled the conditions and achieved enlightenment. Now, he's received another blessing, the Holy Sword. With that, a symbol appears on his hand, and the sword begins to disintegrate. Interesting. Very interesting. It seems to be a form of subspace. The MC can summon and dismiss it whenever he wants. The system repeats itself, announcing that the main character has achieved enlightenment. Now, the Holy Knight's combat techniques and weapon mastery skills have merged. Together, they form Logia War. Or Logia, however you want to call it. Time to test the sword a bit. Our MC summons it again, does a few swings here, a few spins there, a couple of slashes, and done, test complete. Indeed, this sword is incredible, not just in appearance, but receiving the combat techniques of other heroes is far more amazing. With just this enlightenment, his power has become immense, and his attacks are much more precise. They've finally obtained the Holy Sword. With that, we can put our guy aside for a moment. Let's head to the west of the Ion continent, to the mountainous region between the Tia Kingdom and LCA, which is where our Holy Knight is. Finally, we're back to our skeletal buddy. He's interrogating the dark mage of the mountain and asks what his name is. The guy introduces himself as Victor Nolan. Our MC tells Victor his name is Hannibal Strauss, but adds, "I'm sure you already knew that, right?" Victor replies that, of course he did. He is the undead king, after all. I'll do anything the king wants, just please spare my life. And hey guys, listen to this story about Hannibal Strauss. It's all a total lie. He got that name from a jar of mayonnaise. He only said he was Hannibal Strauss to justify the terrible name he came up with. Well, Hans came here to recruit some talent, but for some reason, the other guy is incredibly tense. He's even speaking very calmly. At the same time, the Eye of Darkness skill activates, and this definitely catches our MC's attention. Victor even asks if something is wrong. Hannibal Strauss says that someone is conducting sacrificial rituals, happening simultaneously in the west and south of Leska. Victor, who's no fool, immediately starts acting outraged. How dare those idiots do such a thing without consulting the undead king? But in the end, what will the king do? Our MC says, fine, he needs to go see for himself what those bastards are up to. At the scene of the incident, we see the damn dark mages. They're doing their usual thing. The ritual they're using for the sacrifice forms a circle. The leader says everything is going well, and there seem to be no problems. It's been 30 years. For 30 years, he has been preparing for this. He's about to say more, but unfortunately, he starts coughing up blood. Something very wrong begins to happen. The subordinate, a bit angry, says the magic circle is disintegrating, and the leader says that after all this, he still couldn't complete the great magic. But he can't stop here. Having come this far, he still has one way out. The madman pulls out something that looks like a string. Then, he rushes into the middle of the circle, and a dark energy begins to emanate from his body. Seeing that there are finally results, the subordinate starts to rejoice. At last, the seed of madness has merged with the leader's body. He will surely remember this moment forever. He was the greatest mage he had ever known. Soon, the leader's wish will come true. The world will be reduced to ashes, except we know it's never that simple, right? Because our main character has arrived. As soon as he arrived, he said that something unbelievable has happened. The abyss, which holds the power to destroy the world, has been opened once again for the first time in centuries, since the first undead king. Our MC never considered a variable like this. The moment he arrived, it was already too late. It was all over. However, this must have been caused by the Oath of Challenge, and it's time to settle the score. But just then, he feels something from within. Someone begins to speak. Death to the world. Tea and revenge. Plunge this continent into death. Eradicate all forms of life. Heinous understands that these voices belong to the ancient undead kings. These are the lingering thoughts of the undead kings who once lived in the abyss. Suddenly, someone asks our MC what the hell he's doing. The ghost tells our MC to join him. Together, they will plunge the world into despair. However, our MC says that a ghost of the past can't influence him. And of course, the ghost is a little surprised by this answer. Hans says he has no intention of following a loser. Yeah, my friend, he really hit a nerve with that one. Injured. The interesting thing is, the first immortal king wasn't angry about it at all. In fact, he found it quite amusing. He said that it looked like our main character had escaped death, hadn't he? Even after becoming an immortal king, he still had his consciousness. The king comments that this newbie is pretty impressive. The little ghost chimes in, saying he's seething with jealousy. He and the other kings are still shackled by death. At first, our main character doesn't quite get this whole shackled thing, but after thinking it over, he realizes he's always felt some kind of impurity in his heart. So, it must be because of those lingering thoughts. The old kings explain they're bound by regret, unable to break free. What they truly crave is freedom. Freedom from those emotions. Finally, our main character understands. They're imprisoned by the emotions of death. So, he tells the ghost to shut it, saying he'll handle this and grant his wish. The ghost says that if our MC can truly grant him eternal death, he'll even receive a reward in return. Something he was supposed to have, but never did. Something he was supposed to have, but never did. Well, he has no idea what that is, but he's about to find out. Our boy activates his persona skill. Persona allows you to control a specific type of emotion. With it, he can directly target the thoughts etched into their hearts, and then, removing them from their bodies is a piece of cake. The first king comments that he's finally fading, being erased, heading toward eternal death. Our MC confirms it, telling him to rest in peace, and if you can help it, don't come back. You or any of the other damn geezers. And just like that, the old kings vanish. But they leave behind a ton of skill books. These books all fly towards our main character. Smiling, our boy admits this is one heck of a reward. Who would have thought he'd leave behind the legacies of the previous immortal kings, hidden all over the place? The first immortal king destroyed half a continent. The second destroyed an entire empire. These are feats that you couldn't accomplish alone, no matter how powerful you are. Naturally, they had followers who served them, and, of course, a massive army on the front lines, carrying out the immortal king's will. Most of them were killed by the Holy Church, but some managed to escape thanks to their commanders, creating a diversion. Afterward, they chose to be sealed at the bottom of the abyss. And now, the first of the immortal king's legacies has begun to emerge. With that established, let's put Ran aside for a moment and go back to our saint. He's about to leave when he notices something off. The crack in the abyss begins to widen, and from it emerges another of the immortal king's royal guards. It's that elite archer guy. I think it's the same one, right? He looks pretty similar. The moment he's out, he starts cursing the church and the Holy Assembly, yelling that he won't stand for this. And now that he's back in the world, things are going to be different. At least, that's what he was hoping for, until he realizes our main character is standing right in front of him again. Our boy even asks, "Have we met before?" Oh, yeah, they've met, all right. And, keeping with tradition, the elite archer gets a complimentary beatdown. The saint even says the guy is unlucky. He has returned to the world of the living. Well, only for about 10 seconds before getting defeated again. But unbelievably, he doesn't disappear. This time, he drops a crystal. The elite king realizes that something is different this time. Instead of being absorbed by the holy sword or the abyss, he's trapped between them. Normally, he would destroy it immediately, but it'd be a nice gesture to leave it for Ran. That damn elite archer had better treat his new master well, or he'll get another thrashing. Putting our saint aside, let's go back to our immortal king, who has also arrived at the site of the ritual. Unfortunately, by the time he gets there, the challenger is long gone, but it's obvious this is the source of the abyss that rose to the heavens. He's certain of it, since the magic is so densely concentrated here, not to mention the massive hole in the ceiling. Looking down at the ground, Hans notices something strange. It seems to be a piece of metal. Maybe they dropped it. The energy is unstable. Unfortunately, he can't track them with it, but just in case, it's best to hold on to it. And as he hears a strange noise in the air, Ran realizes that the madness from the abyss is beginning to resonate. Even though it's unstable, that alone is enough to have a massive impact on the continent. To get a better look at the rift, our main character activates his Eyes of Darkness. Looking at the rift with these eyes, he realizes that the source of this magic also exists within his own heart. If he plays his cards right, he might be able to control this magic. In fact, he can do one better. He'll focus all of his power into one spot and just absorb the whole thing. And just like that, with surprising ease, he can feel it. There's no ignoring the abyssal energy now coursing through his body. He can even feel his power increasing. After all, what have these fools just done? Think of it as a little favor for our MC. Speaking of favors, the entire area begins to shake. It seems something is rising up from the ground. I'd love to say I know what this is, but I'm drawing a blank. Ah, okay, now I get it. It's a bone dragon. Turns out, it's another legacy left behind by the ancient kings. Our MC thinks this is absolutely amazing, a true masterpiece. He just got himself a free bone dragon. Too bad this dragon doesn't accept him as its master. But hey, that's not a problem. Our boy knows how to handle this. He calls the dragon Anthrasius, and it quickly calms down. Just calling out its true name was enough for it to recognize its master. I, White Bone, have to admit that if you look really deep inside, it's kinda cute. Still, you have to look times deep to see it. White Bone knows this isn't the end of the Undying King's legacy. There's still more to come. But before he can continue, something catches his attention, and not just his, but Anthrasis's too. It seems they have some uninvited guests. White Bone reflects that this isn't the right time. He still doesn't fully understand the abyss yet. Facing the Holy Church in this situation would be, yeah, let's not go there. In the real world, when you get a new car, you call your friends to show it off. Maybe even take them for a spin. The abyss has been opened after hundreds of years, and now we have a bone dragon on the scene. This is the perfect opportunity for our MC to farm a ton of karma points. Not only that, it's also a chance to show off his new crown. He says that Anthrasius has been locked away for far too long. Now, it can fly freely to its heart's content. It must show the whole world the power of a bone dragon. Seeing the knights approaching, the Archbishop tells everyone they need to move faster. He can feel the energy of the abyss growing stronger. Even though they're an elite force, they had to leave in a great hurry, so only a small number of them managed to make it. They didn't arrive in force. This is definitely not good. To make matters worse, the sky is growing dark. The Archbishop isn't sure if all this is because of the abyss. To be safe, he orders everyone to dismount and prepare themselves. And then, the cause reveals itself. It's the Bone Dragon, along with the Lich King. One of them was bad enough, but with two, yeah, it's game over, folks. Our Lich King asks what brings the Holy Church here. The Archbishop says he heard the abyss had been opened. Our MC replies, yep, it's open all right. So, what are you gonna do about it? The Archbishop screams, asking if he really dares to ask such a question. Has he forgotten what happened to this continent because of that? Not to mention the thousands of people who were sacrificed for this to happen. Ooh, that's a piece of information our MC was not aware of. Thousands of people. Wow, the group that performed this ritual was completely insane. The Archbishop says, that's not all. There's also the unimaginable damage the continent will have to endure. And it's all the Lich King's fault. In his mind, our MC thinks, no, wait a minute, that's not how it is. It's not his fault. He's just as surprised as they are. But unfortunately, he needs to play the part of the Lich King, the great villain of the story. Han tells the Archbishop that this isn't even worth wasting his breath on. Besides him, who else could possibly open the abyss? Hearing that, the knights fly into a rage. They had already guessed that the Lich King was behind everything. Our MC tells the small fry not to get so excited. Today, he only came to give a warning, but next time, it's gonna be a real beatdown. The knights yell, what kind of warning? They should settle this right here, right now. However, raising a hand, the Archbishop orders both sides to stop. Don't they realize it? He's keeping his distance. The Lich King couldn't possibly have come all this way just to chat, right? This is definitely a trap. Ironically, nope, my friend. He really did just come to chat and show off his new ride. There was no trap planned at all. The Archbishop asks the Lich King what warning he wanted to give, other than the beatdown. Of course, Han says that this is a warning for the Knight Reet, the one who pierced his heart. I, Han Strauss, acknowledge your strength. The next time we meet, you will lose your life and become my subordinate. Of course, hearing this makes the other knights furious. They're itching to charge forward and take down our MC, ending this scene with a dramatic climax. Our MC snaps his fingers, calls forth his dragon, and tells everyone to stop. Everyone has their part to play in this story, and my role is finished. Now, Anthrasius will show you its power. The Archbishop orders everyone to prepare their defenses, and immediately, the knights and the Archbishop begin to pray. The Archbishop says it's useless. Faith will triumph over any evil, no matter the cost. The dragon begins to spew its deathly flames, but surprisingly, the church members defend themselves quite well. The Archbishop tells everyone to hold their ground. However, the knights report that they can't take much more of this. Luckily, the dragon stops breathing fire. The knights admit they're pretty confused. For them, death seemed almost certain, yet they somehow survived. The Archbishop warns them not to let their guard down. Everyone must return to their battle formation immediately. When he turned back to speak with the human king, he realized the king was already gone. The knight scoffed, wondering if the human king seriously thought he could defeat the Holy Order's finest with just a single breath. Clearly, he'd underestimated everyone here. The wiser archbishop, however, knew this was more than just a minor detail. He desperately wanted to know what the human king was plotting. What devilish move would he make next? Far, far away, our protagonist was busy complimenting Entrio. His flames really were powerful. Since when was he able to pull off such a perfect breath? It was easy to see why the guy had such a big reputation. News of the human king's arrival, the one who opened the abyss and unleashed its guardian dragon, was about to spread like wildfire. Our boy's plan was definitely a success, but not everything went off without a hitch. As Lata Ruota was soaring peacefully through the sky, something happened. At first, I thought it was something bad, but it looks like that's not the case. It's just another one of the legacies awakening. Looking down from above, we see an army rising from the earth, and with them, their leader, the Dullahan Knight, who commands his entire legion to stand. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Charlotte, within the Viscount's territory, another legacy was awakening. Another monster. Of course, the knights went to investigate, but the moment it began to awaken, they didn't stick around. They started to flee. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. They were already surrounded by an army of the undead. Now, I knew Dullahan had forces scattered all over the continent. I just wasn't sure if this particular army belonged to him or to the creature that was awakening. To be honest, I'm betting this army belongs to a different commander. One of the soldiers asks how they could be surrounded. The undead aren't supposed to be smart, so how is this happening? To make matters worse, they hear a scream from behind. And when they turn, they see one of their own, desperately trying to escape. The soldier screams for help, but it's obviously too late and pointless. Who's gonna save him? The two morons standing at the front? The commander just says they need to inform the Viscount. A Death Knight has revived right in the heart of the kingdom. So for now, let's put a pin in the chaos Ran is causing. Let's cut over to our favorite vampire, Rhine. He's in his office, asking a subordinate for a situation report. His subordinate reports that the entire continent of Alterica is in a state of emergency. The one delivering the news is former Lord Mulo. He explains that the abyss is opening up all across the land, summoning armies of the undead. Their clan's home base, the Kingdom of Italia in this case, hasn't suffered any damage. Well, no serious damage, at least. Our protagonist knows this is probably because the undead are linked to Ran. Mulo, however, can tell something's bothering him and asks, what's wrong? Rhine asks if there have been any reports about the madness from the abyss and its effects. Mulo replies that, besides the undead, nobody knows exactly what this madness is. It's not confirmed, but there's been a spike in disputes over petty issues, which could be a side effect of this madness. Rhine wonders if it's not all just being blown out of proportion. Maybe people are just on edge. Mulo doesn't think so. How can you be so sure? Rhine asks. Mulo explains that it's not just affecting humans. They're getting unusual reports about monster movements too. So yeah, the situation is definitely not normal. Back in his lavish office, our favorite vampire, Rain, has a grim look on his face. He realizes that if even the monsters are getting agitated, it means the madness is spreading across the entire continent, driving everyone insane and making them want to send their buddies to the afterlife. Since the situation is devolving into a chaotic, shadowy conflict, he decides his new mission is to play detective and figure out what this madness truly is. The blonde ex-lord stands and agrees with his master's command. Rhine knows he needs to formulate a plan and fast. Thinking about his brothers, he remembers Han is busy gathering the shadow folk, basically putting together an apocalypse squad. Rain, meanwhile, is stuck. He can't leave his base of operations at a time like this. But then, an idea strikes him. He realizes there's only one place that might have information on all this chaos, the Great Holy Order. And just like that, this difficult burden would end up falling on Hinlet's shoulders. Cutting over to the Holy Order, we see the Holy Sword. The Saintess is impressed by its sheer size as our boy Henri presents the gleaming weapon to her. The Saintess flashes a smug, all-knowing smile, and he humbly says that he's just glad he didn't disappoint his boss. Shifting to a more serious topic, our guy mentions that he heard some rumors that things got a little chaotic while he was away. At this, the Saintess's expression hardens. She tells him that something, bizarre, has decided to make an appearance, emerging straight from the abyss. The situation is grave. What escaped from that place is the very embodiment of madness itself. She explains that this madness is incredibly unstable, which is what makes it so dangerous, because no one has any idea what to expect. Henri, ever the confident one, just cracks a smile, smiling and suggesting they head there to solve the problem. She was about to tell him to get some rest, but the knight was more ready than ever, saying he was now stronger with the holy sword. Although Henrik was grinning from ear to ear, the Saintess didn't seem happy about having to do this right away. But after a sigh, the girl smiled, thinking to herself that this guy was more stubborn than a demon. Finally, the Saintess assigned him the mission, and the knight seriously promised he would unravel this insane mystery. She said that was fine, but before he left, there was one more small event about to take place. She explained that there was a mandatory ceremony now, that he had received the legendary sword. That's right. The scene shifts to a massive hall in the cathedral, filled with statues that look like they came straight out of a museum of the gods. Walking down an Oscar-worthy red carpet, Henrik approached the Saintess and the priests. With a wave of her hand, the Saintess commanded the divine sword to reveal its true power. Obeying the Saintess, the boy swung the weapon. Watching from a distance, 2 other knights were incredibly impressed, commenting that the sword's power was on a completely different level. Next, a necklace with a star-shaped pendant was brought forth from a very fancy-looking velvet pillow. It was then placed around Henry's neck, who, to her, was the right choice for any mission. Kneeling, the knight listened as the Saintess officially named him a Grand Holy Knight of the Divine Holy Order. As soon as the ceremony ended, the pendant on his chest began to radiate a powerful light. An insane amount of energy enveloped the boy's body, making him wonder, but what the hell is going on here? This divine power is so strong that my mind is blacking out. The Holy Knight tried to figure out where this power was coming from. He felt his body being completely remade by the holy energy, as if he were undergoing a hardware upgrade. When the light finally subsided, Henrik stood there, looking like a character who had just awakened his ultimate form, with white hair and an extremely powerful golden aura. The Saintess was super pleased with the result, and said that a divine blessing had been bestowed upon him. A system screen popped up, announcing that he had achieved enlightenment and received a special skill. Grand Holy Seal, Knight of Light. Stunned, the boy touched his now snow-white hair and realized he was glowing with the same aura as the Saintess. Bowing her head, the Saintess formally greeted him, which only confused Henrik more. She began to call him Saint Henrik, but then corrected herself, saying that wasn't quite right. With a smile, the girl called him the Consecrated One, and the knight just froze, thinking, is she talking to me? The Saintess then explained that the Grand Holy Seal is only granted by the will of the divine, serving as the clearest sign that a person is a saint and a chosen one. Our boy processed the information, wondering if he was now on the same level as her. Meanwhile, Restar requested that something covered in the middle of the hall be brought over. The Holy Knight still had a clueless look on his face until 2 people approached him. With a radiant face, a gleam of light reflected in his eyes. Before him, a full set of armor named Guardian of Glory appeared. This was a top-tier set forged by the best blacksmiths of the Holy Order. As they helped him put on the armor, they explained that each piece was made from rare metals like mithril and orichalcum, you know, the fancy stuff. On top of that, the armor was enchanted with holy charms and divine barriers. Basically, it was a mobile fortress, a true holy relic. Fully equipped, the Holy Knight admired his new armor, thinking that it looked exactly as he had expected. And by the way, we have to agree our boy looks absolutely badass. Just by wearing the full set, he could feel an overwhelming divine power coursing through his body. Now, he not only had the ultimate weapon, the Holy Sword, but also the ultimate armor, the Guardian of Glory. The guy was the complete package. With a confident smile, he declared that his gear was ready and he was ready for action. Our knight turned to the Saintess and said that it seemed they would be working together from now on, and it was an honor. The Saintess replied that the honor was all hers. In his thoughts, the boy felt a bit awkward about working so closely with her, wondering how things would be from now on. The Saintess, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She confessed that she had been pulling all-nighters and was relieved to have someone to share the burden. At that moment, the knight finally understood what sharing the burden meant when he saw the stacks and stacks of paperwork. The kid had to wonder if this promotion was actually a punishment. With an unconcealable smile, the Saintess seemed thrilled to have found a rookie, and she announced that the Continental Summit, a meeting of the big shots, would be held soon. During this meeting, they would discuss how to exterminate the undead, and she said she would be counting on his help. The knight accepted the mission with determination. A ray of sunlight broke through the cathedral window, marking the beginning of a new, arduous chapter for our holy knight. Now, alone, Henrik looked outside, with a determined expression, telling himself that everything was fine. His mind connected with Hanzo, the immortal king, and the knight decided they would go all out until the bigwigs meeting took place. In another corner of the continent, the situation was pure chaos. An entire city was engulfed in flames under a blood-red sky. Amidst the desolation, a knight walked across ground, soaked in a red liquid. A total mess. It was him. Holy crap. A knight in horned armor was mocking his fallen enemies, calling them pathetic weaklings. Someone said the tide could be turned if the kingdoms joined forces. Karen uses a dark skill, and a sinister wave of purple energy begins to surge violently. Looking down on humanity with absolute contempt, the knight calls them arrogant fools. With a battle cry, he orders everyone to become his subjects. From the shadows, his soldiers rise. The skeletal soldiers advance across the battlefield, shrouded in an eerie purple mist. Suddenly, the knight sensed a new presence and realized someone had arrived a little late to the party. Floating in the sky, a hooded figure appeared, and Karen seemed to recognize him instantly. This newcomer was Hans. An overwhelming wave of blue energy instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Karen couldn't believe the power he was sensing. It was a level of power he had never even dreamed of. Hans slowly approached the knight, who was now kneeling before him, unable to move a muscle. Upon getting a closer look, Karen recognized him and welcomed him as his new master. The new king observed his new subordinate, realizing this knight was a pretty big deal. The king noticed his power went beyond just being a master swordsman. This guy also commanded an army and was skilled in necromancy. Our main character recognizes him as one of his former commanders, the Lord Death Knight, and Karen says it's an honor to be remembered by him. Our immortal king glances at the city engulfed in flames and comments that Karen really made quite a mess. With a serious look, the king says, "What's done is done." The mission now was to consolidate the army and gather their strength. So, he ordered a temporary retreat for everyone, and Karen immediately agreed to obey his master's command. The knight and his soldiers began to dissolve into a shadow, vanishing from the scene faster than a steam sail. After they were gone, the immortal king raised his hand, seemingly preparing for something big. Analyzing the desolate landscape, the king grew thoughtful, needing to calculate the extent of the damage. The entire city, music, was in flames, and he concluded that the damage was severe and the entire area was devastated. Looking at the fire, he decided he couldn't just leave things as they were and needed to act. He remembered that the Continental Conference was about to happen, but with his forces scattered everywhere, it would be tough to gather everyone in time. Faced with this problem, his hand began to glow with a dark energy. It seemed he had found a rather risky solution. The purple aura on his arm intensified, and he thought that he originally wanted to avoid this method because of its heavy side effects. Despite the risks, he saw no other way out. The immortal king clenched his fist, ready to act. His eyes flashed with power as he prepared a summoning spell, roaring for his children to listen, and the boss's call worked. Far, far away, two demonic creatures heard the summons and immediately recognized their master's voice. Another follower, a mysterious veiled woman, also felt her master's presence as if it were a dark Wi-Fi connecting everyone, unleashing a power blast that would make even Vegeta jealous. The immortal king declared that he had arrived to join the party, and his aura spread across a massive area. The main character knew this would reveal their position to the enemy, but he calculated that the forces of order would take a while to decipher all this magic. His plan was simple: gather everyone and get the hell out of there faster than the Flash. With his hand outstretched, he urged his followers to hurry up. The shadows then converged and shot up into the sky. Through dark portals, the immortal king's followers began to appear, along with countless skeletons answering the call. Suddenly, the main character felt a disturbance in the force. It seemed one of his generals had run into some trouble. Before their master, the generals bowed in unison, swearing absolute loyalty to their supreme leader. One of them reported that he would march with the legion from the southwest, while another assured him he'd bring the forces from the south-southwest. Everyone was fired up and ready for battle. Our immortal king was extremely pleased with his army's loyalty, music, promising to lead them all to an unprecedentedly glorious future. With open arms and surrounded by his generals, our boy Hans let out that classic evil villain laugh because his plan had finally been set in motion. Now, the scene shifts to in a pitch-black forest, two men are making their way with a single torch. One of them, Mike, gets nudged by his friend, who's heard rumors that the undead are popping up all over the place. His friend, however, couldn't care less and tells him to focus on the job, brushing it off as just a silly rumor. Suddenly, a shadow darts right in front of them in the darkness. Letting out a sigh, Mike calls his friend a coward and points to a white rabbit, saying it was clearly just a wild animal, but his skittish friend's face drains of all color as he points behind Mike. Mike asks in annoyance what it is this time, but before he can finish, he turns around and freezes. There really is something right behind him. And then, a massive creature with glowing red eyes appears right behind him, and it's all over. His friend can only stammer out the words, Mon. Daraz. He watches his buddy get taken out. With a handsome face, meticulously cared for with Jador products, the gray-skinned monster stares down the survivor. A burst of dark energy explodes, revealing even more creatures. See why you shouldn't wander through the forest at night? Huh. Further away, a larger group of people also spots the monsters. One man wonders what the hell those things are. One of the monsters remarks that they were supposed to be hiding in the mountains, wondering why they decided to come down for a stroll. Meanwhile, the young man who just saw his friend get attacked is completely paralyzed with fear, unable to process the horrific scene as his whole body trembles. He stammers that he's never heard of anything like this, and that the situation is both bizarre and terrifying. Well, my friend, looks like you've got a date with the Grim Reaper today. We cut to the Rupert Trading Company. Our protagonist seems to be in shock over some news he just received in his office. He reads the newspaper, where a large headline announces that monsters from the northern mountains have attacked a caravan. Placing a hand on his head, Rupert grows worried. At this rate, the neighboring city of Tarak is going to be in big trouble. He thought he had stockpiled enough food and war supplies, but realizes this is no time to be thinking about profit. Getting up from his chair, our guy reflects on a saying. A petty merchant chases coin, but a great merchant captures the hearts of the people. Glancing at the map on his wall, he decides on his next move. In a time of crisis like this, the best thing to do is proactively lend a hand. The map shows the area affected by the chaos, a place called the Aeonia Domain. A specific point on the map catches his eye, an area known as the Steel Fortress. Rupert focuses, trying to get a better grasp of the situation and wondering where exactly the problem is. Suddenly, a crucial piece of information flashes in his mind. The Steel Fortress is recruiting mercenaries in large numbers. This is the opportunity he needs to act. Cut to a crowded tavern, where a woman remarks that this massive recruitment drive can only mean the fortress is in trouble. An adventurer shouts that these monsters are no ordinary foe. They're advancing with a crazed ferocity. At a table, Harley's crew is discussing what to do. Since they've all heard the rumors about the growing threat, one of the group turns to our main character and asks him what he plans to do. Harley, holding a massive stein of beer, pauses for a moment to think. With the wide grin of someone who's ready for anything, the guy in the wolf pelt hat declares that he's in. He wouldn't miss out on this for anything in the world. His friends cheer at his answer, and one of them slams the table, asking when they're heading out. Harley stands up, looking a bit flustered by the question. His friend flashes a forced smile, his face looking like he knows exactly what's coming. He asks if Harley has some other plan in mind. With a loud laugh, that madman Harley yells that they're leaving right now. His comrades are completely baffled. One even wonders if his friend has even paid the bill. Immediately, they get up and run after the big oaf, shouting to grab that bastard and make him pay for everyone's drinks, since he didn't even pay for his own. The scene changes to a sign outside a building, showing two crossed swords over a shield. This sign belongs to the Tarak Mercenary Guild, a popular hub for adventurers of all kinds. Arriving at the guild, Harley glances around, apparently looking for someone at the counter. The receptionist greets him while his friends drag themselves in right behind him, completely out of breath. With a smile, the employee explains that everyone in this business knows him. Not knowing who he is would be like being from another continent. Grabbing one of his buddies by the collar, Harley says they're here to sign up for the recruitment and demands they get it done quickly. The receptionist informs him that Harley's registration is going to be a little tricky to process. Furious, one of the mercenaries snarls like a dog and growls, asking the employee what he means by that. His friends also get angry and threaten the clerk, who hastily stammers that it's not like that. He quickly pulls out a letter. Salada explains that a special, designated request has come in for Harley. Our monstrous main character thoughtfully takes the letter, remarking that he was already planning to head to the Steel Fortress and wasn't expecting this. Without a second thought, this madman tosses the letter away, rejecting the offer as his friends cheer him on. The receptionist sees this and panics at his attitude, trying to explain that this is an offer he can't refuse. Just like in The Godfather, he either accepts or he accepts. With a grave expression, he reveals the client's name. This request comes from Lord Talmini Aya. Hearing this, Har just puts on a clueless face, having absolutely no idea who that is. His confusion is so great that the receptionist nearly has to scream the name just to get it through his thick skull. Elsewhere, we see the corridors of Lord Aonia's residence. A well-dressed butler leads the way to a door, announcing that the Lord is waiting inside. With an excited shout, Harley announces his own arrival in the Lord's room, barging in without a hint of courtesy. A man in armor, who had his back turned, spins around at the noise, looking surprised by the grand entrance. The mercenary is clearly confused, realizing the person in front of him is a knight and not the Lord he was expecting. In a stern tone, the knight states that the Lord does not speak directly with a mere mercenary, looking Harley over with disdain. If it were me, I would have just left out of spite. He introduces himself as Knight Robin, the one authorized to conduct this important mission. Robin's eyes scan Harley's physique, commenting that he'd heard of him, but finds him quite large with a unique appearance. The ears on Harley's wolf hat wiggle comically at the knight's remark. Touching his nose with a confident smile, the mercenary plays along and asks what a high and mighty knight like him could possibly want. The knight explains the reason for the designated request. They need someone to lead an attack on the northern mountain region. Harley is surprised by the offer and asks if that's the place recently overrun by monsters. The knight confirms that it is. It's actually a rescue mission for a very important person named Jaunik Steon. Jaunik is a blacksmith in their domain, and his race is extremely important. He's an incredibly talented dwarf. Afterwards, the scene completely shifts to the modern world, showing the front of a hospital in Seoul. In one of the rooms, our main character tells his grandmother that they need to get going. The old woman looks very healthy, smiling and telling them not to worry and to just get on with their work. Taesan is overjoyed that she's recovered, and our MC says she might be discharged soon. Suddenly, his friend becomes pensive, saying something is strange. The guy remembers his conversation with the doctor, who said her recovery was so fast it was as if a priest had been using divine power to heal her for days. Weird, right? Our main character cracks a sly grin. That's right, everyone. He was the one responsible for healing the old woman. Leaving the room, our MC says she's being rewarded for her kindness, but the grandson says she overcame her illness through her own strength. Changing the subject, Tyson asks about his plans to move. Our main character replies that he's found a house in the suburbs for a quieter life. The distance from Seoul is a sacrifice he's willing to make. In his thoughts, the MC apologizes for making Tyson worry. Now that his projections last longer, he can travel great distances with ease. He decides not to sell his old house. It's easier to use it as a home base. Walking down the hall, he reflects on the future, not sure how many more of these avatars are going to appear. The next day, the scene takes us to the icy mountains of the north. Harley and his group trek through the frozen landscape together. Something catches our main character's attention. He thinks everyone is being so serious because the request came directly from the Lord, and he also reflects on his own presence on the mission, since he's here not just to watch, but to actively participate. Then the knight announces that they are approaching the final location, where the dwarf sent his signal from, but our MC asks what they're going to find there. The knight then explains what happened. As soon as the monsters started acting strangely, the dwarf Jauni holed up in a cave and used a magic device to call for help, like some kind of emergency flare. One of the female teammates seems a bit annoyed, wondering why Risua didn't just climb the mountain right then and there. Another team member replies with a huge grin, saying you can't predict this kind of mess, and that dwarves are like Minecraft players, always digging for rare minerals. Listening to everyone talk, Harley thoughtfully tries to understand the blacksmith's current situation. Turning around, he also takes a good look at Tarak's mercenaries, and feels impressed, thinking to himself that to assemble an elite team like this, that Jaunik guy must be a legendary blacksmith. Suddenly, Harley's eyes begin to glow. He senses danger approaching. Without a word of warning, a horde of monsters, greenskins, appeared. The two girls in the group immediately got into a fighting stance. A flaming arrow was shot toward the horde of monsters, scorching all of them to a crisp. Even though the attack was powerful, the two girls lost all their confidence. That's right, the monsters were still standing amidst the smoke, and the fire-based attack didn't faze them at all. One of the girls complained that the enemies were getting stronger the higher their level, not to mention their insane health and armor. Seeing things start to get interesting, Harley cracked a huge grin and said it was their turn to shine. This cunning guy was itching to show these monsters his true power. Stomping his foot hard, he charged in to get his hands dirty, grabbing two of the creatures and smashing their heads together. But two other ugly ones appeared, and they also hit the dirt after he choked them out. Witnessing the scene, a teammate yelled for the main character to watch his back. Three monsters were charging at him, even though he was surrounded. This crafty mercenary looked calmer than Master Yoda, thinking to himself that just using his bare hands probably wouldn't be enough this time. Our hero contemplated his skills. If he activated his primal instinct, this party would be over in a flash. But then, everyone might mistake him for a monster, and things would get, well, complicated. With that in mind, he decided to use a different method. Leaping into the air, Harley flew towards the enemy. He said it was time to play Superman. With terrifying speed, he handed out free punches to every last one of them, then clasped his hands together. It looked like he was about to unleash a finishing blow. The young woman was amazed by our protagonist. She couldn't even understand how he could blow away three of them at once. Looks like there won't be a finishing blow after all. The guy already sent the whole group on a one-way trip underground. Not even a travel agency could offer a trip that good. Suddenly, the knight called out the main character's name because he saw him doing something very strange on the ground. Our main character, looking a bit embarrassed, immediately apologized and said that because he was so hungry, he had tasted the monster's blood and hearts out of habit. What a bizarre habit, huh? The knight questioned this strange habit, and Harley explained that it was a type of secret magic of his tribe. Totally believable. The other teammates were shocked by the sight, and one of them commented that they'd never heard of anyone being able to do that. With a confident smile, Harley told them not to worry, assuring them he was fine. But then, suddenly, a mouthful of red blood spurted from his mouth, and the big guy realized that, actually, he wasn't fine at all. His face contorted in pain. He was breathing heavily, and his face started twitching bizarrely. A wave of violent thoughts invaded his mind, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to destroy everything around him. He thought he was only managing to hold back thanks to a mind control skill, but his muscles and senses were getting sharper, while his face was covered in grime. The main character finally seemed to understand what was happening to him. A dark and evil energy began to radiate from one of the fallen monsters. Looking up at the sky, our protagonist realized the truth. A madness was spreading throughout the frozen forest. Elsewhere, our Bone King observed the scene from afar and commented that it was quite a spectacle to behold. Behind him, a group of hooded figures knelt, all of them appearing to serve the skeletal man with absolute loyalty. A woman wearing a veil bowed respectfully, introducing herself as Banshee Queen Livia and pledging her loyalty to her king. The Bone King praised his new recruit, saying that a high-ranking officer, along with a unit of ghouls, was an incredible addition to his Dark Legion. He praised Olivia for gathering more power than he'd expected, and she, with all humility, replied that she was merely following his orders. The king then said he had a new mission for her. He pointed to a few corpses on the ground, mentioning the organization they belonged to. The order was to extract all information from the heaven-defying oath. Olivia accepted the mission with honor and said she would do her best, but she asked what he wanted most from them. The skeleton man replied, "The thing I want most is absolute obedience." Olivia's hand glowed with a blue aura as she spoke to her children, summoning them to hear her command. The queen ordered her minions to deal with every last one of them, drain their souls, and offer it all to her king. Meanwhile, at a distant mansion, the night was very quiet, and the scene takes us inside a luxurious office. Our vampire, Heinz, was analyzing an important document, looking very thoughtful about what he was reading. The paper revealed that Hans, his other self, had obtained some valuable information about the terrifying Raya B. In addition, he had received reports on the state of the nation from the Vakala clan. Documents also contained data about the underworld, all collected from the witches themselves. Heinz realized that he could now trust Harley in any matter related to this so-called madness. He let out a tired sigh, because, even though everything was under control, a strange sense of fear suddenly washed over him. Suddenly, a knock on the door completely shattered his train of thought. Mulo entered the room and approached him to deliver an urgent report. He informed him that monsters had begun their attack in the demon forest, but Haunt remained calm, as he had already sent reinforcements there. The former lord said, that wasn't all. The monsters from the northern mountains were descending with their full force. Back in the mountains, Harley realized something was very wrong. The madness had spread in an instant throughout the entire area. He stared at the insanity and confirmed his suspicions. That ominous energy was the so-called frenzy. Everyone around him was getting infected, and the monsters were being affected by the madness just by breathing it in. His biggest concern right now was his teammates. He noticed the effect on them wasn't as severe, but they weren't completely immune. It seemed humans had a higher resistance to this madness. Even so, our mercenary felt something was off. He realized the situation was dangerous, as he could feel the effects on his own body. A skill window appeared before him, showing that he was using body mutation to keep from losing control like the others. Suddenly, a knight raised his hand and shouted for everyone to stop. Immediately, one of the girls asked if more monsters had appeared on the road. Out of nowhere, Robin cracked a joke about Harry's outfit, and the madman said the clothes were the main event. He just wouldn't get it. Just then, something began to move in a nearby bush. From inside, a dwarf in camouflage gear stepped out, looking like a quest NPC. He introduced himself as the blacksmith Zaunik Stillstone and said he was just waiting for the group to arrive. The dwarf announced that he had dug a cave nearby and offered to lead everyone there. It would surely be safer there than out here. The knight asked Harley about something, and the big guy confirmed his suspicion. They just didn't specify what the problem was, did they? Suddenly, a horde of monsters appeared. and Harley yelled for everyone to get down the mountain immediately. Robin took command and ordered everyone to cover the rear while they fled from the enemy. The group started running in desperation. Zaonik was left behind, panicking as the enemy closed in. The damn monster was ready with its mace, looking absolutely terrifying. The blacksmith screamed for help, begging for someone to save him. Lucky for him, our barbarian is always ready for action. With that crazed smile, the mercenary seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the situation. Robin said now was not the time for fun and games. If this kept up, they were all going to get caught. Without a second's hesitation, Harley grabbed the blacksmith and bolted. The dwarf didn't complain about Harley, but what could he do? The poor guy's short legs weren't fast enough. The archer said they would all be wiped out if this continued, but our protagonist knew that rule, music, didn't apply to him. But even so, he still needed to come up with a new strategy to escape. Turning to the knight, he said he was running out of energy and demanded his share of the magic stones. Although he didn't understand the plan, Reuben agreed, saying that if it was for the quest, he didn't see a problem with it. The protagonist said thanks and took the bag of stones. Before continuing, he tossed the dwarf to another knight. He stopped running. Our protagonist turned to face the enemy. Everyone warned him it was dangerous, but the psycho just replied that they were the ones who asked for a better way to escape. Then, he opened the bags of magic stones and just started shoving them all in his mouth. Just stay calm, everyone. Our main character is in his growth phase. The energy from the stones began to spread throughout his body, and he felt a frenzy even more intense than before. Thanks to this, he realized he could become infinitely stronger. All he had to do was absorb the madness from the stones with his skill. Basically, this sly bastard just got another way to farm power. This man would become the eater of madness and devour all the energy that had appeared in this world. A system notification appeared before him. His skill had evolved into a new form, Berserk Beast. The upgrade had arrived. The tattoo on his arm began to glow and turn red. His muscles grew bigger and even more defined. Closing his eyes, he tried to absorb as much power as possible. The moment he opened his eyes, they glowed with a malevolent energy. The real fun was about to begin. The channel's rules are very clear. You gotta knock them all down. No one gets a free pass. That's right, the monster horde was advancing. The protagonist told them to take it easy and come at him. If they rushed like that, they wouldn't last very long. But to make things less boring, why doesn't he just charge in? After about 10 panels, the bloodbath is finally about to begin. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist cut through the horde of enemies without any trouble, fast as the flash, screaming for the bastards to go to hell. He attacked without mercy. In the end, not a single one of them was a match for our boy. The name of this new form is called the Frenzied Beast. The group stood there, watching from a distance, completely stunned. The guard said he could barely keep up with his movements, even admitting that the rumors were all true. Robin claimed that Harley wasn't just the strongest person in Tarak, but the strongest on the entire continent basically, the Saitama of this world. Two other creatures charged forward in a rage, trying to exploit a small opening to attack. Seeing the enemies approach, the mercenary just smirked. Using his dual axes, he defended and attacked simultaneously, sending another enemy to its grave. He then retrieved his smaller axe. It seemed the area was finally cleared. A skill window popped up, showing that he had used the Jade Eye to create a harsh winter and end the battle. Robin ran over, praising the incredible performance. He also asked if our friend was okay. The old dwarf blacksmith also appeared to congratulate him, saying Harley had the courage of a true dwarf, but the silver-haired guy pointed out that the old dwarf wasn't exactly showing that same courage a few minutes ago. Now was he? Suddenly, Harley's expression changed. He sensed a dangerous and powerful energy approaching. His entire body was screaming at him to run. This was the first time he'd ever felt so tense. Robin noticed the change and asked what was going on. The MC, as usual, just laughed and said that things had just gotten really bad. If they ran into the approaching monster, it would be an absolute massacre. The old dwarf despaired at the news and shouted that they'd come too far to give up now, begging his muscle-bound friend to do something. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Harley turned to the old dwarf and reminded him about the hole he'd dug to hide in earlier. The dwarf had to admit, he had indeed done that. Harley then asked if he could hide everyone for 10 minutes. The blacksmith said that 5 minutes would be more than enough for the job. This old guy's craftsmanship is on another level. 100 years of experience really makes a difference. Our MC wondered if that shiny pickaxe was a magic item. The blacksmith prepared to begin and shouted for everyone else to get ready. From then on, it was just one relentless strike after another against the ground. Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently. Cracks formed on the frozen surface, and the ground opened up beneath their feet. The old dwarf was so strong, he made the very earth tremble. After finishing, the old dwarf looked at the group with a smile and asked if the place was cozy enough for them. Just look at the cave this old geezer carved out. Then again, it's pretty easy when you have a diamond pickaxe. Poor guy. Harley looked at the blacksmith with an admiring smile. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that a medium for skill customization had been detected. Our main character had no idea what that meant. He wondered if there was an item here as powerful as the branch from the world tree. The system window displayed Eileen's pickaxe, a magical tool containing 20 years of the master craftsman's Zaonic soul. Seeing the pickaxe's power, Harley made a decision and, with that sly look on his face, said he was going to farm this item no matter the cost. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from above. The knight was startled and asked if that was the monster the mercenary had mentioned earlier. Robin analyzed the presence and confirmed their suspicions, saying the creature had probably settled right on top of them to feed on the corpses. Another member suggested they should escape while the monster was distracted, but Robin said it was a bad idea, as they'd be caught in an instant. As usual, that madman Harley started laughing maniacally, leaving everyone confused. The mercenary said he just had a brilliant idea and offered to lure the monster away to solve the problem. The knight protested, saying it could cost him his life, but Harley said he was going to take the risk anyway. The other teammates grew worried and asked if the big guy was sure about this. With his eyes gleaming, he said he was. He then pointed at the old dwarf's pickaxe and, naturally, Zaonic asked why he wanted his precious Eleni. Harley explained it was just a little insurance for the mission, but the old dwarf complained that it was a magical tool with a limited number of uses. The blacksmith didn't like the idea of giving up his treasure, but then he chided himself for prioritizing an item over a life. He remembered that, no matter how precious it was, life was more important. In the end, the old dwarf agreed and held out the tool. Only, at the last second, the blacksmith had second thoughts and held on tight to the pickaxe. The MC yelled at him to let go, saying he was just going to use it like a shovel. With a powerful yank, the mercenary snatched the pickaxe from his hands, and the poor old blacksmith could only weep in despair. Harley ran off with the item, promising to put it to good use and bring it back, probably. While running, he changed his mind, apologized, and said he wouldn't be returning it, but since he was saving the dwarf's life, they could just call it even. In other words, he's a scumbag thief, but at least he's saving the old dwarf's life. The good thing is, he had safely acquired Eileen, or rather, he'd acquired it from the old dwarf. Running across the ice, our protagonist moved away from the group, needing a secluded spot for the next step of his plan. Finally outside, the mercenary commented on how amazing the fresh air was, much better than being trapped underground. But now, it was time to introduce one monster to another, and before him, a giant, two-headed creature appeared. Rose let out a roar, but his barbarian friend stayed calm and held his ground. The mercenary realized that even a powerful species like this could go mad. It must have swallowed a ton of magic stones. The monster's two heads stared down our hero, looking like they were itching for a fight. Harley wondered what the monster was up to. The two-headed ogre started charging. A possibility flashed through our hero's mind. Maybe the creature could smell the magic stones he had eaten. This wasn't entirely a bad thing. Whether he was saving his friend or not, he needed to get this monster away from here. So, the mercenary took off running, yelling for the giant ogre to follow him. After running for a bit, he stopped in a more secluded area. This spot should do. No one would see what was about to happen. The two-headed monster quickly caught up to him, even cracking a sinister smile as it ran. Was it time for a serious fight? Two skills activated, mutation and physical transformation. Our hero declared that this time, it would be a battle of monster versus monster. Let's see what this ogre's got. The two-headed ogre let out a horrific scream of pain. Our hero's claws had raked across both of its ugly faces. Our boy was relishing the fight. This guy loved a straightforward brawl. Our boy said the ogre probably thought it got stronger from the madness, but it wasn't the only one who'd been eating those stones. After taking 2 solid punches, the creature turned to flee. Our boy asked the monster where it thought it was going, and without waiting for an answer, he leaped onto its back and grabbed one of its bald heads. The absolute savage said that the creature thought perfectly fine with one head, so it wouldn't be needing the other one. And just like that, the ogre's spare head was torn off like paper, now sporting a new, you could say tidier, look. The monster collapsed to the ground. Even so, the creature tried to threaten our hero, saying, "Your arrogance won't last long. My reinforcements are coming." The monster turned, expecting to see its army, but its face went blank when it found no one around. Looking out at the battlefield, it was stunned. All of its minions had been wiped out, their bodies scattered across the snow. Suddenly, a new voice echoed from behind the ogre, and a mysterious man said that thanks to them, he'd gotten a nice little warm-up. The man said he was just on a mission nearby. This bastard, R, said he was bored. He then manipulated blood, forming it over his hand, focusing it all into a single point. Our hero created a piercing bullet that not even Superman could block. And just like that, the half-ogre was gone. With the last enemy defeated, Harley stood up, looking quite pleased with the outcome. Right after, he approached Hand and commented that, as expected, the two of them worked much better as a duo than a solo act. Kinda like a dark version of Batman and Robin, but I'll let you guess who's Robin. With a smile, our hero revealed his other self for a different reason. It seemed he had other plans for his partner. Rig held up the magic pickaxe with a smile, saying that Lord Zonx's gift would be very useful. Harley started drooling, wondering just how much stronger he'd get if he devoured it. With a feral look in his eyes, the main character simply bit into his partner's shoulder. Yeah, he was clearly affected by the madness, but since he couldn't eat the weapon, he went for the monster holding it instead. Ryan slowly put the pickaxe on the ground and said he'd like a little taste of that so-called madness too. Suddenly, they both felt a strange energy in the air. Something huge and dangerous seemed to be approaching. In the distance, a volcano suddenly erupted. Han recognized the feeling instantly, saying it was the same energy he'd felt from someone named Antrasis, or rather, Antracio. Amidst the fire and smoke, a colossal figure emerged. A giant red dragon had appeared. Its name was Heratos, a red dragon completely dominated by madness. The dragon screamed that it would devour everything because its hunger, or rather, Larika, was driving it completely insane. Ali was beyond excited to see a real dragon, but Ryan threw cold water on his excitement, explaining that the creature had been consumed by madness and there was no reasoning with it. The dragon stared down at the two of them below, identifying one as a demi-human and the other as a vampire. The creature called them excellent snacks, believing the two of them might just be enough to satisfy its hunger. Swooping down, the dragon made its choice and decided it didn't need to choose. The monster opened its massive maw and declared it would devour them both at the same time. Surprisingly, both of them were having the time of their lives. They charged forward together, going straight for the creature's eyes. The dragon, poor thing, was blinded. Harley pointed at the monster and remarked that its thick hide and regeneration ability was a totally overpowered combination. The dragon became enraged, calling them inferior creatures, and it roared that in all its eternal life, it had only been defeated a single time. Ryan was intrigued by that claim and asked who the colossal creature had lost to. The beast recalled its greatest enemy with terror, the final boss who had delivered its judgment in the past, the immortal king. Harley repeated the title in astonishment, utterly confused, and the dragon confirmed that was the one. But it cut the conversation short with a fire attack, screaming that the king was dead and its curse was finally over. But then, the dragon grew confused when it saw them both. Smiling, and Rhea, the friend they had summoned, said that just the two of them might not be enough. The young vampire apologized in advance for the impending psychological trauma, and the giant beast's confusion only deepened. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes widened in absolute shock. It sensed a familiar and terrifying presence approaching. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows behind it, and the dragon recognized him, completely paralyzed with fear. The one joining the party was none other than our beloved Hans, the third immortal king. With a smile, he said the dragon would make an excellent test subject. The giant dragon stared at the trio, pure rage burning in its golden eyes. Turning his back, the skeleton looked at the creature and said that a dragon consumed by madness was just perfect. Han remarked that this beast would be a great guinea pig for his experiments. Turning its head to the side, the dragon wondered what the hell was going on here. After a moment, the colossal creature finally recognized him and roared that the immortal king had returned to this place. Han let out a smirk, saying he could see the monster through the previous king's memories. The skeleton recalled the dragon being fast asleep and wondered how the beast could have awakened when he hadn't. Still furious, the winged monster let out a roar of anguish. Suddenly, the creature felt something strange on its tail, and it turned to see what had happened. The skeleton warned the beast not to even think about escaping. As it tried to fly up, the dragon ended up slamming its head into an invisible barrier. A giant purple dome now covered the entire area, and Hans explained that its wings wouldn't get it anywhere. The voices in the monster's head screamed at it to destroy the completely possessed king. The dragon began to move. A powerful surge of energy started to completely envelop its body. Harley watched the scene with a smile, commenting that the monster was absorbing all the madness from the air. The energy grew more intense, and our main character admitted that even he couldn't pull off something like that. An overwhelming power erupted from the dragon's body. With glowing eyes, the creature roared, vowing to wipe this mortal king from existence. Han glanced aside with a bored expression and just grumbled that this was getting in the way of his plans. Suddenly, the dragon noticed a swift movement. Han had backed away from it. The skeleton let out a mocking laugh, and the dragon wondered if the celebrated mortal king was running away in fear. The creature called him a bastard and charged forward. However, Hans had a new idea. He said that if they weren't on the same level, then he would play on the dragon's level. A dark energy began to rise around Hans, and the giant creature became confused by what it was seeing. The skeleton commanded his summon to appear. A white dragon skull emerged from the ground. It was Antrasis. Now, the fight is balanced. Let's see if the fire dragon can handle our little bone dragon. The dragon wondered if that was a real dragon. Hans ordered his creature, telling it to remove the curse and the rot from its enemy before fighting. Antrasis lunged forward and immediately clamped down on the Crimson One's neck. Han prepared for the next phase of his plan, saying he would begin analyzing how to carve up the enemy. 3 skills activated at once: gravity chain, spatial lock, and shock absorption. The dragon was enveloped by magical chains from a summoning circle that appeared in the sky. The red dragon grumbled that these were just cheap tricks. With the enemy immobilized, Harley and Han saw their chance and yelled that now was the time to attack. The two charged forward with wild smiles, and Rain said he was going to taste some of that precious dragon soup. Rhea quickly dashed in with a smile, starting the fun. His powerful attack slammed right into the dragon's body, and that red liquid splattered everywhere, cutting over to Harley. That maniac was already there, biting the monster. Overjoyed, Ryan licked the blood from his fingers, saying he would have an infinite supply of dragon meat to regenerate himself. Suddenly, the vampire's expression completely changed. He seemed to realize something was very wrong, and then he spat it out. He remarked that the meat was actually pretty tasty. The problem was the maddening energy mixed into it. But at least now, he understood what this so-called madness was. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, the red dragon broke free from its chains. The creature glared at them both with hateful eyes, roaring. "Did you insects really think I would just stand by and watch?" He realizes the monster is about to use its breath attack and comments that at this range, there's no way to dodge it. Hans calmly observes the scene and just says that the enemy hasn't used his skill yet. The skeleton reveals that the red dragon isn't the only one with a breath attack. The red dragon flies into a rage at their arrogance, roaring that they just keep getting in its way. The red dragon unleashes its breath. Now it's time to see which of the two is stronger. The two creatures' breath attacks collide, and a massive explosion of light illuminates the entire forest. Seizing the opportunity, Hans yells that now's the time and bites down hard on his own arm. The vampire focuses on every drop of blood in his body, and red tendrils of energy begin to emerge from his wrist. He says he's going to push the mysteries of his power to the absolute limit. The energy materializes into a powerful weapon. A greatsword, made of blood, appears in the vampire's hand. Swinging the red sword, Hans prepares to strike. With his acceleration skill activated, he dashes at high speed toward the giant monster. The attack lands a direct hit right on its chest. With a triumphant smile on his face, Hans celebrates, thinking to himself that the plan worked perfectly. The dragon calls him a useless insect, saying a wound like this is nothing and can be easily regenerated. Piece of cake. Hans apologizes with a mocking smile, saying that injuring the monster wasn't his real goal. The vampire agrees that insect is the perfect word for this situation. Suddenly, the dragon feels something strange in its chest, wondering what the hell is happening inside. We see Harley, who is now inside the dragon. Hans explains that its accumulated madness looked quite delicious. So, he placed a parasite inside the enemy's body, one so vicious that not even deworming medicine would work on it. With a wild grin, Harley takes a bite of the dragon's flesh, commenting that the texture isn't half bad. Our protagonist prepares to devour everything from the inside, wondering just how much he can tear off from this mobile restaurant, but to find out if it's really edible and if the dragon can regenerate. Our story continues inside the red dragon's belly. Our MC is in there, taking a bite here, moving over there, taking another bite, and then moving on. The deeper he goes, the stronger he gets. But then, something our MC doesn't understand happens. All of a sudden, two masses of muscle clamp down and trap the boy. Poor Harley starts cursing out the dragon. He realizes the bastard decided to compact its trash right now, while he's still inside. And if our MC is saying the guy is compacting trash, that means he's in. Wait, you guys don't think he's times their asterisk, do you? Hey MC, are you at the exit? Well, unfortunately, he's not answering us, but he says if this keeps up, he's going to be turned into a pile of mush. But of course, he's the protagonist, right? This isn't the end. The kid starts grabbing onto some organ, then bites down and rips it out. Just then, a system notification pops up, stating that this creature's regeneration ability has surpassed all limits. This causes the MC's skill to evolve. What was it before? The regeneration skill has evolved into super regeneration. The MC thinks, nice. Something good just fell into my lap. Wait a sec. Hold on. Let me get a good look at this. The kid keeps mulling over this so-called super regeneration. Could this be the dragon's skill? And did he just acquire it? Outside, the dragon starts screaming that the MC is a pathetic insect. His cheap tricks are useless. The dragon's regeneration is too advanced for the MC to inflict any real damage. But right at that moment, another system notification appears, and it announces that Harley has met the requirements for evolution. His predation skill has evolved into the special skill, Gluttony. Our MC, as usual, well, Harley, this lovable dummy, thinks, what is this gluttony thing? And so, folks, his evolution begins. And when he looks to his side, he sees a shimmering red scale on his arm. That can only be a dragon's scale. And Harley immediately gets hyped about this, you guys. The kid finally understands that from now on, just by eating, he can steal the traits of others. I mean, what could be better than that, right? He's never going to stop eating. The dragon starts to hear a commotion inside its stomach and suddenly begins to roar, telling that bastard to get the hell out of its belly. If he won't come out the easy way, it'll drag him out by force. The dragon plans to rip itself open to pull the MC out, but the Skeleton King says, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The bone dragon starts charging toward it, and of course, our vampire buddy is going to lend a hand. While the bone dragon is biting the red dragon, Hans also strikes with his blood sword. Our vampire friend wonders if this is the effect of gluttony. The dragon's frenzy is being brought under control. It's starting to calm down. Hans takes this opportunity to drink some of the monster's blood. And guess what? The system pops up again. It announces that the special bloodline skill, True Blood, has begun to level up. The main character realized his theory was correct. To obtain the divine bloodline, the condition was to drink the blood of a much stronger opponent. But that's when he laid his eyes on the dragon. He started thinking, what is that tiny light? But actually, the one looking wasn't Reach, but Harley, the gloomy-faced kid who had just hit the jackpot. That's right, he'd found the heart, while the man was still outside. You could say this was checkmate. It was game over for the baby dragon. That thing was basically the main switch. If you twist and pull it out, my friend, it's all over. It would be an instant lights out. But our protagonist did something different. He actually started eating the heart. The dragon outside immediately went into convulsions. It thrashed to one side, writhed to the other, and suddenly collapsed to the ground. With this done, our immortal Ben Tenbro here says that Intrasio did a great job. This mission was a complete success. From the two-headed goblin to the dragon's lair, everything was executed perfectly. The dragon, despite having lost its heart, was still taking its last breaths, but its eyes were slowly closing. The immortal king then approached the dragon, telling it to rest in peace. This time, it hadn't come with the intention of destroying the world. However, he would have to borrow a few bones. He really hoped the dragon wouldn't hold a grudge. One thing was for sure, he was going to make good use of this fallen dragon. Harley and H started dividing the spoils. One wanted the blood, the other wanted the horns. From then on, my friend, it was all about splitting and dividing. After a while, the only thing left of the dragon was its skeleton, which, I gotta say, was bone dry, completely stripped clean. The immortal king commented that the dragon's corpse was truly a treasure chest. Reese said that he'd managed to get a lot of blood. That stuff would definitely be useful sooner or later. But even so, he still had one more thing to deal with. That's when we turn to Harley and see that he's starting to lose his mind. The kid started screaming in agony, saying it was unbearable, that he couldn't take it anymore, that he was going crazy. It seems he was being consumed by madness. The kid even remarked that absorbing the madness from those monsters was really hard to control. It felt as if he was being torn apart. You're being torn apart, are ya, young man? He gets it now, my friend. He gets it now? The kid decided he had to use the method recorded in the dragon's heart. Basically, he was going to fuse the madness, filling him with the dragon's heart. Just like that, the kid started absorbing the threads of madness and began channeling it into his chest. The system popped up, announcing that our boy Harlan had now undergone a transformation and had changed his race. Now, his race is Dragonkin, but the hybrid type, of course. Another skill had also been acquired, Heart of the Mad Dragon. From that moment on, my friend, our boy started to level up. The sensation he started to feel was that his body was now completely renewed. Now even the pupils in his eyes have changed. Dude, the kid was feeling pretty smug, saying that he was incredibly strong now. You could also see that one of his arms had changed. He now had something like a dragon's arm. A new system screen appeared, calling him Harley, but we know his name is actually Harlan, you stupid system. Don't you know my friend's name? And don't you dare say I'm wrong, my friend, because I'm an expert on this series, you hear? When it comes to this story, I'm a genius. But anyway, getting back to our buff bro, the kid was wondering if this was the power of the dragon's heart, but that's when the system clarified what it was for us. The boy had absorbed, of course, the dragon's heart. Now, he had gained the power to absorb the madness of others. And of course, the jade eye he originally had has fused with the dragon's heart. This made him even more powerful. The cool thing is, the kid doesn't stay in that form forever. He can simply unequip it and go back to normal again. But just to test his new power, he stomped on the ground and ended up shattering everything around him. Harley explained that his body's density had increased. In this case, he could control it. The weight was almost unbearable. If he doesn't control it properly, it could be a disaster, you know? Like, it could destroy an entire village. So, it was better to stop and practice a bit before rejoining his comrades. But suddenly, everything around him began to shake. The main character looked up excitedly, realizing what was happening. Actually, we're now cutting back to our boy, the immortal king, our guy, Hans. All this commotion was because he was starting to move the skeleton of the red dragon. Our boy H was pouring all his magic into it to see if he could awaken the giant, you know, but it seemed to be going very well. The dragon that was once fallen. Well, now it was standing tall, my man. We have a new baby dragon, an undead king. Just for a test run. He asked the creature its name and it replied, Herodotus. Hans said it was a pleasure. He introduced himself as the Lion King, or the God of Death. From now on, our skeletal bro would grant it a new life. In fact, the main character knew he had hit the jackpot. True, Intrasio was really strong, but this red dragon Herodotus, that was a whole other level. How about a glass of super sweet grape juice, you know? That's got nothing to do with anything, does it? Grape juice. But you guys get it. You get what I mean. He's with his new bony servant. The MC even pampers him a little, but now our scene changes completely. We cut back to our main character, you know, the MC, the human Hansong. Turns out, our boy is in his new house, and is absolutely ecstatic that he's finally finished moving. But his new house, my god, it has a lot of stuff, even a private gym, and that gym is fully equipped too. This kid, you gotta say, is pretty humble. He doesn't ask for much in his humble abode. Just an arcade machine, a manga reading corner, a coffee maker. A paradise for any nerd, you could say. But you know, just a few things. Humble people's stuff. He doesn't look like the same kid from before. He's even different from how he was back then. You could say he gets out of the house more often, but indirectly, of course. It's just that staying home is so much better, so he's put a lot of care into the decorations. But of course, it's not like he's going to become a hermit and never see the light of day again. The kid's still going to go out. I mean, he is the main character after all. But my god, a comfy house with a coffee machine, a gym, an arcade machine, and a ton of manhwa to read. What more could he ask for? But now, what's the next plan? Looking out at the backyard, he realizes he should probably do something about that place. It looks a bit abandoned, you know. So, our boy activates his summoning skill, embodiment projection, and diving down from the roof, he begins to transform, and this time, he'll become Haris. The moment Harris hits the ground, he starts making countless flowers appear. The MC's goal is simple. He's going to use the nature powers of a high elf, and just by summoning a little bit of his power, my friend, everything starts to change. Now we have a beautiful garden, full of trees and flowers. This makes our MC very satisfied. And then suddenly, oh man, the one who appears is none other than Ren. The MC explains to us that the next step is security for the house. It seems that's why Ren is here. Our little vampire friend starts activating his skill, spraying a red liquid everywhere. The MC's security plan, I have to say, is worthy of a movie. First, he's going to use Rang, who has already been summoned and is at the ready. This monster will create an initial barrier. Then, as soon as the projection skill is off cooldown, he'll stack Hans's barrier and then Ren's on top of it. This is just to be extra sure, you know. With the Undying King's projection and the Knight's right after, could there be any place safer than his house? No, definitely not. The place will basically become a fortress. Just imagine it. You'd have to get through a divine shield first, then a cursed demonic shield, and then a blood barrier. That's insane. It would be easier to go to Mars, but that's enough cleaning up for today. More than enough. The kid is tired. It's time to take care of something more important. Finances. To be more precise, our beloved karma shop. The MC now has over 1,600,000 points in the shop, my friend. This even makes the kid think. He had no idea he'd passed the 1 million point mark. In Earth time, it hasn't even been a week. It seems like working on Earth just isn't worth it anymore. Working in another world is easier than a salaried job. Looking back at the system screen, the MC wonders if there will be new options this time regarding his egos. But the main thing he needs to think about now is what to do with such a huge amount of money. After thinking for a bit, he decides to click on the unique skill upgrade section. My God, after he does that, a series of system screens pop up on the screen that are impossible to describe. But the good thing is, it's like he's opening a Kinder Egg. The toy he wanted most has appeared. A notification from the system says that the unique skill has indeed evolved. It's a success. It's just that along with that, the increase in the number of egos has also evolved. Another ego is on the way, folks. The system also announces that the potential of the egos has increased. The learning ability of each one of them has gotten even better. Basically, his clones have gotten smarter. Oh, and their perception ability has increased too. The MC even starts to smile and says that it makes sense now. He can feel the mental energy distribution to his clones increasing. But the thing is, the system needs to take it easy, right? Because if it keeps going at this rate, the main body is going to end up a dummy. Just imagine, the clones become geniuses, but the main body gets left behind. That wouldn't be a pretty sight. But that's when our boy snaps out of this paranoia. He thinks, no way that's gonna happen. I am the egos, and the egos are me. It's all the same in the end. The best thing to do now is move on to the next phase. Let's get back to the system screens. As we were told before, the unique skill has evolved. It's just that, now, we have a whole bunch of abilities. Our MC has received a skill called Ego Cloud. This so-called Ego Cloud is basically a dimensional backpack for all of them, meaning there's only one backpack, but all the egos can access it. Our boy was stunned, thinking this was just too perfect. Now, he could send items back and forth between dimensions. And the one loving this news the most was our vampire buddy. He figured he could now order some of his favorite home-delivered meals, just for testing purposes. His human clone, Rexa, took the small axe. Then, he tried adding it to the so-called item cloud, and it actually worked. It appeared right in the inventory, for both him and the main character. Ryan thought this was genius. If he played his cards right, he could even expand trade with Rupert. Our MC realized he could now actually take the elite bow Renlet had picked up and hand it over to Hans. But as he pulled out a pickaxe, the protagonist figured it was probably time to kick off the main event. Using his customization skill, our boy started summoning something special. More specifically, we're talking about a dwarf. Yep, we're getting a dwarf clone. And just as the MC finished his thought, an explosion went off. But calm down, it wasn't a huge, house-destroying explosion. No, it was actually just a really thick cloud of smoke. Well, it seems like it was a success, because a dwarf started to emerge. Our MC was already imagining what this clone would look like. He'd surely be a burly, muscular dwarf with a thick beard, looking a lot like Zik. The dwarf finally began to step out of the smoke, and our protagonist was not at all happy with what he saw. I mean, sure, there was a beard, and it was a dwarf, but that body, man, it did not look right at all. The MC, and consequently the dwarf, started to despair. They tried to figure out where this appearance even came from. But our boy said there was still a way. He was going to customize it right now. The first thing our MC did was increase his height. Of course, a dwarf's maximum height isn't much, but this was going to be a times tall times dwarf. He tweaked the face a bit to look younger, and trimmed the beard to be more stylish. Oh, and of course, the body. That beer belly had to go. After a moment, our boy let out a sigh of relief. He had finally created a pretty cool-looking appearance. Just look at our new clone. He looks way better now, doesn't he? Now Times looks like a proper dwarf blacksmith. The protagonist was very pleased with his appearance, and so was the dwarf himself. But you know what I think? He's missing a name. Oh, well, as soon as I said it, the MC already came up with one. From now on, the dwarf's name would be Ruard. Our MC told Ruard it was a pleasure to meet him and welcomed him to the family. Looking at the dwarf's stats, you already know his name, but the key difference here is his race, isn't it? He's a dwarf, and his main trait is artisan soul. That's right, my friend, this old guy is a master at smithing. The system also stated that this is the 8th clone, but he was born from an artisan's pickaxe, and because of that, the artisan's soul skill will add a bonus to everything he creates. Our MC thought it was perfect. Exactly what he wanted. The very first skill was exactly what he needed. In fact, if you look a little closer, you might notice that this Ruard guy is a bit Extreme. When the protagonist is a little sad, he gets incredibly sad. When the protagonist is a little happy, he becomes ecstatic. This dude's personality is basically all or nothing, folks. I'm sure you get the picture. However, the MC mused that if he had to point out one flaw, it was a very minor detail, similar to his human clone, Haris. This new clone didn't have any basic knowledge. It looked like he'd have to use his Harley connection again. It's just that with the North in chaos, that would probably have to wait a bit. Actually, our boy had a new idea, but to pull it off, his buddy Ree would have to make a move. Without a second thought, our boy pulled out his phone, and as soon as the person on the other end picked up, he asked if everything was okay, said it had been a while, and asked how they'd been. Well, it's our vampire lady from the beginning. If I'm not mistaken, her name is Soren. Could I be wrong? Maybe, but I'm almost certain it's Soren. Anyway, the girl asks what Lord H needs. She even asks if something has happened. He wouldn't just call out of the blue like that. The MC says there's a favor he wants to ask, and the girl tells him to go ahead. Just say the word, and she'll make it happen. He then orders her to prepare documents on engineering, specifically metallurgy, to be precise. The quantity doesn't matter. It can be anything. Everything she thinks could be useful. Just bring it over, and they'll sort it out. Ruard already had everything mapped out in his head. He would use information from Earth to school himself in metallurgy. Then, he'd set up a forge in Tarak, and later get some real hands-on training in Alterica. But for now, let's leave those three for a bit. We're moving on to someone we all dearly love. That's him, our beloved human king. Rummaging through the clone cloud, he pulls out a crystal, without anyone ever knowing. Our MC thought this method was incredibly effective. With that cloud, getting gifts from Renlight was a piece of cake. And the best part was, they didn't even need to get close or make contact. Everything just happened discreetly, but whatever. In the end, he would be able to use the power source directly. As he began to release his power, the crystal started to crack, and from it, a creature emerged. More specifically, it was the Lich that Rit had captured. It came out of there looking super cool, declaring that it was now going to run the show. He even asked who dared to summon the great Mac Klein, but little did he know that person was none other than the Undying King. Immediately, he dropped to his knees. Mac Klein hurriedly apologized, saying he thought it was some hero who had kicked him out. But this was a far more incredible being. In fact, it was the Undying King himself. Ah, how wonderful. It was Lord Skull. No, not Skull, because there's only one true Skull, right? He swore eternal loyalty to the Undying King. Karan stood by, observing the scene. He thought to himself that in the memories of the previous Undying King, Mac Klein was a very skilled strategist. This was actually a very good thing, because the more talented people, the better. Just then, another lunatic suddenly appeared. It was Olivia, that slightly crazy widow, you know? She arrived, bowed, and paid her respects to the new king. The Undying King asked what had happened for her to appear so suddenly. She said she had come to report on the order he had given her. The protagonist thought, that's right. He had given her a mission. She was sent to search for the inverted vow. The widow's mission was to extract any kind of information. And when I say any kind, I don't mean just times any times kind, but combat, power, abilities, numbers. The main character sent her on this mission because her skills were a perfect fit for it. Since she didn't find many results at first, the operation was expanded to the western part of the continent and the central region of the empire. Olivia also said that she had found a rather suspicious place, a key fortress to be more precise. The Undying King was finally pleased and said that she had found it. Truly commendable. Olivia said it was nothing, for her master's sake. She promised to dedicate both her body and her soul, but this whole body and soul thing left Mac Klein a bit confused. He thought, how the hell can Olivia dedicate her body and soul when she doesn't even have a body, let alone a soul? However, what should have just been a thought, this idiot accidentally said out loud. And let's just say, Olivia didn't like hearing that very much, did she? The Undying King tried to bail him out, immediately saying that he needed Devil to do something. The order the Undying King gave was for him to help Olivia. The only thing is, this made Devil quite, terrified. He even said he didn't know if the Undying King could see it, but if he looked at her face right now, he could tell she wasn't doing too well, but alright. He bowed his head, saying he would obey the Undying King's command. That is, if he survives, right? There's still that little detail. Turning to Olivia, the MC told her to force everyone into submission, and, if she needed help, she could take Karan, but only if absolutely necessary, because Karan is just way too OP. After receiving their orders, the two began to leave. Now, our skull bro was finally alone. He thought that a lead on the inverted vow had finally been found. he was just a little bit closer to resolving this matter. The only thing left was to be a little more patient. But putting our Skullbros business aside for a moment, the scene shifts to the Empire in the center of the continent, specifically in Tobias. Blade, what are these blue things floating around on the screen? I don't know either. I don't remember if they're some kind of spirit or something similar, but they're flying all over the place. Just kidding, I know what it is now. The woman was looking out the window, thinking that for a moment she had smelled Olivia's scent. She said that because that crazy hag's scent is very distinctive. But well, we can deduce that the blue stuff is Olivia's power. But as she turned and walked away, the woman thought it was just her imagination. But that's also when I think she began to transform. Oh my god, the woman turned into a succubus. Unbelievable. This is the leader of the inverted vow. In her old form, it was basically impossible for anyone to find her, especially that accursed undying king. The succubus said she would never become his slave again, and it seems that, yes, she used to be part of Skull's army. So, from what I can understand and remember, I haven't done the ending yet, this so-called inverted vow. It's like the bold vow, a secret cult. It's actually a cult that belongs to the protagonist, but when there was a knock at the door, the succubus immediately transformed back and told the person they could enter. The person who entered the room was Andrew Reev. He is also a member of the vow, in this case, the rebel faction. The young man entered the room, calling the succubus's name. Specifically, Lady Siana. While being a bit drunk from having had too much to drink, he approached Lady Siana and said that her beauty was incredible. Are you hitting on her, you perv? He tried to say a few more things, but she cut him off immediately. What she really wanted to know was whether he had found out who the new leader of the Varkusel family was. If I'm not mistaken, that's the family the MC took over, the vampire family. Andrew replied that I almost forgot, but then I finally remembered. My drunk impression is a little lame, but oh well, I tried. Finally, he said the opponent was a pure-blooded vampire. His name is R. I told you so. I guessed it right. I remember this series so well. I know it like the back of my hand. Hearing this, she pondered thoughtfully, wondering how a single vampire, even a pure-blooded one, could dominate an entire clan on his own. Andreas answered, a bit sheepishly, well, from that point on, it's a different story. He just couldn't get a read on this woman. He was completely outmatched. Hearing this, she got angry with Andreas, but he told her to calm down because her cute little horns were starting to pop out and she shouldn't get mad. Sitting down, Andreas thought about his skill. Well, more like he was revealing it to us, right? Its name is orbit observation. It's like a form of clairvoyance, but to see things more clearly, he needs to level up the skill with more karmat. Siana told him she didn't want to know anything. It'd be best if he just stopped talking nonsense. Hand over the data first, then they could sit down and talk. In his head, Andres thought that no matter how incredible his surveillance skill was, without initial information, all he could see was a pretty blurry image. Siana commented that, in any case, the fact that the clan's new master was a pure-blooded vampire was a good thing. Whether they liked it or not, this made their objective easier. Hearing that, Andreas asked if she was really going to handle it, but she replied sarcastically, "Get real. Have you ever seen the law get its own hands dirty?" After her comment, she began to open a pocket watch. You know, the old-fashioned kind. But a stream of magic began to flow from it, and as it did, she started thinking about the most powerful vampire clan on the continent. 100% not our main character's clan, but actually a clan named UF, which was even about to start a war on the continent. But the scene suddenly changes. Now we see a forge being observed. Ree says that she gathered the data very quickly. Soran replies that of course she had to be fast. It was his command. She would never dare to delay on something like that. The main character starts reviewing the information. The data she collected included things like practical combat, metal properties, and even how to hold a hammer. But even though the one reading is Ree, we know the one truly reading it is the dwarf, Ruard. Smirking, our main character thinks that as soon as the teleportation cooldown is over, he'll send the dwarf to the Hubert Trading Company's workshop. There, my friend, he's going to be worked to death. If he dares to stop, he'll see what happens. Changing the subject, Soran says there's a small detail she'd like to report to the Lord. He asks what it is, and she informs him that they've found signs of the Vanyan Association interacting with other factions. Ree wants to know, so he asks, who are these other factions? Soran says she'll have to investigate a bit more to understand fully. The main character wonders what the hell that damn association is up to now. But well, there's no need to rush, since this isn't an emergency. He just needs to handle the situation carefully. The good thing is that time is on his side, so he doesn't need to hurry. While his avatars, an elf, a skeleton, and a knight, trained for 10 months in America. In that case, in the other dimension, only a single month had passed on Earth. In other words, the time difference is insane. But changing scenes again, we see someone approaching a very large castle. At this moment, a bearded guy asks if that's a child he sees walking towards him. He asks her straight up, "What business does a little girl like you have here?" The child smiles and says she's here to see Mulo. The bearded guy doesn't like this much, since she's speaking a bit too informally. She should have called him Lord Mulo, but fine. At least she made an appointment beforehand. The child asks if an appointment is really necessary, but says to just announce that Brick is here. Mulo will understand. So hurry up. Go, 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 go. But just as the bearded guy is about to turn back to make the announcement, guess who shows up? That's right, no effort at all. Mulo has appeared, but he kneels before the girl to show his respect and says, "Greetings, my lord." Briac says to Lord Vasculak that it's been quite a while. The bearded guy in the back, my god, has no idea what's happening. How could this be? What's going on? Could this girl really be who he thinks she is? Perhaps the founder of the clan, the true Lord Luck. Guys, I'm not going to read it as Vasculak because it's insanely hard to pronounce. So, I'm just going to call them the Luck clan. That's easier to understand, right? But anyway, it seems this is really the original. The real deal, the very first. In a more private place, Mulo apologizes to the girl for not receiving her properly. You could say it's partly Freezer's fault for not being around anymore. Briac says it's fine, but please, don't call her Luck anymore. It sounds too formal. Just call her Brick. Mulo says alright, from now on, he will call her Lord Brick. But in reality, what was going through Mulo's head was that the situation was extremely complicated. So how was he supposed to explain this to her? Like, you know that clan I was looking after for you? Well, I kinda lost it. And to make matters worse, she wasn't supposed to visit for another 20 years, so her sudden appearance was going to cause a massive problem. But while they were having tea, Brick gently cleared her throat. This girl had realized something was very strange here. She questioned Mulo. She said she remembered the vampire who had blocked her path outside. His essence hadn't changed, but even so, there were so many changes she couldn't comprehend. How could a vampire not recognize his own master? Mulo said that was true. It's just that he was, well, a young man, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Brick shot him a look that could pierce right through his soul. She told him to spit it out and stop making excuses. Mulo thought to himself that there was absolutely no way he could stand up to Lord Brick. And to be honest, he had no intention of doing so. But man, this situation was really awkward, wasn't it? This just had to happen while Lord R was away. If only he were here, there'd be someone to confront her. Brick was sure of it. But how could a person change so much? Well, whatever. Where was the person who turned him into this? Mulo thought, oh god, why does this stuff always happen to me? Is my life going to end like this? Mulo replied that the person she was looking for was, unfortunately, currently away. Brick then asked if she could stay there, adding that he hadn't prepared a place for her to rest. He replied, yes, no problem. At that moment, she focused and began to stare intently at Mulo, and it was a terrifying gaze. This psycho was thinking to herself that she wanted to strengthen the bloodline through evolution to create a more superior lineage. She believed that if this were possible, vampires could finally step out of the shadows and live peacefully under the sun. The problem was, when she awoke from her long slumber, someone had already made this a reality. It had to be the person Mulo was hiding. Well, the only thing to do was wait and see. It must be an admirable descendant. But then, our scene shifts once again to another place, one covered in snow. We now cut to Harley, who for some reason is smiling. He jumped up and shouted for everyone to come out. This startled them all, and the dwarf started complaining that there was no need for that. At least, it seemed he had won the battle. That's right, the battle against the dragon. Our MC said, yes, it was a tough fight, but he'd done it. The dwarf took a close look at his face and thought, wow, he's not even tired. In fact, he was even more energetic than before. The knight, whose name I can't remember, started looking at our MC's arm and noticed a scale growing out of it. Our MC didn't really understand why this was happening either. It was supposed to be hidden, but oh well. The best thing to do now was get out of there. No one knew when another monster might show up, so he grabbed everyone, my friends, and hit the turbo button as he ran. The dwarf tried to say something, but our MC couldn't hear him clearly. The dwarf then spoke up, saying that our MC was now unbelievably stronger. He was back and better than ever. Harley said, yeah, I guess so. The dwarf said, all right, you're really strong, but even so, where is my precious Eileen? Ah, my Eileen, where is she? I miss her. Where is she? Where? Were you able to protect her? Did some accident happen that caused her to break? Our MC put on a very serious face, thinking it was time to tell the truth. The thing is, he wanted to ask Jack to handle Rard's education, so he couldn't just complicate the situation by answering the dwarf. He said he had a very sad story to tell. The story was called The Great Adventures of Harley. One of his first trials was facing a troll, but unfortunately, things got a little complicated. He ended up getting surrounded. The only thing on his mind was, how am I going to handle this mess? And while he was beating up the little goblins, someone threw a weapon at him. Our boy had accepted his death. There was truly no way he could block that finishing blow. But just then, something strange happened. He wasn't hit at all. When he opened his eyes, he saw the weapon had been destroyed, and looking down at the ground, he found a broken pickaxe. In this case, it was his beloved friend Eileen. He even tried to save her, but it was too late. She had shattered into pieces. But even as he mourned, the monsters didn't give up. They kept rushing him, and that made our MC furious. He ended up getting stronger, bursting with energy, and now with this newfound wildness and abundant power, he beat the ever-living crap out of all the monsters. He had avenged his beloved friend. Back in the present, the dwarf was standing there with tears in his eyes. Harley said it was at this very moment, when his thirst for vengeance reached its peak, that everything finally clicked. The kid discovered he had the blood of a dragon flowing through his veins. So, it seems the battle everyone was talking about wasn't a dragon's, but a troll's. Anyway, Harley said he only discovered this thanks to Airline's last-ditch effort. And right then, some random crazy lady appeared out of nowhere. She said that, if that were true, then our main character must have a dragon as an ancestor. This ancestor of his probably lived for about 300 years, but the story was likely lost after the Great War. Our MC gives a thumbs up and says, "That's right, that's exactly it." He thanks her, saying his questions have now been answered. In reality, he was just thinking that he liked the story, and would use it as an excuse later on. One of the women in the group remarked that awakening a dragon bloodline in a moment of despair was definitely something extraordinary, the kind of thing legends are made of. Another weirdo in the group chimed in that, of course it was, he'd felt that our MC had incredible potential all along. Renlight looked on and thought, is this story for real? Are they actually buying this? But whatever, the Elite King shouted, telling everyone to pay attention. If they looked ahead, they'd see everything was covered in snow. But luckily, the Iron Fortress was just behind that mountain range. After walking for a bit, the knight asked why Renlit had stopped. Actually, I'm not even sure if this is Renlit, but he looks pretty similar, so I'll just call him Renlit. Anyway, our boy said it's better to pay attention to what's ahead. When we get there, my friends, we see that everything has been destroyed, littered with the bodies of both monsters and humans. But just then, if they looked a little closer, they'd see something up ahead. That's right, the whole group was about to face a minotaur. Everyone started murmuring that the monster had already reached the Iron Fortress. I don't remember this minotaur showing up at all, do you? But who cares? What everyone was really talking about was that they'd better run, or they'd be toast. Our MC said it's fine, it's time to feast. No, wait, not feast, but save the people inside the fortress. Ha, my bad. He got his thoughts mixed up. So, it seems the giant minotaur isn't charging at us, but is heading toward the fortress. The fortress soldiers, all of them battered and bruised, said that the damn beast took down all the priests of the Holy Order, and even the mages from the tower. The mercenaries outside, in this case our MC, probably wouldn't even be able to put a scratch on the creature. But just then, someone screamed in panic, yelling that he's here, he's arrived. But who arrived, my friend? I have no idea what's going on. The monster also looked back, trying to figure out where the scream came from. But now it all makes sense. The person was talking about Harley, who had just landed on the monster's head. Everyone started screaming that Tarak's monster had finally arrived. Humph. Hearing this, our MC just smirked. Tarak's monster? Is that the nickname he's got now? Well, whatever. He'll show them what a real monster looks like. The bastard started pulling on the monster's horn, and with a little more force, it began to crack. He actually broke off one of the horns. The asshole even taunted it, saying he was lightening its load. Guess it must have been cheated on a lot in a past life, to grow so many of these things. But, man, the monster got pissed, screaming that he could say whatever he wanted, but he shouldn't have touched its horns. Well, if that's how it wants to play, then it's time to throw down. The two of them charged at each other, and the impact was insane, my friend. Ketchup went flying everywhere. The question is, whose ketchup was it? Oh damn, looks like it belonged to the Minotaur. It lost both its horns and even had an arm ripped off. Harley's attack had torn the monster to shreds. Harley commented that the monster was indeed strong, but it was still a long way from his level. Ah, seeing that, the soldiers started going wild. They all began to celebrate, shouting that Harley had won and defeated the monster. Our MC isn't one to waste, so he immediately picked up the Minotaur's horns and stored them in his cloud storage. Maybe Howard could make a stylish piece of equipment out of them in the future, but the real prize was something else entirely. It was the red crystal orb that he could now eat to his heart's content. A system window popped up, notifying him that the skill Berserk Control was suppressing the frenzy that had just entered his body. Our MC thought this was awesome. Besides being able to eat anything now, he was also absorbing the Minotaur's genes. Oh man, our boy is totally set now. The kid even declared that from the waist down, everything he's got is huge now. The soldiers started running towards him to celebrate the victory. Another guy. The one I said was the elite king. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not. They just look alike. He said that the victory was all thanks to our MC and that his performance was incredible. Harley just smiled and said, "It was nothing. Just relax." The knight said that Lord Tarmia was there. He wanted to see our main character. The MC figured that this time, it seemed the big boss had really summoned him. But in this case, the big boss wasn't times that times guy, right? The knight said that before going, he should probably rest a bit, since the last battle was pretty intense. But when he looked again, the main character had already vanished. The knight wondered if that bastard just took off without a word. And it looks like he was right. The guy totally bailed. But in reality, he was just rushing to meet the big boss. A moment later, he ventured deeper into the fortress. The young man arrived at the door to the Lord's chambers, but was stopped from entering. The knight asked him to wait a moment. Apparently, the Lord already knew all about Harley. The knight had tried to explain everything thoroughly, but it'd be better if our main character was just a little more careful. Harley didn't really get it and asked if something was wrong. The knight replied, "No, actually, he just needed to go in a bit more calmly. Don't just barge in yelling, 'Hey Lord, you in there?' You have to enter slowly and politely." The main character just looked at him and said, "Huh? That's it, boss? This is a piece of cake for me." But the knight could already imagine what was about to happen, couldn't he? Harley finally opened the door and began to walk into the Great Hall. Lord Tarman finally made his appearance. He said to the main character, "My knight, come closer. I am the Lord of the Aonia domain." The other knight bowed before the Lord. Meanwhile, the Lord asked everyone to sit down, but our main character just yelled out, "Hello!" The knight was mortified and tried to nudge him, as if to say, "Shut your mouth, you idiot." But our main character is a little eccentric. Lord Tarman found this quite amusing. He remarked that he'd heard a lot of praise about the main character, but meeting him in person was certainly a different experience. Our not-so-soft-spoken hero got pretty embarrassed and started laughing his head off. Worst of all, besides laughing loudly, he was also spitting when he talked, so he ended up getting the Lord all wet. The knight beside them felt how troublesome and embarrassing this was as he wiped himself down. Lord Tarman said that regardless, besides that one request, he had played a crucial role this time and therefore needed to be rewarded. Our main character, who was naturally very greedy, was thrilled to hear he'd be getting a reward. But to save face, he said, No, there's no need. I don't want to trouble you." But at that very moment, Lord Tarman's demeanor turned very serious. He asked and offered the main character the position of an official knight of the domain. To everyone's surprise, or perhaps to no one's surprise at all, the main character refused. Clearly, this wasn't what he wanted. The MC's rejection stunned everyone. Worst of all, the Lord couldn't force him. What was he gonna do? Have his knights attack him? The knights behind the Lord asked how he dared to refuse such an offer, but Tarman just told everyone to calm down. The main character said he didn't need anything fancy. The one thing he really wanted in life was a badass axe to use. The Lord immediately agreed and said he would have a custom-made axe forged just for him. The main character happily thanked him. He even said the Lord was so generous, as expected of a ruler. The Lord replied, Yes, of course. He wasn't stingy with gifts, but his real intention was to win over the main character one way or another. It's just that our main character, man, he's not an easy one to fool. He was thanking the Lord, but he was already planning to string him along for as long as possible. In other words, forever, if he could. My mother always said, every day, a fool and a hustler leave their homes. When the two meet, a deal gets made. The only one who didn't like this was the knight who was still standing there, his heart pounding and his legs trembling. But anyway, let's leave Harley alone for a bit. Time for a scene change. We're now with Rupert. One of his men reported that the forge for Sir Ruard was ready. Rupert asked if everything was actually done with care, and his man assured him that it was. The facility was fully equipped with the best of the best. Rupert said that was excellent. From now on, the Merchants Guild would supply everything Ruart needed. Treat the dwarf the same way you treated me or Harley. After saying that, the group walked through the city, but But Rupert noticed something was a little off. Sensing a footstep and a strange murderous aura, he stopped and signaled for everyone to be quiet. The moment he turned around, he saw a strange man right in the middle of the crowd. Instantly, the young man thought this couldn't be a good sign, and just one look at this hooded guy's face and seeing him smile, he knew for sure that nothing good was about to happen. See? The bastard is a vampire, and the damn guy even had the nerve to praise our main character's sharp instincts. The only thing is, no matter how sharp his instincts were, it was already too late. Yep, our guy got impaled by a powerful blow. The kid started to fall into a puddle of ketchup, while his subordinates saw him collapsing and began to scream his name. They couldn't understand what had happened. Everything was too fast. All they saw was our main character fall to the ground. The main character didn't understand the reason for the attack, and even wondered if maybe the vampire wanted to ask for his social security number. His subordinates tried to help him up, but it wasn't much use. The only thing on our main character's mind right now was the bastard who had hurt him. Just moments before, a random system window pops up, announcing that our hero's wound is fatal. In fact, our hero says the pain he's feeling is unbearable. His subordinate even tries to help his master up, but it's no use. His saving grace is the instant death immunity skill. Without it, well, that would have been another clone down the drain. But there's a catch. This skill can only be used once per day. Covered in his own blood, our hero realizes that without this miracle skill, he would have been pushing up daisies a long time ago. But one thing is obvious, the attacker was a vampire, and judging by their power, they're definitely a pureblood. But why would someone so powerful go after a lowly merchant? It just doesn't make any sense. The problem is, if the enemy realizes he wasn't finished off, they'll definitely come back to finish the job. It's best to assign the task of finding the attacker's identity to Ranch. For now, the top priority is to get the hell out of here. But wait, not all is lost. He has a way to contact Ruard and can assign tasks through him. Besides, his subordinates are quite talented. They were recommended by the 3 Southern warriors, so they can definitely be trusted. But right now, he's in desperate need of a first aid kit. With that said, our hero suddenly vanishes. In that moment, the guards have no idea what's going on, and even shout out for Lord Hubert. The guy just vanished into thin air. But we know, of course, that Rupert was just released from the other dimension. But cutting away, we're taken to another castle. Inside this castle, we seem to be in the royal hall, and the king himself says that he trusts everyone present here. Wait, is this a king? Actually, this is the lord of the clan. His name is Visky Persia. One of his vampires, specifically the blue-haired one, says there's a report. The job in Tara has finally been completed. This is Teodoro Persia, a pureblood of the clan. Visky tells him to continue his report, and Teodoro explains that by neutralizing the merchant, collaborating with the Broscular clan, they've successfully created a diversion. Old man Visky praises Klein for a job well done. The red-haired man acts humble before his lord, saying it was nothing. The job was a piece of cake. He also comments that time is on their side. Furthermore, he has checked and investigated the so-called Challenge Treaty. The white-haired guy is delighted with this news, realizing that everything is going according to plan. Teodoro comments that this is truly great news. As soon as the gate is ready, they can prepare for war. Ah, there's no better news than that. The only detail is the Lord asks if the coordinates are accurate. Of course, Teodoro says they are. They're absolutely perfect. The plan will be to stop at Rapella, then march to Talaria in less than half a day. Visky begins to ponder this, thinking, that sounds pretty good. He even recalls the news that, in Talaria, there's a mysterious vampire who has taken over Broscular. Rumor has it this vampire is incredibly strong. Instead of being worried, you could say the main villain of this arc is grinning from ear to ear. This is exactly what he wanted. An unknown to test his strength against. Rising from his throne, he orders everyone to prepare. His next destination will be Talaria. The story then cuts to a starry night sky, and someone has started to complain, saying that this just won't do. If she keeps up this hard work, she's going to die from overwork. The one complaining is that demon-obsessed girl, and for the life of me, I've completely forgotten her name. I gotta admit, there are way too many names in this series. But long story short, she's complaining that tracking down the treaty is boring as hell. On top of that, she also has to find out who ordered Rupert's assassination. Even though her subordinates are monitoring the entire continent, she still can't find any trace of the culprit. But when this girl decides to check in Rapella, she's startled to see something strange appear in the air. In the middle of the dark forest, a red light appears, and from that light, tiny vampires step out. The girl, who's always up for a fight, just smiles. She says that the little ones have finally arrived. Of course, she won't hesitate and will immediately report to her immortal king. The immortal king, by the way, is very far from there. I mean, not that far. He's just looking up at the mountain and realizes it seems very different. The weather seems like it's about to get cold. Actually, he's already realized that the real plot is to invade the vampire clan. Attacking Rupert was just a feint, you know. If we start to analyze the chessboard, we need to remember that there are 3 giant clans. Besides our main character's faction, we have the Eastern faction and the Persia clan, the most dominant clan of them all. The Immortal King knows very well that it's the Persia clan. And knowing his own vampires won't be able to handle the heat, the Immortal King's only option is to send reinforcements. Meanwhile, however, Murong is over there, living his dream of being a salaried employee, but suddenly someone cuts him off. The one calling him is Lady Brick. She says she's about to step out for a bit and will be right back. As usual, Murong stood up and bowed to her, but the girl didn't pay him any mind. She just told him to prepare for battle immediately. The poor guy asked, "What battle, my lady? What do you mean? Why is something happening all of a sudden?" But she replied that, well, it was just a hunch. Seeing that the poor bastard wasn't buying it, she declared it was an order, telling him to stop whining and just follow her command. Did she look like someone who spouts nonsense? Murong was about to say something, but it was better to keep his mouth shut so he wouldn't get beaten. He said that this was a bit hard to believe, having to fight out of the blue. Except, saying that out loud really wasn't a good idea. Bree warned that the instincts of a sacred blood are law and are never wrong. Well, Murong knew that Rhine wasn't around right now, so the only way was to play along. The order was given to everyone in the castle. Prepare the defenses and fortify the base. From now on, my friends, peace was a thing of the past. And it really was a thing of the past, because nearby, in the middle of the forest, the men of the Zeepers tribe were already in position. Teodoro reported that from their tribe, 4 royal bloods and 44 pure bloods had crossed over. The leader was thrilled with this news because, after all, this was the elite of the elite. They would easily wipe out Bruskulk in the blink of an eye, so that no one would notice their movements. He also ordered them to march immediately, but just then, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, coming from the very depths of his being. You could say it was a growing sense of danger, you know? The warning alarm started flashing. Seeing his leader acting strangely, the subordinate asked what was going on. Looking up at the sky, Visk thought that this must just be his imagination. It couldn't be, right? After all, he was supposed to be dealing with a bunch of small fry who didn't even have a single sacred blood. Well, moving forward, he thought it was probably nothing serious. The plan was still on. The target remained the same. After all, besides being the master of the Zeepers tribe, Visk also possessed the sacred blood. Maybe that's why he had that strange feeling. But that didn't change the fact that his ego was still sky high. He declared and warned once more. He would wipe Bruskulk off the map. Meanwhile, the one observing from above was our boy, Skeleton. He found this joke pretty amusing. Did they really think it would be that easy? I mean, it should have been easy, but they didn't count on Skeleton being part of the equation. Activating his Abyss Eye skill, he realized the bloodsuckers had finally started to move. He also noticed that facing a sacred blood would be a bit tricky. Actually, a massive pain in the ass. And worst of all, he couldn't even summon range this time, because his cooldown wasn't over yet. I mean, if he really used the power of the Undying King, he could definitely crush the guy with ease. The problem is, doing so would attract a ton of attention, so, unfortunately, he'd have to act stealthily. Our human friend Rhine Late couldn't come either, because the blondie couldn't leave the sanctuary, in this case, the Holy Land. The best option now was to send Harley, who, by the way, was pissed as hell about what happened to Rupert. You gotta remember, it's been a while now, and each of them has their own personality. They're almost like separate individuals, but they still share a collective consciousness. But the emotions, skills, and feelings of each one are different. That's why Harley was more furious than anyone about what happened to Rupert. After all, those two were closer. So, in his mind, he began ordering Harley to get a move on and head to the battlefield. In the meantime, he would try to hold out for as long as he could, but at the entrance to a city, a few guards were screaming about the flesh-eating demon that had suddenly appeared. They yelled, saying that a monster that huge couldn't possibly be human. Our main character, annoyed by the insult, said he had his guild papers to prove he wasn't some flesh-eating demon. If this had only happened once, Harley wouldn't have even cared. But the worst part was that it kept happening over and over again. There was always some damn asshole confusing him with a monster. But this is when you ask yourselves where we are, where Harley is. My friends, this is Raphella, the first target of that damned lord, Visk. He was overjoyed, commenting that his first stop had finally arrived. But he also confessed that from the very beginning, he'd felt, let's say, a chill, a really bad omen. This was because he sensed that the sacred blood of Bruskulk had finally returned from the dead. Teodoro was completely shocked by this, as he hadn't expected the sacred blood to appear so soon. In fact, he thought that damned bitch was still lying in her coffin with that same contemptuous look on her face. Visk asked what the problem was. Whether she was there or not, he was here to take care of it. That piece of, my presence should have been more than enough. The four-eyed guy knelt down and tried to explain, saying he was just worried, but the Lord just cut off his nonsense and told them they'd better get a move on. At that moment, the vampire army charged straight into battle. Those bastards didn't even bother taking the city. They went straight for the fortress. Except, of course, the fortress wasn't just sitting there. It seemed to have a barrier, and our madam was there, enjoying her afternoon tea. She said that for now, the barrier seemed to be holding up. Breek, being more direct, asked Morong how the preparations were going. He replied that they were still short on soldiers. Bry then remarked that it was a shame, but there was no other way. They'd just have to go all out against every last one of them. He asked if she knew exactly where the enemy was. She smirked and said, "Oh yeah, I know exactly where those bastards are." However, suddenly, that group just crashed right through the window. The person happiest about this was Visk, because he didn't even have to search for them. The enemy was right in front of him. The moment that bastard landed, he said he thought Brusco's crew had bitten the dust a long time ago. Lady Breek shot back that such rudeness was typical of his clan, uncultured as always. But Visk simply announced he was there to help her close her eyes, since it seemed she was having trouble sleeping. But Breek said that he really only ever talks about himself, and at the end of the day, he's just boring as hell. The one person who wasn't enjoying any of what was happening was Morong. He realized the situation was bad. There were 4 heavy hitters there for him to deal with, not to mention the rest of the pureblood minions. But that's when our guy remembered he had an ace up his sleeve in his barrier. The power of his allies would be amplified to the absolute limit. Let's just say the enemy had walked right into a kill zone. This was a move Visk and his army definitely did not see coming. We could call this a nasty surprise. Once again, the entire fortress was enveloped by the blonde kid's blood barrier. Now, no one was to leave the base without backup, so they wouldn't have to fight alone. The kid also began to summon Britada. He called for her to appear and help, because the situation was looking anything but good. Britada slowly began to materialize, saying she didn't expect to find a whole party of uninvited guests gathered here. Morong told the girl to protect Brusculak with everything she had, and to just charge in and attack without a second thought. Hearing this, Visk just laughed. Finding the whole thing ridiculous, he shot straight toward the blonde kid. He said that this kid was a fool, because as soon as he was taken out, the barrier would collapse instantly. He moved so fast that, unfortunately, Morong couldn't defend in time, and ended up taking the full force of the attack. Only, when the dust settled, Visk realized he hadn't hit his target. The damn Saintess had jumped in front and blocked the attack. Seeing his move had failed and having no other choice, Visk backed off. Like it or not, you have to remember that woman is a Saintess, right? There was nothing else he could do. He said that first, he would send this ghost to hell, but Lady Breek just laughed mockingly and said, "Oh, what a comedian. You really think it's going to be that easy? Looks like you need to be taught a lesson." Right after that, the two sides faced off, and the battle erupted instantly. Bride was the first to charge in and attack the purebloods. Morong yelled from a distance, ordering the punishment of all who dared to trespass on this place. Teodoro, seeing that audacity, ordered his entire clan to move forward. Let's see if he can stop all of them. Ah, yeah, as soon as he gave the order, everyone started to charge. I mean, the ones who hadn't charged a moment ago, except for their lord, who had to face the Saintess. The first person Breek targeted was the guy from the Manu clan. It was just at the moment they were really starting to clash that a monstrous red claw began to appear in the middle of the room. The vampires started to get shocked, right? Like, what the hell is going on? An outsider suddenly barges in, and not only that, he's tearing the barrier apart with his bare hands. That's when someone suddenly asked Klen if he was the one who crushed some guy named Rupert. That's when it clicked. No one in the room knew any Hubert, so it could only be, I guess, it's him, that bastard Harley. The guy announced that he was simply there to collect a debt. You all think you can just beat up my little brother and get away with it that easily? You're dead wrong. The four-eyed guy couldn't figure out how that guardian knew a simple merchant. While he was pondering, our boy Harley was over there, powering up his aura. He flexed his body, cracked his neck, and got ready to wreck every single one of them. Teodoro asked Clean if he'd messed up somehow, but he said no. He had erased every trace. There was no way he should have been found out. Except while Teodoro was lost in thought, Bride charged in from behind with a devastating punch. Even backed into a corner, this brat somehow managed to defend himself. His opponent was furious, pissed that he couldn't even pause to strategize. They summon their pureblood minions and order them to charge the girl, just to see if they can hold her down. Is greater than. Our boy Harley had the right idea. Perfect. Go on and call your purebloods, because the handful you have here aren't gonna cut it. The kid warns them that he's itching to test out his new powers, so they're seriously gonna need to bring everyone at once. And that's when our system chimes in, announcing that his bio-aura and frenzy have erupted. The two have simply fused into one. Naturally, the pureblood troops, and in fact, even their superiors, start to get absolutely terrified. Harley roars that he'll make every last one of them regret messing with the merchant, regret touching Hubert, and he won't give them a second chance. He immediately grabs the first pureblood by the head. Lady Brick remarks to Lord Whisk that he'd better start worrying, since his minions are getting annihilated. The infuriated Lord demands, "Who the hell is that damn kid?" The lady simply replies, "Well, I'm under no obligation to explain anything to times you asterisk." The pale-faced guy tries to save face, saying that her lackeys are actually being somewhat effective. Murong, watching from behind, comments that this is on a whole different level. He can't even clearly see their movements. To give you some perspective, the two of them didn't just start fighting. They've been beating the crap out of each other for a while, but it's all been too fast to see. It seems like both of them have been waiting for this fight for a long time, and this little outing was just the excuse they needed to start. As you can see, the room is already completely wrecked. However, the pale-faced guy suddenly says that the Phantom has made a mistake this time. She doesn't realize it, but she's screwed. And that's when we see exactly how screwed she is. Her arm just falls to the floor. She reattaches it like it was nothing, and says that his little attempt was seriously annoying. The thing is, she doesn't know if he gets it, but old age gets to everyone, so she's not exactly in her prime anymore. But hey buddy, bring it on, cause this fight is gonna be a long one. While that battle is raging, we see our main character continuing his massage session for everyone else. A punch here, a kick there, crushing one guy, smashing another. Visk realizes his purebloods are in mortal danger. If this keeps up, he won't have anyone left. Seeing this, Harley decides things are taking a little longer than he planned. To speed things up, let's just say he's about to hit the fast-forward button. The kid starts activating everything he has, all of his skills. Even the little bastard himself admits that this will be the first time he's combining all of his powers. The purebloods are thinking, man, if it was bad before, just imagine it now. This is so not worth it. I'm just gonna go home and crawl into my coffin. See? Not worth it. That guy has basically turned into some kind of demon. The purebloods start commenting that, unfortunately, there's no way to fight this. That maniac has basically become a chimera monster. Our MC comments that this dragon form of his is seriously overpowered. Ah, my bad. I confused it with the demon form, but he looks pretty similar in both. But anyway, no more messing around. It's time for him to start testing out his full power. The goal is simple. See how long it takes him to clean house. He's incredibly excited. So, he charges towards everyone with a look of pure excitement. The purebloods are terrified and panicked, but then they realize our MC is actually heading in a different direction. He's not charging them, he's heading straight for Lord Visk. Our MC charges in with all his might, ready to throw a punch and rip the guy's head clean off, but that's when something blocks him. He ends up smashing into a barrier. The kid realizes his scales are being shattered by a quasi-god domain. Of course, the Lord wasn't about to let himself get caught off guard like that. But our boy is no fool either. He simply connects the dragon heart to the gamma eye. Now, he's basically forcing the system to work at double capacity, with pure, raw determination to shatter that barrier. The kid just reaches out his hand and starts to forcefully break it down, and with a little more effort, the barrier shatters to pieces. Both Lord Visk and the lady start to wonder how the hell this bastard managed to get through. Our boy lets out a psycho laugh, asking Visk if he's the one in charge of this whole crew. Visk demands to know who he is, to think he has the right to speak to him. But our MC just says he's here on behalf of the victims he's created. Visk asks, "Victims? What are you talking about?" But before he can get an answer, he realizes something is very wrong. Our damn MC is already rushing toward him at high speed. The MC says that if the guilty party doesn't know his own victims, then he's gonna get a double serving of pain, starting with the very first punch. The pretty boy gets sent flying. Harley then asks the pale-faced guy if he enjoyed that punch. But just then, he hears someone whisper right in his ear, right beside him, when he looked over. Wasn't that damn Visk bastard right there behind him? While our protagonist was screaming and complaining, the old lord asked if he really thought a Saint Blood would fall from a punch like that. Our hero shot back that, yeah, He actually thought the old man would go down. So what? And then the old lord called him a fool, an unbelievable moron. Using a punch? You've got to be kidding me. Our protagonist then said the real idiot was him. While the old man was focused on Harley, the fool forgot about the other person he was fighting. Right on cue, our beloved young lady appeared and delivered a devastating blow to the creature's throat. Even though she didn't know our protagonist, she wasn't dumb enough to miss this opportunity to strike. The old lord went ballistic after taking a hit like that, and started cursing the girl's ancestors 5 generations back. The worst part is, her ancestors from 5 generations ago might actually still be alive. Anyway, despite not knowing him, she still thanked our boy for helping even the odds. Harley said, "It was nothing. Just chill." He was about to serve up a few more knuckle sandwiches. Our boy wasn't aiming for the old lord anymore. Instead, he switched his target to the purebloods. This time, the lesser vampires weren't afraid at all. They even commented that now he wouldn't be able to get near their lord. Our protagonist said that was exactly right. That's just what he wanted to hear. Comments like that just got his blood pumping even more. A moment later, we see that things aren't looking too good for that group. They had all been beaten to a pulp and were lying scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, Murong was still in the same spot, maintaining the defensive barrier. Ken was also still alive, thinking that if this kept up, his situation was definitely going to be terrible, and realized he needed an edge. Ah no, not an edge, a miracle. The guy started to think, because if he didn't do anything, he was definitely going to kick the bucket. However, just then, a surge of dark energy suddenly enveloped him. He tried to figure out what was happening. What was this black mist? Especially, just then, someone whispered in his ear, "Today, you're going to meet your maker." In a panic, the guy spun around to see who it was. Although we recognize him, at that moment, he had no idea who it was. And what was worse, the mysterious figure told him that messing with Rupert was a mistake. He thought, no way. How could that damn merchant be connected to so many powerful people? But his time to think had finally run out. Ryan had lunged forward with all his strength, piercing right through the guy's chest. With a blow like that, the guy couldn't take it and started coughing up thick red wine as he began to fall into delirium. He thought that he never should have taken that mission. Look at the trouble he'd brought upon himself. He started thinking about the chimera that had suddenly appeared out of thin air, and now this super vampire, in a game full of nothing but tough opponents, in other words, total powerhouses that he'd foolishly joined, only to now be on the verge of biting the dust. He thought again, who the hell is this guy named Rupert? How does he have such terrifying protectors? With those final words, our executioner finally passed the death sentence on Clen. Since this madman is also addicted to blood, he took a little taste of the guys. Rain also commented that, in the end, none of this was going to be any use. Rupert would still become the greatest person in this entire world. Right then, one of our system screens popped up, announcing that it was collecting a new vampire factor thanks to the blood mix skill. Our boy's physical stats skyrocketed once again. Our protagonist thought this was the first time he'd tasted the blood of a vampire from another clan. Could that be the reason the system evolved? Well, the system announced that he'd now received a stealth and concealment skill, then retreated, moving on to the next target. Our protagonist thought this was getting really interesting. If victory was already in the bag before, just imagine what it was like now. Anyway, putting our little vampire boy aside for a moment, let's go to another pale-skinned fellow. Teodoro was getting wrecked by Raprid, who told him that with her, there was no such thing. It's always going to be a bad day, my friend, and running is useless. The Four Eyes started commenting that his entire plan had gone down the drain. Everything had spun out of control. Just then, someone asked him if he was the clan's second in command. Seeing the newcomer, Raprid immediately got excited. She said that her master had finally arrived. The bookworm jumped when he realized it was the new Lord Brusco. If the situation was tough before, you can just imagine what it was going to be like with this guy's arrival. So he asked why this new lord was just staring at him without saying a word. But our protagonist was just thinking that if this guy was the enemy's number 2, then this party was going to be even easier than he thought. Let's just say this guy is like what Mulo is to him, which is to say, Murong. Well, that would be just perfect for our protagonist's plan. Noticing the situation growing more tense, Teodoro immediately began to prepare for a fight. Except, I actually think our protagonist has no intention of killing him, but rather, turning him into the next Mulo. With 2 subordinates like that, that would have been perfect. The only thing is, Teodoro had no idea what the guy was thinking, so he immediately asked what was up with that creepy smile. Is he some kind of pervert? As he spoke, he spread his arms out to intimidate the kid. He then introduced himself as the new lord of the Brusca Lake family. He added that the kid had better get used to his presence, because soon enough, he'd become one of his servants. The boy immediately replied, "No way. That was completely absurd. He would never betray his master. But just then, Prit appeared from behind and grabbed the boy. Of course, the kid tried to resist. There was no way he'd just stand there and take it, but it was no use. At that moment, our main character finally leaned in close to the boy's ear and said, "Goodbye, my comrade." This scene really keeps us on the edge of our seats. Our story then shifts to Santa. She had just informed Visca that the situation was a little precarious. Let's just say he was in a crippled state. You get me? Understanding her, Visca started to look around and realized the situation was not good at all. Everything now looked like a battlefield. The ground was basically covered with his own clan members. Let's just say everyone was in a real bind now. This made the guy furious, because after all, he had come here more than prepared to take over that base. This lunatic even wondered where the hell the reinforcements from the oath that he'd requested had gone. Speaking of reinforcements, can you guess why his reinforcements couldn't make it? That's right, my friend. Our main character was right there, smiling gleefully, saying he never expected such high-quality reinforcements. This would definitely improve his army a bit. According to Hans, it seems they got lucky this time. Let's just say the Underworld's HR department is on a major hiring spree. Anyway, back to Four Eyes, we see him sprawled out on the ground, wiping his mouth. Rand says, "All right, it's all settled now." LaBridge, recognizing Hans' value, introduced herself to the boy, saying he was very skilled in many ways. Our protagonist replied that he was very grateful to the Saintess. Brick responded that there was no need to call her that. Just calling her Brick was fine, no problem. But cutting their conversation short, Harley suddenly appeared, screaming as usual. He said the old man took a while to get there, but at least he'd finally arrived, right? Because now it was time for the real fun to begin. Visca, still alive, started to roar, asking how these bastards dared to ignore his presence. He declared that he wouldn't let a single one of them leave this place alive. They would understand why he was called the leader of his clan. Activating the power in his hands, he charged straight at the group. Our main character, of course, didn't just stand there. He began to form a blood sword in his hand. The two monsters then clashed in a fiery battle. From that point on, the fight only grew more intense. Our boy realized that this wasn't going to be so easy after all. The bastard had actually managed to wound him, but of course, he wasn't the only one getting hurt in this story. Visca also took a slash to the back, but since he was fighting more than one person, Harley rushed in and landed another devastating blow to his back. You could say that hit nearly snapped the madman's spine in two. Trying to defend himself, he started launching attacks at Harley, but no matter how desperate he was, the villain still roared that they were nothing but insects, worthless worms. After all, he was superior to everyone here. The Saintess replied, "All right then, my handsome man. In that case, try catching this megaton punch." The worst part is, the bastard actually blocked it. The only thing that bothered him was knowing he couldn't last much longer in this fight. So, he started screaming that he was born to be the king of all vampires, blah blah blah. Too bad Rand couldn't care less about what he was saying, and replied that he would carry that legacy for him. Our boy then gives him that bite on the neck we've all dreamed of getting from some brunette. Visca, knowing that no one can drink the blood of another vampire, said that our main character would be cursed and destroyed. But our guy, knowing full well that wouldn't happen to him, just said, "Oh, let's see, I don't think so." And just like that, to be sure, he took another bite in the exact same spot. Visca, now fading, thought that it was impossible. How could this be happening to him? Another question popped into his mind. The guy wondered if that kid could truly be the successor to the divine bloodline. Meanwhile, our main character was over the moon, because he was, in fact, about to inherit that very bloodline. Visca, in his dying moments, thought about how he had always dreamed of this moment. He had always dreamed that he would unite all the vampire clans and lead his race, becoming the center of their universe, so to speak. The guy always imagined that he would lead his clan into the light. A bit contradictory, but that was his ambition. It seemed this was meant to be his journey. He would rise up and sit on the throne. But, unfortunately, the story changed a bit along the way. Some nameless vampire bastard had taken his place, stealing his dream. Ironically, he said the situation was a real pain in the neck. He didn't understand why he couldn't stop laughing. Perhaps it was because madness and power always go hand in hand. As his opponent's body disintegrated, our main character just stood there amidst the smoke. But then, a surge of red energy began to envelop his body. Our boy understood that this was probably an evolution, but it was so sudden, like he totally wasn't expecting this red energy, so he was a little worried. The others were completely taken by surprise too. They never imagined something like this would happen. Unlike them, however, Bree actually recognized this evolution. She knew that a new holy blood was being born, and right on cue, our beloved system popped up, announcing that the True Blood skill had evolved into Holy Blood. If our MC was already strong as a true blood, just imagine what he'll be like now with holy blood, my friend. The system also took the opportunity to announce that he'd achieved his growth targets, and his stealth and presence skills had merged into the denial of existence skill. Now, simply put, our boy had become a ghost, and in that moment, it was finally decided. Our Reigns had officially become a holy blood. To clarify, the system explained that he had forced the succession through his mixed bloodline. As such, our MC now also commanded the Persia clan. Seemingly merged with spacetime itself, Reigns felt as if he were the master of the multiverse. The limits of his body were now gone. He could feel the flow of causality slipping through his fingers, almost as if he held the entire universe in the palm of his hand. But of course, let's calm down. That's not literally true, right? It was just a feeling. After all, he had only just evolved into a holy blood. I mean, that's a huge deal, isn't it? We're talking holy blood here, but it's not like he can rule the entire universe just yet. But that's what it felt like. Turning to Bree, he said he knew he couldn't have won without her help. So, yeah, he was very aware of that. Bree, however, didn't quite understand this show of gratitude. And honestly, she was probably thinking, does this guy really think he's in control of my clan now? I'm back from the dead, buddy. Things are about to change. I mean, that's what I think she was thinking, right? Harley, loud as ever and always breaking the mood, thanked our MC, saying it was a rare sight to behold. Well, while he was at it, he also announced that his revenge was complete. Now he was going back to the work he'd left unfinished, because he still had a lot to do. With that, he waved goodbye and said he was heading back to Tarak. The kid, in his dragon form, didn't even need anything but his wings now. The one who didn't get it was Bree. This guy just shows up out of nowhere, helps out, and now he's just leaving. This left her a bit bewildered. So she asked Reigns if it was really okay to let that madman leave so suddenly. Like it or not, that guy was seriously suspicious. Reigns? Of course, he reassured the girl, saying that he was just a friend. Bree then said, fine. If you say he's trustworthy, then so be it. Well, with everything over and a pile of bodies lying around after the battle, our MC just looked around with a slightly more relaxed expression. This whole farce was finally over. Actually, with a psychopath's grin, he commented that he'd just gained a few new members for his family. I just don't know if he was talking about the vampires or our buddy Ranch. But speaking of our buddy Ran, we cut to another location where an explosion is going off. This entire explosion wasn't caused by magic, but by the sheer weight of a single sword. The blast and the noise alerted the members of the Covenant Guild who were inside the building. The one responsible for this was our boy, Karan. Yep, our MC's general. The Covenant Guild members immediately got annoyed, thinking it was a holy edict, but thank God it wasn't. Then again, I'm not so sure they should be thanking God, you know? Because facing the skull-faced guy's army head-on is much worse. This time, Karen didn't come alone. Dell was with him too. He even scoffed at the incompetence of these small fry villains. Seriously, they're not just incompetent, they're incredibly stupid. It took them until now to even notice their presence. But hey, not to skip the introductions. His name is Dell, and the other guy is Karan. Of the two, the more violent one is definitely Karan, and he's declaring that he won't let a single one of these scrubs escape. The Covenant Guild members thought about running, but the problem was, they were already cornered with no way out. The only escape route was through the two generals, which was an extremely difficult task. Old Man Bones, who was also nearby, began to analyze the situation. Right behind him, our little ghost appeared and asked why her king had summoned her. Reigns pointed towards the prisoners, reporting that that trash had tried to invade Teleria. She could interrogate these two and try to find out where the bastard's boss was hiding. You guys know this girl is a little crazy, right? The moment you mention torture, oh man, she gets excited. She said she would love to play with these new toys. Of course, the two prisoners were absolutely terrified. What do we have here? My mistress's little toy, huh? You shouldn't be doing that. But that wasn't about to change her plans. She moved toward his neck and said, perfect. It's going to be a long night. But anyway, let's put all that craziness aside for now. We're now heading to a very quiet village. In this village, someone is forging a sword. My friend. The one working on it is none other than our dwarf blacksmith. That old dwarf is still in hiding, diligently honing his skills. And even though he's just getting started, you could say he's already got a great grasp of the key points of swordsmithing. This dwarf seems like he was born for this. Indeed, his race is on a whole other level when it comes to crafting holy relics. Everything he does comes with unbelievable ease. And right up above, we have our boy Rupert, taking a break. Just like all the other avatars gathering information, he's no exception. Even while resting, this kid pulls out his tablet to collect data. However, While Rupert on Earth is gathering info about Alterica, our blacksmith friend is over there, training tirelessly. Basically, in Alterica, efficiency is 10 times higher than on Earth. The blacksmith continues to train hard. At first, he just repeated the process over and over. Then he started making the fire burn hotter. The little blacksmith is slowly realizing that the more air you add, the stronger the fire burns. Just like that, this old guy is going to become the most powerful artisan in the world. That's his new goal. But let's set the old blacksmith aside for a moment and return to Earth. Our main character says that Rupert is recovering pretty quickly. I mean, he's pretty much recovered already, right? Since he just finished his work. The only thing he needs now is to get back to 100%. The combination of Alterica's holy laws and his super regeneration is better than our MC imagined. When the next teleportation circle appears, he can send Rupert out again. No, wait. Just then, our boy realizes that maybe sending him back isn't such a good idea. If he sends the kid now, our MC will lose all the crafting knowledge he's gained. Well, that settles it. The kid will probably have to stay here, at least for a while. Honestly, I don't really get why he loses the knowledge if he leaves, but I must be forgetting a part of the story. Well, our MC said no, that's not happening. Little Rupert is staying right here, but hold on. Our boy has a solution, and it's the good old system shop. That's right. Thanks to devouring Henster and the Holy Blood, our MC has managed to rack up quite a few points, and this time, he's eyeing his only option, upgrading his unique skill. He knows that even though the upgrade cost has gone up, this is the only way to save the situation. So, he drops a cool 1 million points. The moment he clicks it, the system pops up a message saying the avatar's potential is being enhanced. Now, he can choose basic characteristics for his avatar, but it seems he can only create a limited type. Our MC isn't a fan of the word limited, but that's okay, because if you stop and analyze it, this basic info seems to mean choosing starting skills. If that's the case, our MC jumps right into the avatar creation screen. That's right. It looks like he's about to make another one. He has to choose one of those attributes. First is X-ray vision. Second is freeze resistance. Third is contract link. At this point, you're probably wondering, oh, but what's a contract link? Basically, the system explains that it's an additional bonus when signing a blood oath contract. Our MC thinks, oh, nice. This would be really interesting to use with Haris, since he's an elf. After all, it only works if there's a contract target for a summoner. No, wait a second. Just then, our MC has a stroke of genius. A summoner would definitely be interesting. He could also go with a mage. Yes. So it's decided, folks. Our next little avatar is going to be something different. Our MC looks around and finally decides on a name. This one will be called Hesperon. His new avatar will become the greatest summoner of all time. However, switching scenes a bit, we see the Saintess and our young saint. Renlight tells the Saintess that he heard all the factions will be at the summit today. She says, yes, that's right. They only gather when the situation on the continent becomes extremely critical. Until now, everyone has been too careless. Yeah, our saint says that's true, but either way, many things will change starting today. Hearing this, the Saintess becomes a bit pensive, wondering if things will really change. Well, at the very least, she prays that the future of this land will follow a righteous path. But while the Saintess is calm and strolling through the castle, my friend, things elsewhere are incredibly hectic. Food is running short, and they have to arrange everything, including accommodations, because a ton of people are coming. We'll have the folks from the church, of course all the saints, saintesses, bishops, the pope, and the whole winged bunch. Man, saying it like that might be a sin. Good grief. Lord, please forgive me. But anyway, you guys get the picture. Everyone from the house is coming, not to mention all the people from outside. Basically, the place is going to be crawling with people. The All-Continent Summit is finally about to begin. This will be a meeting that gathers all the heroes in the world, or at least the ones protecting this land, especially the Azarion Empire in the center and the Rohan Duchy. Up until now, this bunch has always kept a low profile, but after stories of the chaos began to spread, affecting humans, demons, and vampires alike, they quickly started freaking out about the situation. Our MC has already figured this isn't going to be an easy meeting, but that's okay. It's no problem, because our boy knows how to roll with the punches, especially with this Saintess. Anyway, as the gate glows, we know that the first guests have finally arrived, and it's the elf tribe. Hey there, buddy. The only thing is, while the most important figures are with Rennet in Dracha, the capital of the Animal Continent, Haris is just chilling, enjoying the pleasant cool breeze and remarking on how beautiful the sky is. Now, this is the life. By the way, he remembers an important item. His new toy. A bow. That's right. The kid is obsessed with this new toy now. He's so excited he starts rolling back and forth, rolling and rolling. He says it feels like he's becoming one with nature. This dude is so hyped about the bow that he even gave it a name. This toy is called Temis, a bow made from a branch gifted by the world tree itself. It's a weapon that can be enhanced by both the power of spirits and the magic of the elves. It has excellent performance and a look that is, in his words, exquisite, outstanding, and a perfect fit for the elf tribe. But right in the middle of our MC's joy, the system announces that the individual has met the conditions for evolution. The nature-friendly skill has evolved into the special skill, nature assimilation. Haris thinks this is awesome. He's gaining the power of nature even while just taking a little break. It's like getting paid to do nothing, you know? Don't tell me you wouldn't love that. Well, I don't know about you, but our MC thinks it's fantastic. In his own words, he's never leaving this place, my friend. But after dozing off again, he's woken up by a noise. It's the Des B, reporting that someone is approaching. Our MC says it's fine. It can take down the sound barrier now. That's right. The kid is using this creature just so he doesn't have to hear any noise. To him, this skill is pretty useful. The Des B got this skill after becoming an intermediate level spirit. Have you guys noticed it's gotten an upgrade now? Well, someone calls our MC's name and asks why he isn't sleeping. The person asking is our beloved Zapharon, the girl our MC has a secret crush on. He immediately notices that she seems a little different than usual. No, scratch that. She's her usual self, because she's already getting mad, asking what he's looking at. Our MC says, it's nothing. It's just that she looks a bit different. Immediately, she starts asking, what's so different? Because they're going to the summit as envoys. Yeah, I think we've rewound time a little bit. So, she used the story our MC told her as reference material to prepare. That's why she's a little unsure if she overdid it. Our MC can't even believe it. What? You used what I said as reference material? The kid starts analyzing a bit, thinking to himself, she prepared all this after hearing his story. Zapharon has changed a lot, because in the past, she wouldn't have even listened. She would have hit him, argued, and all that other stuff. Now, she's always looking out for our boy and always greets him politely. The girl asks, what's so different? Well, she says she prepared 2 of everything, one for her and one for him. Our MC finds this strange because, first of all, he doesn't need that much stuff. And besides, it's not like this is a vacation. Since they'll be traveling via the path of the wind, they won't need much luggage. But anyway, okay. Our boy decides to play along. He tells her it's perfect and thanks her very much. The girl says that's good then. So, we should hurry or we'll be late. Everyone is already gathered and just waiting for them. Our MC might be a little dense, but I think he's starting to get the picture. The beta male is slowly evolving out of his beta phase. He even tries to be a gentleman, asking if her bag is heavy, but the girl says no, not at all, it's fine. Well, this is where we get back to where the story left off. The moment they step out of the portal and approach, a saintess speaks, welcoming them to the Rosalia Grand Cathedral. Haris immediately bows his head and says, thank you for having us, Your Holiness. Actually, it is a pity we must meet over such a grave matter. The saintess says that indeed, she only hopes things will be resolved soon. Feeling awkward for not having said anything, Cecilia speaks up to greet Her Holiness. She says her name is Cecilia Greenwood, which, translates to Greenwood. Ah, the saintess recognizes Cecilia and says that she had grown so much. Sure, it had been a long time since they'd last met, but right as they stepped out of the transfer gate, our number 1 and number 2 protagonists realized that they just kept on coming. This time, it was the Magic Tower Alliance, followed by the Azerion Empire. Next up was the Mercenary Guild. Our main character thought this was pretty sweet, very interesting. The greatest leaders of Alterica had all gathered in one place. If he wanted to send every last one of them to meet their maker, well, it would be a piece of cake. But to him, this meant something else. Just making a good impression here would earn him a ton of karma, or in other words, let him farm some insanely OP loot. A moment later, as everyone was heading to their quarters, one of the elves mentioned that he'd heard some news. The one speaking was Haris. He said that King Renlet had finally become a saint, right? Renlet replied, my friend, I did it. It was a blessing bestowed by the gods. Haris said, that was perfect. He was really counting on him. Renlet just replied, leave it to me, you can rest easy. Everything's under control. You guys have to remember that each of them has their own personality. They're all one being, but each has their own thoughts, way of acting, and individuality. But at the same time, they're all one. They share a collective consciousness. You always have to remember that. Moving on, Renlet said that their quarters were just ahead. Zephron immediately thanked him for his consideration, as the place was truly beautiful to stay in. Renlet said it was nothing. The meeting would start soon, so they could head straight there at the appointed time, but Zephron was a bit lost in thought about this. I believe she was even a little hesitant, but seeing our main character looking at her, she asked what was wrong. Wasn't she disappointed that she'd brought a bunch of unnecessary things? She had anticipated that would be the case, at least at first. She'd only brought them just in case. Our main character smiled, saying, okay, I get it. He totally saw that coming. While the ambassadors were settling into their quarters, the kings of each nation began to gather. There were the Azarions from the Elbon Kingdom, mercenaries from the Azarion Kingdom, dwarves from Titania, the lion beastmen from the Wildlands, and the frogmen from the swamp. And finally, the Grand Duke of Ran, who was yet another one of his alternate bodies. But this one was actually just a guy named Denis, who also looked exactly like our MC. Yeah, you gotta admit, the resemblance is uncanny. Observing everyone, Denis thought that while his Grand Duchy was in danger, everyone here seemed incredibly relaxed. Monsters were pouring out from the northern mountains. Because of that, they absolutely had to gain something from this meeting. Just as he said, gain something, a bright light shone from the main door. It was our saintess and our saint, who had just arrived. To be honest, I thought the ambassadors had already scattered to their rooms, but it seems it's time for everyone to gather. People even commented that the Saintess and King Renlet had truly received the love of the gods. That place seemed to be a world far beyond all of them. And then, there was the newly reborn saint. Our main character glanced to the side, noticing the Saintess seemed a little tense. Well, it's understandable, since a meeting of this scale is a rare occurrence. A bishop, representing the Saintess, thanked everyone for coming to such a remote place, despite them all being very busy people. Well then, we shall begin the All-Continent Summit. As you are all aware, the third Demon King has reappeared. He lured the church into a trap and caused the vampire clans to slaughter one another. He also conducted vile biological experiments in the monster forest. We cannot forget that he also invaded the Grand Holy Temple, causing many, many casualties. Renlet even commented that this ranch guy was indeed terrifying. Although in this picture, he looks kinda wimpy, so what's so scary about him, right? But whatever. The bishop said that the Demon King, unfortunately, was not the only problem. There was another issue, and that was the madness from the abyss. This damn curse has spread across the world. After several investigations, they concluded that the only solution is to find the nucleus of this madness and seal it away forever. The crowd immediately started asking how they plan to do that. The Prince of Rohan said that if that's the case, there's a very high probability that the Demon King is holding the nucleus. The bishop said that was precisely the case. Apparently, this madness was sown by the Demon King, and she needed and trusted in everyone's help to put a stop to this. But as soon as she finished her sentence, the bishop was challenged. The Prince of Azarion, a guy named Simon, asked if she was really trying to push her responsibilities onto all of them. Simon continued, saying that if the church had managed the Demon King's fragment properly, this situation would have never happened in the first place. This bastard wasn't just saying that for no reason. His real goal here was to weaken the church in order to strengthen his empire. According to this idiot, no one will ever stand above him. At least, that's what he thinks, right? Renlet said that he understood perfectly. Oh, he got the message loud and clear. The Prince of Azarion started getting annoyed the moment our protagonist opened his mouth. How dare he interrupt him just because he's a saint, our MC continued, saying, the Holy Order has never shirked its responsibilities. In fact, the Order has always shed blood. They've never run away, and it's been that way for 1,000 years. If they didn't flee back then, they certainly won't do it now. Of course, he had no intention of denying their mistake. They were indeed wrong, but he promised that he, at least, would make sure to stand on the front lines in the fight against the immortal king. This is the Order's true and most important mission. The Saintess was taken aback by our boy's words and determination. Even the crowd started whispering that he truly was a saint. The audience also chimed in, saying they'd always believed in the Order. Who could possibly throw stones at them now? The one person not enjoying these comments was that guy, Alion. He realized our protagonist had successfully turned the tables in their favor. At this point, you might be thinking, wow, why is this kid saying all this? What's the point of that motivational speech? Are you thinking this so you can go check the Blade Tons website to see what's happening? Nah, just kidding. It's just that he's actually greedy and looking to farm karma points. And by the way, with just that one speech, my man earned 347,000 points, addressing our MC as Your Holiness. The Saintess said he was wonderful for showing such humility earlier. Our protagonist replied, no, of course not. The atmosphere probably just feels lighter because everyone's in high spirits. Oh, right. I don't think the mood is times high. The prince said that Duke Rohan needed immediate help. And don't even ask what that's about. The situation in his alliance is much worse. Seeing how tense things were getting, the bishop slammed her hand on the table. She said she knew everyone was anxious, but it's precisely in times like these that they all must unite. Prince Denny immediately asked if the bishop had a plan. The woman, a natural-born strategist, replied that of course she did. If they didn't, they obviously wouldn't have summoned everyone here. The Holy Order proposed the formation of a hero squad. This squad would directly confront the Immortal King. Our MC, who knew nothing about this plan, started brooding, just imagining the mess that was about to unfold. This so-called hero squad's official name would be the Special Attack Squad against the Immortal King. The role of the Continental Allied Forces would be to pave the way. The hero squad is a unit of historical significance. It's assembled around the saint with the sole purpose of confronting the Immortal King head-on. However, not everything went as expected. People didn't seem to like this idea very much. They argued that forming such a squad was basically a suicide mission. The Prince of Rohan understood that it looked like each nation would have to send its most important people. Meanwhile, our boy Raph was mulling over this whole squad story. However, before he could say anything, someone raised their hand. It was Simon, who said that in that case, he had a talented individual from the Empire he'd like to nominate. The bishop asked who it was, and he replied, Viscount Saya Priston. Despite his youth, he's already a grand mage, a true pride of the Empire. Our saint started thinking that he'd heard of this Viscount Saya before. He was an extraordinary mage who had achieved his title through merit alone. The only strange thing was why someone so talented was being nominated for such a dangerous position. Could it be that the kid had become a thorn in someone's side? Well, someone said that, come to think of it, they heard the Marquis of Sarrington from the Eastern Kingdom was very talented in martial arts. But another person countered that their kingdom's representative would be chosen by them and them alone. However, he'd also heard that the other side had an expert with excellent skills. To put it simply, in this scene, everyone is trying to screw each other over. They want to push the best people from other kingdoms to their deaths. And it wasn't simply to make the team stronger, but just to weaken the rival kingdoms. Realizing all of this, our boy started fuming at how they were turning Grand Saint Renlet's party into an actual graveyard. Of course, the Grand Saint would turn them all into heroes and bring everyone home safely. Just thinking about it, Renlet now wanted to see how they would react when that happened down the line. The bishop announced that the meeting for the day was now over. The second meeting would be held the next morning. Everyone withdrew, looking none too pleased. Some even remarked that this first day was really tough. While everyone was leaving, we've got one sly fox sitting there eating popcorn. Rafa asked, "What's that?" "What the hell is this kid eating?" He replied that it was a small gift from the continent. It's great for eating during important moments. But that was a total lie. It wasn't a gift. He pulled this little treat out of his avatar inventory. Rayfor, intrigued, said he wanted to try a piece too. 5 minutes later, our MC was absolutely furious. Because how the hell could it be gone that fast? It was all gone. That gluttonous woman had devoured the entire box. But when he looked at the glass and saw it cracking, our MC started to realize something was wrong. Aha, so that's what it was. That's when our immortal king appeared, saying they should get to know each other a little better. Naturally, the moment they saw him, everyone panicked, especially the guards. Our buddy Hans even commented that, Tisk, it was a shame he was a little late to the meeting. Turns out, he wanted to wear a mask fitting for such a difficult day. Our saint, getting into character, shouted, "You mere mortal, how dare you? Do you have any idea where you are? But no matter, prepare for battle." He ordered all the paladins of the Holy Order to assemble immediately. You could say this summons was a form of telepathy, because all the knights, no matter where they were, began running to answer the saint's call. He also ordered the activation of the barrier. It seems this one wasn't as flimsy as the last. In fact, it not only encompassed the entire building, but also sealed off the room itself. The saintess said the holy barrier would protect everyone. It was best for them all to get inside it. The immortal king saw the barrier and tried to pass through. But that's when he remarked that this time, the barrier was actually pretty decent. It seems they'd planned very carefully this time, setting up a reunion worth its weight in gold. The one-on-one duel that the immortal king had lost once before. He said that was against Ren Light. This time, he saw the kid had prepared thoroughly, but he was still no different than before. The two were different people, yet at the same time, they were one. Our MC thought this was just perfect. The chessboard was now set. Oh wait, I should say it was set times again, asterisk, right? Because he had orchestrated this scene before. First, he made the immortal king invade the Continental Central Hall. That way, the leaders of every nation would have no choice but to deal with the threat right then and there. This was the beginning of a great war between the factions. Calling out the hero Ren Light by name, the immortal king said the boy's courage was admirable, but unfortunately, he couldn't win this time. My power has grown far beyond what it was before. The saint replied, "Is that so? Today, you will taste defeat." Our skeletal friend asked where he got that confidence, but he was acting all cocky, because this time, he truly had a lot of backup, since this bastard was the one who set up the entire stage. There was no other choice. Everyone would have to throw down and fight the immortal king to the death. The good thing is, at least the church will take care of all the wounded, right? The one who asked that was Lionel, ready to go all out alongside the saint. According to Ren Light, the strongest people on the continent were all here, so that meant he was guaranteed to lose. The immortal king began to laugh at this farce, finding it all very amusing. Ren Light asked him what was so funny. The immortal king replied, "First of all, let me correct a huge misunderstanding you all have. You're not the only ones who have gathered here." Realizing he'd fallen into a trap, Ren Light exclaimed that it was impossible. "How could I have not realized this?" He quickly yelled for everyone to be careful, but it was too late. My minions had already blended in with the crowd. Our skeletal friend brought these guys along because he wanted to test the strength of his new subordinates. Besides the mere grunts, he brought along Fiona, Pagos, and the Great Koran. The immortal king gave the signal for them all to attack. Raph began to summon his spirits. He ordered them to purify the evil, but Pagos just scoffed. "A measly spirit dares to be so insolent? Where do you think you are? Keep dreaming." Meanwhile, the remaining guards were fired up. They shouted that they would annihilate the immortal king's entire army. There's just one problem. That's easier said than done when you've got a titan like Karan nearby. Watching his army rise, Karan announced that this was a direct order from the immortal king. "Wipe them all out, my friend. No exceptions." Harford, sharp as ever, noticed that the enemy's movements were a bit strange. It was as if they were only targeting certain people to eliminate. Meanwhile, our MC was in his apartment, realizing the plan was going exactly as it should. "It even seems a little suspicious," he admitted to himself. "But what can you do, right? You can't just wipe everyone out." He was just eliminating the trash nobles, the rotten ones, the corrupt parasites at least, most of the ones he had investigated, you know? Anyway, back to the main event. Our boy Ren Light charged straight for the immortal king. The saintess and the bishopess would support the saint with protective spells. Ren Light declared to Hannibal Strauss that this is where it all ends. "Don't do it, man, or else what am I going to use for my recap video? Hold on, don't kill the immortal king. No, because if this series gets cancelled, I'm done reviewing it. Then you guys would have to go all the way over to Blade Ton's page, and that's just a huge hassle." Anyway, back to their clash of weapons. The impact was so powerful that, causing the entire area to explode. Our MC thinks to himself, "All right, they've created enough tension. Now, he figures it's time to make this show worth watching. If the star of the last act was Ren Light, then now it's our boy Horace's turn." Zephron worriedly asks him what the hell he's doing. Her father made it crystal clear they were supposed to stay put. Horace replies that, well, his body is a bit stiff, so he thought he'd shoot a few arrows. You know, something light, just to loosen up a bit. The girls don't quite get what he's saying. Seriously? Is this for real? Well, whether they like it or not, the guy starts stepping forward. He says that normally, the power gap would be huge, but there is a way. However, before our MC can do anything, someone calls his name. "Haris, it's Cecilia," asking what he thinks he's doing. Does he even know the danger? Of course, our MC replies that he does, but he can't just stand by and do nothing, as he notices some debris falling onto his arm. Cecilia thinks it over and makes a decision. If that's the case, she'll lend a hand too. Well, our MC certainly isn't going to complain. For him, this is perfect. Drawing his arrows, he summons the spirits. The kid prepares to, let's say, deliver the finishing blow. The problem is, he needs to hit his target precisely, or he might accidentally hit an ally. Actually, no. Scratch what I just said. Everyone here is a pro, so it's not an issue. Even if he missed, the Lich King would have just run into the arrow himself. Well, the shot is fired. The skeleton bastard realizes the arrow is heading for him. He almost dodges it, but the arrow still shatters his mask. But now, you could say he's just bare bones, because the pure part got totally wiped out. You just gotta admit it. Seeing this, that punk Denis is completely stunned. He exclaims, "My God, he broke the Lich King's mask in a single blow." With this achievement, the system announces that the individual has met the conditions for evolution. The special skill, Child of the World Tree, has evolved into Heir of the World Tree. Our MC thinks this is absolutely perfect. Finally, the conditions for him to become a high elf have been met. The problem now is that Fiona and Karan are charging straight for our boy, trying to get to the elf. A few guards jump in to block their path. But that's not going to do much, is it? Because all it takes is a single swing from Karan's sword to send all three of them flying. The Lich King, speaking loudly, remarks that this is quite interesting. He thought the kid was just some insignificant small fry, but he never expected such surprising talent. He says that since things have turned out this way, he'll be changing his plans for today. From now on, he will begin his retreat. The Saintess starts screaming, asking him who the hell he thinks he is. Did he really think this was a place he could just come and go as he pleases? Renlight tells the Saintess to calm down. He says he understands how she feels, but the damage is already too severe. And just like that, the Lich King's soldiers begin to withdraw. The Lich King tells the Saintess not to be sad. After all, haven't you been very busy lately? Dealing with those monsters being consumed by madness must be hard enough. Unwilling to let this go, Renlight tells Hannibal Traus that the next time they meet will be his funeral. The skeleton bastard says he'll return those words exactly as they were spoken. The next day will surely be the last, but be prepared, because true despair hasn't even begun. Hearing this, Renlight doesn't have much to say. In fact, he thinks the skeleton bastard's acting is getting more and more natural, don't you think? Well, while this scene unfolds, the Holy Knights move forward. They order the wounded to be taken to the treatment room immediately and, of course, to prioritize receiving the delegation. The Saintess asks Renlight, what did the Lich King mean by those last words, that true despair hasn't even begun? Renlight says it seems like he's still plotting something. They need to be extremely careful. Over to our elf friend. Raph says that he was incredible. He never imagined the guy would display so much power, and Cecile agrees. And the funny thing is, it wasn't just them who were surprised. The people in the delegation were also watching very intently. Haris just smiles and says, I just got lucky. The only one who didn't like this at all was Zifron. She says, that damn scoundrel went ahead on his own again. Seeing them, the bishop says that this is not yet the time to celebrate. She assumes everyone now understands the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately, they were unable to stop the Lich King's invasion. That's why everyone's cooperation is absolutely essential. Crown Prince Denis immediately agrees, saying it's now clear that no sanctuary is truly safe anymore. Therefore, although it's late, they still need to cooperate with one another. The crowd shouts, that's right. Everyone will gather together, joining forces to create a heroic suicide squad. I don't know if he was right, but that's really what he said. The heroic suicide squad. Like, he said it so enthusiastically, wanting to help. The Saintess even had to laugh when she heard it. Well, I guess anything can happen in this world, huh? Even if he thought it was a suicide mission, he probably shouldn't have said it like that. Ah, but what's said is said, so let's just move on. Oh, wait a minute. The authors already explained it to us. The authors say that the term literally means a death squad, a group determined to fight to the death. In other words, a special task force made up of people who will likely die, but still charge onto the battlefield anyway. Our main character observes everything, realizing some people have ulterior motives, while others joined with sincere intentions. But then, cutting everyone off, a knight comes rushing over. He reports that, unfortunately, there is urgent news. All of the border defense lines for the Duchy of Rohan have completely collapsed. Immediately, Denis gets worried and asks what the hell happened. They should have been able to hold out for a little longer, at least in theory. The subordinate says that, for unknown reasons, all three defense lines collapsed at once, at almost the exact same moment. And it's then that Dennis realizes, this is what the undead king meant when he said, the real despair hasn't even begun. Everyone starts whispering that this must be an attack from the undead king, and that it's surely just a diversion. There's just one problem. This little stunt wasn't the main character's doing. He was just as startled as anyone, and if it wasn't him, then there's only one group of bastards who could have pulled this off. The scumbags from the provocative oath. Those damn guys have already changed their name about 10 times. I mean, I don't even know if this is the same guild from the beginning anymore. Saintess, a knight begins to whisper to her. Hearing this, she asks if it's true. To announce the news, she shouts for everyone to hear. She says that in light of this incident, Cardinal Pirier of the Great Holy Temple of Geron has decided to act personally, leading an elite army straight into the chaos. No one here will give up until we see this through to the very end. Our MC realizes that everyone is suspecting Ran, but that's actually better, because the Alliance has decided to confront the undead king. So Ran, whether he likes it or not, is now going to have to actually play the game. If before he was just going to stop by and say hi, now he's got to say hi, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. And now he actually has to play, my friend. Speaking of the undead king, Lady Siana tells him that after analyzing various conditions, she has chosen the ideal location, not too close, but not too far from the duchy, a fertile land where the concentration of dark energy is extremely dense. The man of bones says that Olivia did a great job. That's right. I got the name wrong. I said Lady Siana, but Lady Siana is actually the succubus. This one here is Olivia, everyone. The girl who controls the ghosts. Anyway, as a giant magic circle is summoned, our main character thinks, so this is how forbidden knowledge is used. Summoning his subordinates, he orders everyone to pay attention. The Continental Alliance says they will halt the advance of the undead army. Therefore, they too must show their resolve. Summoning a castle, he orders everyone to look closely. This will be his will. The will to once again plunge the entire continent into terror. And of course, this will also be the symbol of a new dark era. The game is starting to get interesting. This kid really wants to fight the Continental Alliance now. It's just, for him to build this entire empire, you guys will have to go to Blade Tons to read the rest or comment a lot to request the next part. So that's it for now, everyone. I'm going to end it here. Hope you all enjoyed the video. So there you have it, right? This was a shorter part, so you guys wouldn't have to wait too long for the series. But in return, you can now head over to Blade Tons if you're really eager to read and enjoy it, or to understand what happens in the next few chapters. Oh, and there's already a new chapter out over there, you know? But anyway, I'm outta here.